The last prince of the fallen Briol kingdom had been wandering the edges of life, seeking an end to his hollow existence. In his near-dead state, a dark figure approached, commenting that misery clung to him like a second skin. Rightfully so, given he had brought ruin to his own people. 10 years earlier, Yuri Brioli had been lost in a blur of dice and cards. Gambling was his obsession. He couldn't stop, especially since he won every round. Despite his family's mage urging him to leave early that night, he refused to listen. He was winning too much to care. His opponents, suspecting foul play, accused him of cheating. The accusation enraged him. In a fury, he flipped the table, then made a mistake. He declared himself the third prince of the Briol kingdom. Later that night, the prince met with Yekaterina Ivarna Granzine, the empire's princess. She expressed anger at his reckless arrival. His excuses only irritated her further. She tossed away the necklace he had gifted her in disgust. She told him not to speak to her again, leaving him unsure how to fix what had broken. Unbeknownst to them, a spy had overheard everything. By morning, damage had already been done. The empire began pulling strings, and diplomatic tensions between Briol and the empire escalated rapidly. Soon enough, things crumbled. The instability boiled over into chaos. One day, everything shattered. The kingdom's gates burned before Yuri's eyes. War erupted without mercy. It dragged on for years, grinding away at everyone. Blood soaked the earth, and the numbers of the dead became impossible to count. Yuri Brioli, the most feared man on the continent and Yuri's father, vanished without a trace during the height of war. That disappearance flipped the tides in the empire's favor. Yuri, tormented by the timing, became convinced that Yekaterina had betrayed him, passing secrets to the enemy. He wanted to believe he was wrong. He prayed she hadn't done it, but when he received a note from her apologizing, all hope dissolved. The note didn't mend anything. It only confirmed his suspicions and dragged him deeper into despair. Still, Yuri fought. He fought like a man with nothing left to lose. He cut down enemy after enemy, his blade drenched in blood. Eventually, exhaustion overtook him. He was surrounded by imperial knights, battered and bleeding. Accepting death, he waited for the final strike. But someone stepped in. A loyal knight named Laurent blocked the fatal blow with his own body. He shouted that Yuri had to escape. Yuri tried to argue, to stay, but Laurent's sacrifice forced him to flee, swallowing guilt with every step. A few days passed. The empire still hunted him. Yuri found a hiding place, but it wouldn't hold long. Hunger and despair gnawed at him. He was sure now, his father was dead too. Then, one of the empire's knights found him. Yuri didn't beg. He spoke with resignation, asking the knight to let him live, if only for the sake of his fallen family. The knight surprised him. He said the empire would suffer for its actions, and told Yuri to run, warning that others were closing in. So he ran again, gambling on survival. But deep down, he believed it was all pointless. Everyone he loved was gone. Sooner or later, another knight would find him and finish the job. And now here he was again, face to face with the dark figure, who told Yuri that death was a privilege he didn't deserve. That the weight of Briol's destruction belonged to him alone. The figure removed his mask, revealing a decayed, unholy face. Laurent. The knight who died for him was no longer a man, but something born of vengeance. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into Yuri's chest. Pain exploded in his body, but it was the guilt that truly crushed him. In his final moments, Yuri remembered his father's words, "Never abandon your honor." As darkness consumed him, his thoughts spun out of control, until suddenly, light returned. He opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar room. His father was there, scolding him. The boy had been unconscious for 3 days, and the old man had stayed by his side the whole time. Confused, shaken, Yuri stared at his father. None of it made sense. He had just seen the man die. Now he was here, alive and worried. Yuri shrank back, struggling to grasp what was happening. He mumbled that it wasn't such a far-fetched ending after all. that even a man so full of honor had kept many secrets. His father, baffled by the nonsense, smacked him hard on the head. Yuri broke into tears. The blow hurt more than expected, and he cried out, asking why his father still hit so hard, even in hell. It was only then that he started to realize, maybe this wasn't hell. A leaf drifted by the window, catching his attention. The breeze, the vibrant world outside, the sound of his brothers bickering downstairs. It didn't match the image of hell. If this place was punishment, then where were the demons? Where were the echoes of his failures? Looking at his father, his siblings, and the life he thought he lost, the truth sank in. He collapsed again, overwhelmed by the weight of it all. His family called his name in panic. At that exact moment, the third prince of Briol had returned to the age of 13. In his mind, he tried to rationalize it. A dream, maybe. Some warped final illusion of the dying mind. But it wouldn't end. Time moved forward. The world remained solid. The memories he'd forgotten started returning, piece by piece. That evening, he sat down to a normal dinner with his family. He said nothing. Just accepted what was in front of him. Somehow, impossibly, he had been thrown back to the past. Back to the spring of his 13th year, a second chance. The next morning, one of the maids came to wake him up. He had asked her to make sure he wasn't late, and yet he had overslept. Sword training was waiting. Panic set in. He jumped out of bed, begging Ina to hurry with his things. The maid suggested that he slow down, offering to help him wash his face first. She smiled like nothing had ever happened. But seeing her alive hit him like a dagger. In his past life, he had seen her body among the dead. The memory sent a chill through him. He turned to her, and out of nowhere, asked her to slap him. Ina froze, unable to respond. Her job was to serve and protect, not harm. Striking a noble, especially a prince, was treason. But Yuri insisted. He said it was an order. The maid, still troubled, asks Yuri if he's absolutely sure about what he's demanding. He begins to respond confidently, but before the words can finish forming, a loud slap explodes across his face, so sharp it sends birds scattering from the trees outside. For a moment, the absurdity strikes. If she had hit just a little harder, she might have killed him, and that would be the end of the story. The scene cuts to the training grounds. Yuri now stands with one side of his face puffed up like a bruised peach. He had forgotten just how strong Ina really was. She might be a maid, but her slap had warhead-grade impact. As he goes through his sword drills, even the bystanders can't help but laugh at his swollen face. No one offers sympathy. No ointment. Just raw entertainment. Everyone's having a good time at his expense. The worst part? Bernard, his sword instructor, doesn't even acknowledge the state of his face. No mention. Not even a grunt of concern. Instead, Bernard lets him spar, without instruction, without correction, without care. No comments on Yuri's off-balance stance, no notes on his grip. Just silent clashes. It makes Yuri wonder how this man ended up as an instructor in the first place. Then it clicks. He remembers spying on a conversation between Bernard and his father years ago. Bernard had told the king that the boy was wasting his potential. He'd insisted that Yuri had the makings of a warrior, but no discipline to mold the skill. All the raw ability in the world meant nothing if he didn't take it seriously. It turns out, Bernard was a good teacher. Yuri was just a terrible student. In his past life, he'd brushed off the conversation, which only made him lazier. But now, remembering it with clarity, he feels nothing but regret. So this time, he approaches Bernard with firm resolve. He tells his instructor that from now on, he will train properly. No shortcuts, no whining, no distractions. He says he'll give his full effort from this day forward. Bernard raises an eyebrow and smirks, asking what brought on this sudden change. But beneath the sarcasm, he looks genuinely pleased. Then something shifts. Bernard releases a deep blue aura, announcing that the real training starts now. He bolts forward with lightning speed and brings down his blade against Yuri's with devastating force. Realizing he may not have explained himself clearly, Yuri panics. This guy might actually kill him. Bernard eventually returns to his stance while Yuri stands frozen, drenched in sweat. He had forgotten something vital. Bernard wasn't just a sword instructor. He was once known across the continent as the Sword Demon. And now, that same monster was walking straight at him with glowing eyes and enough killing intent to rupture steel. The prince's face says it all. Pure dread. His knees practically shake. After a relentless session, Yuri collapses onto the ground, gasping for air. He's broken, battered, and nearly dead, but alive. He just got a real taste of what training under a warrior like Bernard feels like. And yet, beneath the pain, there's a strange spark of hope. The only reason he managed to keep up was thanks to the battle-hardened instincts he carried from his previous life as a mercenary. Despite the brutality, he's improving faster than he imagined. What's even more surprising is Bernard's reaction. The instructor stares at him, astonished. He can't believe the kid managed to block every strike. Something had awakened inside the boy mid-fight, an unnatural growth rate, almost magical. Their session is interrupted when Ina storms in, breathless, calling for the young master. Both Yuri and Bernard turn, alarmed. She informs them that Count Johannes has arrived, with his son. Yuri's eyes go cold. The name alone is enough to set him on edge. God Barkvar. The same boy who would grow up to betray the kingdom and open the gates for the Empire's invasion. And now, here he is again. This time, Yuri has no intention of letting that mistake happen twice. With chilling calm, he asks Ina where the bastard is. The next scene moves to the dining hall. The family is gathered for a meal alongside their guests. Count Johannes notes the maturity in Yuri's behavior and compliments him. The king, amused, agrees and jokes that Yuri must be eating something new. Johannes laughs and says they should feed Gott the same thing. The king returns the gesture, praising Gott's intelligence, though his father seems less impressed, pointing out his son's many flaws. Meanwhile, Gott is practically blushing while admiring Yuri's older brother, openly fangirling. Yuri, on the other hand, is locked in a silent death stare aimed right at Gott. The boy quickly looks away, unnerved. Yuri's brother picks up on the tension, asking if something happened between them. Yuri casually responds that Gott is the same kid who stabbed him in the back. His brother, ever the instigator, mocks him for letting someone like that walk free. He says that if someone betrayed him like that, he wouldn't hesitate to settle the score. Yuri admits that God gets under his skin, pretending to be noble while lacking the backbone to back it up. Gott's expression darkens. He glares back with equal fire, but Yuri doesn't rise to it. He remembers that acting rashly only plays into the hands of fate. If he's going to stop the fall of Briol, he needs to be smart. He also recalls that, around this same time in the original timeline, a minor argument with God may have been what led to the eventual betrayal. This time, he's going to handle things differently. Later, the two boys enter the training grounds. Yuri tosses a wooden stick to God, calling out his potential with the sword. God shrugs it off, saying he's not even close to becoming a knight. But Yuri tells him that it's his destiny, and whether he believes it or not, that path is coming for him. Before God can form a response, Yuri launches forward and starts the duel. The legendary weapon. A humble stick. But in Yuri's hands, it might as well be a blade of legend. The sticks collide. God shouts that he's a coward for starting without warning. Yuri doesn't care. He kicks a cloud of dirt into his opponent's face, blinding him. God protests, reminding him of the code of honor that knights live by. Yuri's response. He drops the stick altogether. No weapons. Just fists. That alone says everything. I don't need a blade to win. He surges forward and delivers a vicious kick that sends God flying. The kid crashes hard. The duel is over. Yuri stands over him, holding the stick like a scepter of judgment. He stares down at the traitor-to-be, remembering the shameful legacy this boy would leave behind. Then he speaks. He says that Gott's father is a great man, a respected knight, And that kind of legacy means something. It creates pressure and expectations, but it also offers purpose. He offers God a hand. He tells him that everyone wants to survive, but what he can't tolerate is someone weak-willed, especially someone destined to be a Knight of Briol. Not again. Not in this life. Yuri ends by asking a question. Why did God's father become a count? He doesn't expect an answer. He simply tells the boy to carry that question with him. Think about it every time the world tries to break him. The tension dissolves as God departs, surprisingly in good spirits. He thanks the Briol family for their hospitality and leaves without incident. As the door closes behind him, Yuri's older brother raises a brow and says that he's honestly stunned by the outcome of the duel. He admits that he had secretly hoped God would win, a statement that stings more than it should. Yuri immediately takes offense, but his brother doubles down, reminding him that, at this point in time, the third prince is known more for being a disaster than a warrior, an entitled gambler with a flair for chaos. It's not unfair, just honest. Yuri doesn't like hearing it, but he gets it. Still, he announces that things are going to be different. He says he's turning over a new leaf and warns his brother to stop teasing. His brother stares at him, baffled, mouth half open in disbelief. Yuri flashes a grin, clearly enjoying the confusion. Days pass. Training becomes Yuri's entire world. Each evening ends with him staggering back from the field, exhausted. Bernard shows no mercy. But as the sword becomes an extension of his will, Bernard decides it's time to move to the next step: mana training. When the instructor brings it up, Yuri lights up with anticipation, asking if he'll be learning Bernard's personal method. But Bernard quickly douses that hope, stating bluntly that Yuri isn't ready. Instead, he insists the prince learn the Briol Kingdom's official mana method. Yuri tries to hide his frustration. He already mastered that method in his past life. He knows it inside and out. There's nothing new to gain. He even reached its ceiling as a mercenary, nothing more to wring from it. Bernard notices the shift in his expression and asks if Yuri had something else in mind. After some thought, Yuri suggests that he'd rather be trained by someone else, specifically, a member of the Royal Guard. Not necessarily a master, but someone with natural potential, someone he can observe and grow alongside. He says there's still one technique he never managed to grasp in his last life. Bernard considers this. He closes his eyes, sifting through names, until one rises above the rest: Jared. That name hits Yuri like a jolt. He remembers the man. During the brutal years of war, Jared wasn't particularly impressive. In fact, he was more pathetic than promising. Undertrained, anxious, constantly on the edge of collapse. And yet, somehow, he survived. Back then, Jared had complained constantly, sometimes to Yuri himself. And still, Yuri suspects that underneath all that mess, Jared possessed something monstrous. Talent that had gone entirely untapped. Yuri realizes now that they had both wasted their gifts before the war tore their world apart. This time, he plans to do something about it. He decides to meet Jared in person and reawaken the talent that had gone dormant. The next scene shifts to the Royal Guard's training ground. Yuri walks in unannounced, prompting the senior knight, Sir Rosso, to ask what brings the third prince there. Yuri says he simply wanted to observe the knights, admire their efforts, and see how the Royal Academy is faring. The yard is alive with combat. Knights clash, bark instructions, sweat under the weight of their training. But when Yuri asks about Jared, the name alone causes Sir Rosso to hesitate. He points to a quiet corner of the grounds. Jared is there, training alone, if it can even be called that. The effort he's putting in is minimal, his form lackluster. Yuri lets out a sigh. He finally understands why Bernard looked so disappointed. Compared to the others, Jared is holding himself back. His routine is basic, barely stretching his abilities. No intensity. No ambition. At this rate, it's no wonder he ends up a washed-out knight in the grim future that Yuri remembers. Yuri turns to Sir Rosso and asks for a wooden sword. He says he wants to spar. Rosso lights up and asks who the prince would like to face. Without hesitation, Yuri points to Jared. Soon the courtyard quiets. The other trainees step back, giving space. Jared steps forward with visible reluctance. His fellow knights cheer him on, urging him to give it his best shot, but Jared just looks irritated, like he'd rather be anywhere else. Yuri steps into the ring and announces that he's heard of Jared's potential. He says that's why he's come, to test it for himself. Jared listens, unsettled by the seriousness in the prince's tone. The duel begins. Yuri lunges first, blade moving fast and sharp. Jared parries cleanly, without panic. Each step he takes is measured, his reactions precise. His peers watch in awe. He's far more capable than he appears. At the same time, Yuri's performance shocks the trainees too. For someone so young, his movements are far too refined. Every strike, every parry, calculated. Jared starts to feel it. This isn't a typical spar. This is a test. Yuri pushes forward, pressing the advantage. But he's not overexerting. His attacks are synced to Jared's pace, mimicking his energy. It's intentional. He's adapting in real time. The match drags. No flourish, no chaos. Just rhythm. Jared grows bored, confused by Yuri's restraint. Until, suddenly, the tempo shifts. Yuri crashes down with a crushing swing, heavy enough to knock the wind out of him. Even so, Jared blocks. The strength behind the swing surprises even him. Yuri acknowledges it silently. He says to himself that Jared's reflexes are frightening. But the fight isn't over. He whips his sword in a wide arc and pushes the knight back. Now, Jared starts to feel the pressure. Yuri's attacks are no longer accommodating. They're vicious, tactical. And for the first time, Jared stops holding back. He retaliates with his own force, and their swords clash with real tension. Yuri, panting, admits to himself that this was bound to happen. No matter how much knowledge he brings from his previous life, Jared is still a force of nature. Winning isn't even the goal, testing him is. But Yuri has one last move. He feints, then launches a sudden upward strike. Jared blocks, but the recoil is rough, leaving a gap. Yuri doesn't hesitate. He slashes through and lands a clean hit. The crowd gasps. Cheers follow. The prince, smiling, claims the hit proudly. Jared resets his stance. The match isn't over. Yuri questions aloud if he's still planning to hold back. Jared doesn't answer, but he's thinking hard. Even though he had control earlier, now it feels like he's reacting instead of leading. Driven by something deep and burning, Jared moves again. He barely dodges another strike. Yuri tells him to step up. Fight harder. Annoyed, Jared complies. In a flash, he channels mana into his blade. His weapon pulses with raw energy. Sir Rosso and the other knights shout warnings, telling him not to unleash such a technique against royalty. But Jared doesn't care, not now. His blade tears through the air, slicing just past Yuri's neck. A little closer and it would have been real damage. Jared's fury evaporates the moment he sees the damage he's caused. His blade hadn't just grazed Yuri. It had sliced a shallow cut across the prince's head, even taking a few strands of hair with it. The reality of it lands like a hammer. He had actually injured a royal. The knights watching immediately break into a panic. Jared is berated for being reckless, accused of losing control in the middle of a sparring session. Sir Rosso rushes over in alarm, asking Yuri if he's all right. The third prince, however, doesn't seem shaken at all. He simply treats it like part of the deal, an inevitable risk in any real fight. Yuri calmly wraps the cut with a strip of cloth, sealing the bleeding with a tight bandage. Then he motions to Jared, telling him that they aren't finished yet. He wants the match to continue. Without hesitation, he launches forward. Their swords clash again, and this time, Yuri drives the tempo. Each blow he delivers pushes Jared back, surprising the rookie knight with the sheer difference in energy. This wasn't the same lazy prince everyone gossiped about. This was someone relentless, precise, and worse, having fun. Jared starts comparing them in his mind. He thinks about how he's spent his days barely scraping through training while the prince, who should have every excuse to coast on his title, is fighting as if the world's watching. There's no fear in Yuri's eyes, only determination and, somehow, joy. With every clash, Yuri pushes harder. He's not just matching Jared now, he's adapting, refining. He's building momentum. For every ounce of effort Jared uses to defend, Yuri answers with 2 more to press the attack. The duel balances on a knife's edge. And yet, Jared can't calm himself. He's never felt this kind of pressure, not even from more advanced knights. This wasn't just sparring anymore, it was awakening. Yuri's expression is sharp, focused, his blue eyes locked on Jared's every move. When Jared charges, the prince meets him with a block, fluid and efficient. Then he retaliates with a horizontal strike that whooshes through the air. Jared ducks just in time, but not without cost. A few strands of his own hair flutter to the ground. Revenge, served poetic. Stung by the humiliation, Jared roars and lifts his blade with both hands. He slams it down using a burst of mana. A technique potent enough to crack Yuri's wooden sword clean in half. The match is over. Jared stands there panting, his aura flickering as it dies away. He looks ready to apologize, but Yuri smiles instead. He reaches out a hand, saying that he learned a lot from the battle. Jared hesitates, then accepts the handshake, acknowledging that the young prince's effort was no joke. Inwardly, the knight can't believe it. The fighting spirit in Yuri wasn't normal. It wasn't just pride or training. It was something raw, a kind of unfiltered will. In that brief clash, he'd seen the makings of a real warrior hidden in a noble's body. Jared is still processing it all when he realizes he's still holding the prince's hand. Yuri glares at him and asks why he's acting so casual, as if cutting a royal's head is just part of the job. Flustered, Jared stammers out something and flees the scene in a panic. Meanwhile, Yuri flops to the ground, absolutely drained. Even he has to admit that fight took everything out of him. Around him, the other knights break into cheers, praising the prince's resilience and skill. Their celebration is soon joined by a new presence. A man with sharp eyes and a calm stride steps onto the field. He bears a strong resemblance to Bernard, and he surveys the exhausted prince with curiosity. This is signed, Captain of the Royal Guard. And in that moment, he decides that Yuri might be worth watching. The scene fades and picks up again a few days later. Jared is finishing his shift when he hears a familiar voice call out to him. He turns and finds Yuri waiting casually by the path. The prince tells him they've got somewhere important to go. Jared hesitates, mentioning that skipping training might set him back. Yuri chuckles and says that's exactly why he needs to come, because he's finally taking training seriously. And, Yuri adds, he's the reason for that shift in mindset, so Jared owes him at least this. Knowing he can't really argue with a prince, Jared agrees. The two begin walking. Curious, Jared asks where they're heading. Yuri tells him to quit whining and keep up. Before Jared can respond, Yuri shouts ahead, calling to someone else. The figure turns. It's Hernando, the royal court mage. Startled by the prince's sudden entrance, he asks what the hell Yuri wants. The prince says that he needs his assistance for a small mission. Hernando scoffs and says he's busy and uninterested, until Yuri casually mentions that he knows about the mage's massive mountain of gambling debt, and that he's willing to pay it off. The mage freezes. He spins around, asking if Yuri is serious. The prince assures him he is. He says that despite his reputation in the gambling den, he doesn't lie, well, not outside of it anyway. Hernando, still skeptical, pulls out a detailed contract and demands the prince sign it. Yuri gapes in horror. Apparently, even being the third prince isn't enough to get out of paperwork. Not one to go down easily, Yuri quickly pushes all the liability onto Jared, stating that the knight will act as the official witness to their agreement. Jared starts to protest, but then realizes Yuri's using him as a legal workaround to avoid binding himself to anything. smart, if underhanded. With the contract settled, Hernando agrees to come along but says he still has no idea what the mission actually is. That's when Yuri finally drops the real plan. They're going to Sword Mountain. Hernando blinks in disbelief. He asks if Yuri's talking about that Sword Mountain. The one from the legends. Yuri smirks and says it's exactly that. He tells them they're going to loot the dungeon left behind by his ancestor. The group ventures through a long abandoned tunnel beneath the palace. Jared leads the way with his sword drawn. As they walk, Hernando mutters that he had no idea a secret passage like this even existed. Jared turns and asks what lies at the end of the path. Yuri shrugs like it's nothing, then says it leads directly into Sword Mountain. Jared freezes, stunned, and confirms that it's the legendary Sword Mountain. Yuri nods, then grows quiet as memories wash over him. In his past life, when Briol fell, news had spread about a hidden dungeon inside Sword Mountain, uncovered only after the Empire seized control. He had fled through these tunnels during the chaos, unaware of what lay beneath. Now, this time, he refuses to repeat that mistake. He tells himself that he's going to uncover the truth behind his family's legacy. The tunnel eventually opens into a vibrant forest, dense greenery glowing with ethereal light, like something out of a fairy tale. Yuri pushes open the rusted iron doors, leading the group into the untouched wilderness. Hernando looks around and asks if this really is where the mountain begins. Then he shifts the topic, wondering how Yuri got the key. The prince mutters that it had been sitting in his study the whole time in his previous life, but he never knew its worth. He tells the mage to stop acting like a nosy old aunt and focus. Suddenly, Hernando yelps in pain. A sharp thorn slices into his hand, and Yuri warns him that the leaves here are razor sharp. He tells him to quit whining and keep up. As they walk deeper, Hernando leans toward Jared and jokes that maybe Yuri hit his head recently. Jared agrees, saying the prince has been acting strange. Before they can continue their whispering, Yuri barks at them to move faster, proving that he hasn't lost his commanding tone. Then, he suddenly halts and signals for silence. He points ahead. A massive pack of direwolves is nestled among the trees, lean, silent, and dangerously alert. Yuri whispers that they move in packs, so more are likely nearby. Jared is shocked that the prince seems to know so much. Yuri casually says he read it in a book. Hernando nearly trips just from the mental image of Yuri voluntarily reading. But before they can laugh, the mage steps backward, and right onto the loudest twig in the entire forest. Snap. The sound echoes like a gunshot. Everyone freezes. Then, with a terrifying snarl, a direwolf lunges from the trees, fangs bared and aiming straight for Hernando's throat. Jared reacts in a flash. As soon as the direwolf lunges, he roars Yuri's name and charges forward, swinging his sword with lethal precision. The blade slices clean through the beast's neck in a single devastating stroke. The wolf's head hits the ground a moment before its body crumples beside a frozen Hernando. Yuri, impressed, commends Jared's use of mana, pointing out that direwolf hide is practically iron wrought. But there's no time for praise. From deeper in the woods, a low, guttural howl tears through the trees. The alpha emerges, twice the size of the others, muscles rippling beneath scarred fur, eyes locked on Jared like he just found his next meal. The pack responds instantly. One moment of silence, then chaos. The wolves surround them in a blink, snarling, frothing at the mouth, circling like shadows preparing for a feast. Jared tightens his grip and commands the others to stay close as he channels mana once more. The wolves launch as one. But Jared doesn't falter. With eyes sharp and movements sharper, he slices into them like a storm made of steel. Each blow lands clean, his footwork fluid. Even Hernando, half hiding behind a tree, comments on the sheer elegance of the knight's technique. Yuri agrees. Jared's form is commendable, but he notes to himself that the knight's growth still has a long way to go. As more wolves pour in, Jared begins to lose ground. That's when Yuri elbows Hernando and says it's time the so-called battle mage put those highly advertised skills to use. Hernando rolls his eyes and mutters that the prince is definitely pushing his limits, then waves his hands dramatically to conjure a barrage of fireballs. At least 100 of them swirling into formation like an armada of flaming meteors. Jared, dodging claws and teeth, throws a confused glance back and asks what's happening, only to spot one fireball headed straight toward him. He leaps aside just in time as it explodes with bone-shattering force, vaporizing a chunk of the pack and turning the forest floor to cinders. Hours pass. Exhausted, bloodied, and bruised from relentless combat with every monster the wild could throw at them, the group finally reaches the peak of Sword Mountain. Jared collapses near the cliff's edge, panting hard and muttering complaints about the trip being more of a death march. He eyes the empty plateau suspiciously and asks if this desolate rock is really the place they've been seeking. Yuri, without hesitation, replies that it absolutely is. He begins examining the area with a veteran's eye, pacing until something catches his attention, a glint behind a rock. His eyes light up, and without waiting, he dives into the dirt to dig it out. Jared rushes over and scolds him, insisting that royalty shouldn't do grunt work. He tries to call Hernando over to help, but the mage grimaces in offense, calling physical labor a disgrace to his noble art. Eventually, the sword is unearthed, gleaming, ancient, yet oddly untouched by time. Yuri holds it up, awestruck. It looks ceremonial, valuable, and untouched by rust. Hernando squints at it and mutters that it doesn't look centuries old. It looks like someone left it there recently. Curious, Yuri inspects the hilt more closely and sees the word guilty etched into the base. Jared approaches, asking if this is truly the legacy they came for. Yuri isn't sure. His grip on the blade tightens. That's when the ground begins to tremble beneath them. Before anyone can react, the mountain splits open with a rumble, and the earth gives way. Jared screams like a tragic actor as all three plunge into the abyss below. They fall. And fall. Eventually, they crash land. Hard. Jared groans beneath the prince, having shielded Yuri during the fall. Yuri climbs off and comments that the knight must have reinforced his body with mana, calling it impressive. Jared tries to mutter a reply, then immediately blacks out from sheer exhaustion. Moments later, Hernando floats down gently, arms out like a smug sorcerer on vacation. He lands with barely a thud and remarks that the chasm was deeper than expected. Yuri glares at him and mumbles that saving his own skin clearly mattered more than protecting the prince, which Hernando denies, though not convincingly. Before he can explain, a strange sound echoes from the dark tunnel ahead. Hernando's face drops as he spots something approaching. He spins toward Yuri and, in rising panic, says that something cursed is crawling toward them. Yuri accuses him of just trying to change the subject, but Hernando swears he's not joking, he's dead serious. The creeping figure becomes clear. Clad in cracked armor, eyes glowing with undead fury, a death knight steps out of the shadows. Yuri's blood runs cold. He immediately recognizes the creature. It's a Withit, a knight reborn through necromantic power, stronger than they ever were in life. Yuri shouts for Jared to wake up, but the knight only groans. A swift kick gets the job done. Jared shoots up and, upon spotting the Death Knight, throws himself in front of the prince and declares he'll handle it. Yuri raises an eyebrow, unimpressed by the sudden dramatic sacrifice. The Death Knight stops just short of them. Yuri studies it carefully, recalling that these undead were once loyal knights, resurrected by dark magic. But something feels different. This one isn't attacking. Despite Jared's protests, Yuri steps forward slowly. He says that if this is truly a guardian of the Founders, it wouldn't strike a blood heir unprovoked. He announces his full name confidently. The Death Knight doesn't react at first, then slowly draws its blade. Jared and Hernando panic. The blade rises, and then plunges down, straight into the earth, taking a few hairs off Yuri's head. Hernando gasps and wails that the prince has been scalped. Yuri tells him to shut it while checking the top of his head. The knight finally speaks, saying Yuri carries the same arrogance as the last one. Sheathing his weapon, the Death Knight introduces himself as Briol. The name hits like thunder. Jared gasps. Hernando stares in disbelief and explains that this is the Briol, the war god of legend, the founder of the kingdom, the conqueror of the continent. Yuri straightens up. He asks if he's the first to reach this place. Eric confirms it, adding that only a true heir can draw the sword they found. That settles it. The blade really is the ancestral treasure. Yuri brings it closer to examine it again. Eric casually remarks that he used it once himself, which kills Yuri's excitement slightly. He mutters an apology for stealing the man's property. Eric responds in a more serious tone, asking what brought Yuri here. Yuri tightens his hold on the blade and declares his full name once more. He demands that the founder hand over his legacy. The Death Knight goes silent, then turns toward a glowing crystal embedded deeper in the chamber. With a heavy voice, he proclaims that the time has come and that he will fulfill his duty. He gestures for Yuri to follow. Yuri steps forward, sweat trickling down his back. Behind him, Jared stares blankly, trying to make sense of everything. One thing is certain. Being a royal guard is way more complicated than he ever signed up for. Yuri glanced back, shouting at Jared to snap out of whatever bizarre state he'd fallen into. The knight flinched as if waking from a dream, eyes wide, breath hitching. Something in him stirred. Images of memories that didn't belong to him, echoes from a past he hadn't lived. Confused, he scratched his head and muttered that he might be losing his mind. But he yelled that he was coming, and broke into a sprint after the prince. Ahead, the Death Knight approached the crystal, his joints groaning like ancient doors as he lowered himself onto its pedestal. The aura around him thickened, pressing into the air like gravity itself. He declared in a voice that boomed through the cavern that he hoped Yuri was truly worthy. The crystal ignited with a searing glow. Everyone shielded their eyes as light engulfed the chamber. Then, silence. Yuri opened his eyes to find himself in a desolate landscape, dry, cracked earth stretching endlessly, and a burning horizon that never seemed to move. He spun in place, disoriented, wondering aloud where the hell he'd landed. In the distance, a figure moved toward him. For a heartbeat, hope sparked. It could be the founder. But that spark vanished instantly as the thing closed in. It wasn't human. Not even close. It charged at him, sword raised high, blue light pulsing from an orb embedded in its chest. Yuri barely blocked the first strike and grunted from the force. He caught a better look. The orb in its chest pulsed in rhythm with its movements. As mana surged through the figure's transparent body, it funneled into its sword, lighting the weapon with eerie intensity. Then, it gestured, not to attack, but to demonstrate. Yuri blinked. He asked in disbelief if this strange being seriously expected him to copy its movements mid-fight. He muttered to himself that if this was the founder's training method, then maybe the guy had gone completely mad before dying. Still, as ridiculous as it seemed, the concept made a strange kind of sense. Forcing someone unfamiliar with mana techniques into a deathmatch just to teach them. Only someone with the privilege of a second life could think up something that unhinged. And maybe that someone was him. Yuri crouched low, focusing his energy into his palm. A soft glow responded. Mana. Real and alive in his grasp. He stared at the flicker of light, trying to piece together what the being was showing him. He raised his blade and called out, saying he still didn't fully get it. He asked for another demonstration. The being grinned, lifted its blade, and moved. And in that moment, something clicked. Yuri realized there was no escape from this trial. Not if he wanted to be strong enough to change fate. If the Empire was destined to reveal its true face and come for Briol again, then this time, things would be different. He swore to himself. No more failures. No more regrets. Even if it cost him everything. He muttered that this was it, the swordsmanship of the ancestor king. Then, with resolve solidified, Yuri dashed forward like lightning, striking with everything he had. He vowed to absorb every motion, every ounce of skill, and battle the faceless warrior with his entire soul. Elsewhere, Jared's eyes snapped open. He stood alone in a massive, unfamiliar space, a stone arena that echoed with silence. It resembled a training ground, but something felt off. Too real to be a dream. He scanned the area, tense, sword in hand, demanding that whatever was hiding come out and face him. Footsteps answered. He turned, and froze. Standing across from him was a perfect replica of himself. Jared furrowed his brow and asked if this was the Death Knight's idea of a joke. He asked the copy its name and whether it was supposed to be him. The doppelganger smirked and replied that he should stop fighting fate. It asked if Jared hadn't joined the Royal Guards just for an easy ride, money, recognition, safety. It warned that the more he clung to the third prince's side, the more miserable he would become. Jared narrowed his eyes and listened quietly. Then, slowly, he looked down at his blade. He admitted to himself that maybe, in the past, that version of him would have agreed with all of it. But not anymore. His thoughts drifted to Yuri. Their duels, their progress. A grin broke across his face. He called the clone out for being bitter and muttered something poetic about blades. Once you swing one, the only thing that matters is the next. Looking back would only screw everything up. The fake Jared flared with mana and called him arrogant. With a burst of speed, it lunged forward. Jared blocked effortlessly. The rhythm was predictable. As their swords met again and again, Jared could tell, this copy never took risks. It was all reaction, no instinct. He saw through every step. When the clone leapt for a dramatic strike, Jared was already waiting. He slammed a clean counter, sending his mirror image tumbling. But the fight wasn't over. The copy began to melt, its form liquefying into a grotesque mass. Jared stepped back, sword ready, as it twisted and expanded into a sludge-like monster. He muttered that it was just another oversized brute inside, praying that Yuri was doing all right. Back in the desert, dust and broken rock littered the battlefield. Craters marked where blades had clashed. Yuri lay motionless in the center of one, chest rising slowly. The faceless fighter stepped toward him, blade glowing ominously. Still, Yuri didn't move. Without a word, the being raised its sword and brought it down with force. The instant before it connected, Yuri's eyes shot open. He flooded his weapon with mana and countered with a thrust so fast it ignited the air around him. The impact unleashed a shockwave of energy that sent the enemy skidding back, its steps light and balanced. Yuri exhaled, his chest heaving. He didn't know how long the duel had raged on, but something was changing. That last attack, it had been desperate, reckless, and almost suicidal. But it worked. The way mana surged through his body, the way he swung with full clarity, it all started to click. He looked at his blade, now pulsing with life. A breakthrough. Something real. Then, he noticed it. The transparent being's blade cracked. Fine lines spread across its surface. Its body trembled and began to crumble. Fragments flaked off like ash in the wind. Its time was up. Just before fading, the warrior lifted one arm in a final salute, one last wave of respect, and then, it was gone. Yuri watched the last fragments of the faceless warrior scatter into the air like glowing embers, a faint, almost wistful smile forming on his lips. He closed his eyes and offered a quiet thanks to the strange, silent mentor who had just tested him harder than anyone ever had. As the battlefield around him began to fade, his body started dissolving as well, pulled back from the realm of the trial. Moments later, he stirred with a groan, his senses fuzzy as he blinked the haze from his eyes. Around him, the others were waking too. Disoriented, dazed, and clearly having endured something similar. That's when it hit him. They were back. The chamber of the crystal returned into view, dimly lit with eerie calm. The Death Knight stood unmoving, and then chuckled, his voice dry and smug. He remarked that it looked like the group enjoyed their little dream. Yuri, still shaking off the mental weight of the trial, asked what exactly that experience was. The knight explained that it had all been part of the founder's design, his final contingency, crafted and left behind in the hopes that a true descendant of Briol would one day reach this place. Yuri's gaze darkened slightly. In his past life, Sword Mountain had been reduced to rubble by the Empire's forces. The legacy now within reach had been buried, lost forever in that timeline. No wonder no one in the royal line had ever come close to it before. Still not satisfied, he asked whether the founder himself used the mana method he had just witnessed. But the knight shook his head. The founder never used it himself. Instead, after traveling the world, he collected and refined every technique he deemed worthy and combined them into one final form: his legacy. And now, Yuri was the first to inherit it. Yuri looked thoughtful, even cautious, as he questioned why the founder hadn't just passed it down directly through the royal bloodline. The Death Knight answered that the dungeon only revealed itself when the time was right. If it had opened now, it meant that moment had finally come. As for what the timing signified, the knight made it clear, it wasn't his place to say. That answer, he said, Yuri would have to find on his own. The prince's eyes drifted toward the sword in his grip again, the weight of it unfamiliar and yet entirely his. He asked for its name. The Death Knight responded, Soul Severance. The name echoed in Yuri's mind with gravity, but before he could reflect further, the knight's aura flared. He stepped forward and instructed Yuri to kneel. There was no room for debate in his tone. Yuri, sensing the weight of the moment, dropped to one knee without hesitation. The knight placed a heavy, cold hand on Yuri's head and began the vow. He ordered the prince to never fear his enemies. Yuri replied firmly that he would not. The knight continued, commanding him to always follow his beliefs and to carry out Briol's duty to the bitter end. Then, his grip tightened, pulling Yuri's head back slightly as his voice deepened. He delivered the final truth. Briol never discards its honor, even if it means death. As the vow concluded, the knight began to fade, his form disintegrating into ash and mist. His final words whispered through the chamber, that this was the oath of Briol. Yuri remained silent, still kneeling, watching as the figure vanished completely, his thoughts heavy, his heart changed. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the windows as the maid burst into his room and threw open the curtains. She called out that it was already morning and asked if he was feeling all right, noting that he returned incredibly late the night before. She warned him not to fall back asleep or he'd miss his next appointment. From under the covers, Yuri groaned and stretched. He explained, half yawning, that he had stopped by the royal archives. The maid raised a brow and asked why, and Yuri said he'd been digging through some family records. While looking through the archive, Yuri had found something strange, a forgotten record. It spoke of the founder's brother, a man who rejected his family's honor and disappeared from history. Staring now at Soul Severance resting beside him, Yuri mused that the Death Knight had to be that missing sibling, and that this blade was originally his. The maid interrupted his thoughts, reminding him to get dressed quickly. The king, she added, was waiting for him. Yuri's stomach dropped. She added, with a bit of sympathy, that she wasn't sure what happened exactly, but after Hernando's meeting with His Majesty, the king immediately called for Yuri. At that, the prince nearly choked. He cursed Hernando in his head as memories of the dungeon returned, especially the mage's smug face telling him he was definitely reporting every last detail to the king. Yuri had pleaded that it wasn't necessary, but Hernando had said it felt extremely necessary. Inside the Grand Royal Hall, Yuri stood stiff beneath a chandelier so large it could bankrupt a kingdom. He announced his presence, and the king, seated at the far end, rubbed his forehead in frustration, clearly unsure where to begin. The king said that Hernando had told him everything. Yuri, already guilty, admitted it was all true. The king scolded him sharply for sneaking off without permission and, more seriously, for discovering the founder's hidden dungeon and retrieving the ancestral weapon. When he asked if it was true that Yuri had brought back the founder's legacy, the prince simply nodded. His Majesty rose, walking slowly toward him. His voice changed, deeper, more intense. He said he'd heard that Yuri had changed recently. He began listing names: Bernard, Jared, Ina, even the knights, and finally Hernando, all confirming the same story. Yuri wasn't the same boy anymore. He placed a hand on his son's head and demanded to know why. What happened to cause this transformation? Yuri swallowed, his hand tightening on the sword. The king repeated his question. Did the boy have nothing to say? Yuri stammered that he did. It was just hard to explain. The king, frowning, asked why he was hesitating. The prince looked down and admitted that it was because His Majesty was clenching his fist the whole time. Realizing this, the king relaxed his hand and told him to speak freely. Yuri exhaled. He said that it had started with a dream. The word caught the king's attention. Yuri continued. He said that in the dream, he had committed an unforgivable sin. The king repeated the phrase slowly, then, using Yuri's full name, demanded to know what that sin was. Looking him directly in the eye, Yuri said it: he failed to protect Briol. He described the vision: the kingdom falling to war, the people slaughtered, the streets soaked in blood. He said he tried to fight back, but it wasn't enough. When Briol fell, he ran. He lived in disgrace, stripped of honor, dying alone and broken. He clutched his chest and added that when he awoke from that dream, the necklace his mother had given him was gone. So maybe it wasn't a dream at all. Maybe it was a warning. A message from her. The king's expression shifts subtly, disturbed, yet composed. He leans forward and asks Yuri what force was responsible for Briol's destruction in this so-called dream. Internally, Yuri panics. It's far too early to bring up the empire. There's still a chance, however small, that with the right timing and choices, the inevitable war can be delayed, or avoided entirely. So he plays it safe. He tells his father that the invaders were cloaked in darkness, a black army from nowhere, without banners or names. The king lets out a quiet breath, his stern gaze softening as he remarks that it was probably nothing more than a nightmare, a bad dream, maybe even a message from Yuri's late mother. But still, he says he's glad the prince is finally starting to grow up. Yuri doesn't argue, though his thoughts say otherwise. He knows exactly what he's fighting for. It's not growth. It's redemption. He's trying to earn forgiveness for the sin of abandoning Briol when it needed him most. But his reflection is cut short when the king straightens and says there's still unfinished business. With arms folded, he commands Yuri to draw his sword. The air thickens. Fury Briol, the legend, the monster with a blade, was once the sword's equivalent of a natural disaster. A man born to destroy, to dominate, to leave his mark carved deep across the continent. He had made it onto the top 10 strongest list in the world at a time when even earning a place on that list meant surviving legends. And now, Yuri stood across from him in the king's personal training hall, a place he had never once set foot in before. He whispered to himself that this was hallowed ground, a place meant for warriors, not children. Fury calmly said he never expected any of his sons to be worthy of entering it. Yuri muttered back that he did have talent. The king exhaled slowly, repeating the word talent with thinly veiled disappointment. Then, without warning, he raised his blade and pointed it straight at Yuri's throat. The prince froze. Fury began listing the usual ingredients of a swordsman: speed, reflexes, instinct, and then posed the question: do those things make someone the greatest? Before Yuri could reply, he answered it himself. They don't. It's not about physical gifts. It's about the one thing deeper than duty, heavier than pride. The will that drives a warrior to surpass every limit. His eyes sharpened, and then something shifted. The glow in them turned red. Yuri flinched. The air changed. The presence that Fury now exuded was something primal, terrifying. It felt like facing death itself. The king lowered his sword and said that the sensation, the presence, it didn't have a name. So he just called it the sword's calling. Yuri blinked, confused. Was that supposed to mean destiny? Fury nodded faintly and closed his eyes. Yuri's mind started to spin. In his past life, he had never been destined for the sword. He was never chosen. Yet now, here he was. holding soul severance, standing in a hall that once terrified him, and facing the greatest swordsman alive. Fiore's voice cut through his thoughts. He asked whether Yuri should even be holding that blade. Could he hear its call? And more importantly, would he still carry it even when staring death in the eye? Yuri stuttered. He said he didn't feel anything, not really. But Fiore's eyes turned colder, and the pressure around Yuri intensified. He backed away instinctively, legs shaky. Then came the memories. Like floodgates bursting open, images of war consumed his mind. Screams from comrades. Fire everywhere. Voices begging him to run. People dying around him. Civilians torn apart. The smell of burning flesh and the taste of smoke choking his lungs. Suddenly, he was back in the nightmare. No, the memory. Briol was burning again. Empire banners swarmed through the streets. The body of Hernando was stomped beneath enemy boots. A soldier pointed at him and shouted, calling him by title, the last prince of Briol. Yuri looked at his hands and saw them trembling. It was real. He was back in that moment, back where he failed. Enemy blades flashed. One lunged for him, but his instincts took over. He blocked, countered, and sliced. The attacker fell, but there were more. Always more. His men shouted for him to escape. They tried to hold the line, sacrificing themselves to buy seconds of his survival. And one by one, they died. It was chaos. Pain. Cowardice. Rage. Guilt. He questioned whether this was the fate of Briol. One that would never change. Trapped in helplessness. Condemned to repeat failure. But something inside cracked wide open. The flames licked the sky. The streets were rivers of ash and blood. And Yuri, the last prince, stood among it all, sword drawn, eyes wild. The enemy came for him again, convinced this was their chance to end Briol once and for all. But Yuri's grip on his blade didn't loosen. His knees didn't shake. Not anymore. He had made a vow. He would never fear his enemy again. As the Imperial troops swarmed, he met them head-on. His blade tore through armor and bone, cutting a path of destruction. Blood blinded him, yet he pressed forward. A spear grazed his cheek. He didn't flinch. He caught the shaft with his bare hand and drove his sword into the attacker's gut. Someone shouted that it was over for him, that death was near. But Yuri roared back with defiance. He screamed that Briol would never throw away its honor, not even in death. And then, with fury surging in his veins, he lunged forward like a beast unchained, vowing to carve their graves himself. From somewhere distant, the voice of a child whispered a promise. He said he would protect Briol's honor, no matter what. Fiore's voice broke through like a blade through fog, calling out to him. Loud, grounding. Yuri gasped and jolted upright. He stood in the training hall once more, the illusion gone. His father stood in front of him, eyes steadier now. The nightmare had ended, but sweat dripped from Yuri's face, and the tremble in his limbs betrayed the intensity of what he'd just relived. Fiore told him that what he experienced was no ordinary vision. The sword triggered something deep, a scar in the soul. He said that the sword reveals truths, and sometimes, memories not yet lived. Yuri looked up at him, shaken but steady. He said he understood now. He was ready. Then he paused, realizing his father was staring at him strangely, almost mournfully. The boy tugged on his father's sleeve and asked him to relax. Fiore blinked, caught completely off guard. Yuri grinned and declared he was a genius. Fiore twitched, then smacked him lightly across the head. Later that morning, under the warm brush of wind and sunlight, Bernard strolled past and spotted the young prince icing a bump on his head. He raised an eyebrow and asked whose bright idea that was. Yuri casually answered that it was his dad. Bernard chuckled, saying Fiore must be in a good mood today. But he warned the prince, training would be different from now on. No more soft handling. Yuri said he was ready for that. Then, curiosity got the better of him. He asked Bernard whether his decision to stay in Briol had anything to do with a duel with his father. Bernard confirmed it immediately. It had been a condition, one that nearly killed him. Yuri pressed further. If not for that condition, would he have stayed? Bernard replied with a flat no. Yuri called him heartless. Bernard laughed. But both of them knew the real meaning behind the question. Yuri wasn't just asking about the past. He was asking Bernard to stay, for the future. Bernard strokes his chin with a smirk and says that he might consider staying, if Yuri can give him a good enough reason. Anything with a hint of temptation will do, he adds, because these old bones are always looking for a fresh excuse to ignore responsibilities. Yuri freezes up a bit as Bernard suddenly shifts tone and asks him dead on whether he truly wants to pursue swordsmanship. The question hits deeper than expected. Yuri's not sure how to respond, and Bernard, catching the hesitation, tilts his head, clearly scheming something. The look in his eyes says he's testing the kid. He's curious, really curious, to see what the boy will do. Yuri admits to himself that it's intimidating. Bernard isn't just some instructor, he's a monster of a man known as the Sword Demon, a name drenched in blood and whispered in war stories. But Bernard waves it off, telling him it's okay if he hasn't mastered anything yet. He'll work with that. Still uncertain, Yuri says it probably won't help much, but he steps forward anyway. With quiet resolve, he draws his blade and begins to demonstrate. Mana flows through the steel, not merely enhancing the strikes but becoming one with the sword itself. Bernard watches with furrowed brows. This isn't technique. It's something else entirely. He admits he's never seen anything like it. Normally, mana is used to strengthen swordsmanship, not merge into the weapon's core like it's alive. Yuri explains that's exactly the issue. This method is near impossible to pass on. Every time someone tries, it becomes fractured, incomplete. But Bernard shrugs again. He says that's fine. Even incomplete, it's worth learning. He adds that he'll make it the condition. If Yuri shares this method with him, then Bernard will stay in Briol. No strings attached. That blunt confidence surprises Yuri. The old man speaks like he already knows he'll understand it. Yuri nods and accepts the terms. The deal is made. Bernard is officially staying in Briol, and it feels real this time. With a sudden gleam in his eye, Bernard tells him to show more, right now. He takes position. Yuri, gripping his blade, steadies himself and channels the technique. Simhansham. The movement is fluid, controlled, flowing like a wave guided by raw instinct and mana. In the middle of it, Bernard casually drops a bombshell. He never planned to leave Briol to begin with. Yuri's sword halts midair. He stares at the old man in disbelief. Bernard goes on to say that the king already asked him to stay for another 10 years. It was settled. Yuri's face falls. He realizes he just got played like a fiddle. Bernard chuckles and reminds him he's supposed to be attacking. Yuri doesn't need another nudge. Irritated but focused, he charges forward. Their blades collide, sparks flying as steel meets steel. Later that night, Yuri lies in bed staring at the ceiling, his thoughts racing. The future feels different now, not the doomed one from his past life where Briol burned because of his cowardice. No massive victory has been won yet. No battles turned. And yet, Bernard choosing to stay is enough to prove something's changing. It's subtle, slow, but the future is bending. Still, he knows it's not nearly enough. He thinks of the Empire. Of what they did. Of what they will do. He promises himself again that he'll bring them to their knees. Just then, Ina appears, stepping into his room with a look that says she's expecting trouble. She asks if he's planning to stir anything else up. Yuri raises a brow and asks if she's hiding something. She sighs, clearly used to his nonsense, and says that he always has some excuse when he wants her help. Then, without missing a beat, she brings up the Elders' Council meeting scheduled for tomorrow. She warns him not to pretend he forgot. The boy sits up straight, eyes wide. That part is definitely new. Ina reminds him it's first thing in the morning and that most of the council will be present. Then, taking his hand and smiling way too brightly, She says the place will be full of scary old men and begs him not to punch anyone this time. Yuri forces out a nervous laugh. He assures her he'll behave. He's not that kid anymore. The next morning, the council chamber feels like walking into a trap. The atmosphere is thick with skepticism. Just like Ina warned. Duke Gennard is the first to speak, immediately dragging attention toward the prince's mana method. He strongly opposes it, claiming it's unproven, unstable, and dangerous. This meeting, meant to be a place for national discussion, has devolved into an ambush targeting Yuri's legitimacy. Now he sees why his father always avoided these people. The Duke insists Yuri should stick with the traditional Briol method, calling it tried and true. Another royal council member stands and fires back, stating that the technique is actually the founder's legacy. Gennard demands proof. Tempers flare. The council member defending Yuri grows visibly annoyed, saying that it's not about proof but belief. That this is a bloodline inheritance. Gennard dismisses that as sentiment, not strategy. He says their concern is the prince's safety, and that everyone here only wants what's best for the kingdom. Yuri, watching this back and forth, almost finds it amusing. The same man who, in his past life, bowed to the empire without a fight, is now shouting about safety like he cares. The irony is thick enough to choke on. Gennard then turns to Synod, the captain of the royal guard. He asks for his take. Synod, trying to stay neutral, gives a careful answer. He says every mana method has strengths and weaknesses, and every individual has their own affinity. Not every method works for every knight. Gennard latches onto that immediately. He says if even the royal guard isn't convinced, that's enough reason to shut the entire thing down. The logic is weak, but the momentum is shifting in his favor. The royal council chamber grows heavier with tension as a royal member steps up to counter Duke Gennard's argument. He says that Captain Synad's point was about each mana method having its own value, nothing more, nothing less. Gennard's lackey quickly joins in, trying to spin the conversation. He claims the Duke is only looking out for the prince's well-being, worried that using an unstable technique might harm him. Yuri feels the shift instantly. The tone in the room has changed, and not in his favor. What started as a subtle pushback has turned into open resistance. In a matter of minutes, he's found himself isolated in the center of the debate. If he hadn't already anchored Simonkim into his core, they'd be forcing him to rebuild from the ground up. But he stayed true to the founder's original vision, and that technique is now part of him. Even so, he finds himself frozen, unsure what to say as dozens of eyes burn holes into him. The weight of their judgment is suffocating. Just then, a voice slices through the silence, casual yet cutting, mocking how impressive the council is at talking without actually doing anything. Every head turns as a man steps forward. Baron Calcio Urantia, smirking like he just wandered into a tavern brawl and couldn't be happier. He throws out a question to the room, asking who among them has ever fought an orc. The question lands like a thrown dagger. Blunt, direct, and unsettling. A few nobles whisper. Duke Gennard squints, clearly offended, and demands to know who this man even is and why he's speaking. Calcio introduces himself without flinching. A free baron, one without ties to a central domain. Gennard's expression darkens, as if personally insulted that someone of such low rank dares step into this hall. Calcio shrugs and explains that he didn't want to be here either. But Count Sitter personally ordered him to attend. Yuri's eyebrows shoot up. Count Sitter, Lord of the Borderlands. A war-forged commander, legendary for keeping the Empire and its monsters at bay. A man who lived by the sword and rarely wasted time on politics. For him to send someone here, that's no small thing. Another royal member asks the obvious. Why would Count Sitter send a free baron to this meeting? With a grin, Calcio says the Count wanted someone to witness the council of politicians patting themselves on the back. And now, seeing it in person, he admits it all makes perfect sense. But then his voice shifts, dropping the sarcasm. He explains that on the battlefield, mana method doesn't matter. Whether you wield the Empire's Lionfang technique or Briol's ancient style, what truly counts is the warrior. He turns toward Yuri and asks what he believes. Yuri takes the opening. He steps forward, voice steady, and states that he's choosing to pursue the founder's method. It's not just a technique, it's part of Briol's soul. And he doesn't understand why that decision is causing so much resistance. He makes his stance clear. No matter the opposition, he's going to master Simonkim. Calcio nods and tells the council that the prince is doing exactly what they all should be, honoring the legacy of the kingdom. He adds that many of the people in this room have neither the weight nor the right to speak on the matter, especially when they've never stepped beyond the walls of the capital. He makes a point to jab the aristocrats glued to their embroidered chairs, saying that until they've stood ankle-deep in blood on a battlefield, their opinions are just noise. Gennard scoffs and says Calcio is blunt to the point of being disrespectful. Calcio shrugs again and says that killing orcs tends to strip the polish off a man's words. He circles back to his question. Who in this room has actually slain an orc? The room falls dead silent. He presses further. Monsters don't care what technique you're using when they sink their teeth into you. Monophilosophy doesn't matter in the middle of a battlefield. Gennard's sidekick tries to pivot, saying Calcio has a point, but reminds everyone that Yuri is still just a boy and might lack the judgment to make such a weighty decision. Yuri doesn't let that slide. He stares the man down and asks if he's seriously questioning his judgment after everything that's happened. He adds that his mana method can't be dismantled on a whim. It's a core forged through blood, sweat, and choice. Calcio backs him immediately, saying Yuri isn't the type to crumble. Then he asks the real question. Are these noblemen actually suggesting they rip out a prince's core? Is that where this discussion is headed? The sidekick's anger rises, but Calcio doesn't flinch. He calmly points out how ridiculous the whole conversation has become. Meanwhile, Yuri flashes Calcio a look of gratitude. He didn't expect support. But now, in this room of vultures, at least one hawk is circling in his favor. Calcio puts it plainly. If they're trying to help the prince, wasting hours on semantic arguments isn't the way. Briol doesn't have the luxury of spinning its wheels in noble games while real threats close in. That's the final straw for Duke Gennard. He lashes back, accusing the border territories of draining the kingdom's resources and giving nothing in return. It's clear he's snapping from the blow to his pride. Calcio's smile disappears. His voice cuts colder now. He asks if the council only starts paying attention once 100 people die. He says that while these nobles sip wine, soldiers are dying on the borders every day. He doesn't speak in hypotheticals. He says that on the very morning he left the frontier, 4 soldiers were killed. One of them was a man he'd shared breakfast with. He says he buried him with his own hands. The room falls quiet again. Then Calcio drops the truth. Orcs don't rest. They're bred for violence, built for war. And right now, they're moving. Yuri's eyes narrow. A memory stirs. Back when tensions between Briol and the Klein Duchy flared, the orcs had seized that instability as an opening to invade. He asks Calcio if something similar is happening now. Calcio confirms it. The border isn't just tense, it's boiling. Yuri then asks whether Klein's troops have been sighted. Calcio says the border guard mysteriously withdrew. In their place? Burned villages, missing civilians, widespread slaughter. Yuri feels the full weight of the situation settle in. This isn't some border skirmish. This is something bigger. Maybe even betrayal. And Duke Gennard's third son. Yuri can't help but wonder if the man made a critical mistake, or worse, struck a deal behind closed doors. The chamber stays silent. The air thick with fear, with implication. No one says a word. Then Yuri stands. With quiet authority, he ends the meeting and walks away. There's nothing left to discuss. Duke Gennard tries to cut in, his pride clearly bruised, but Yuri doesn't give him the chance. He shuts the man down with a cold stare and says that if the council wants to argue over mana methods while soldiers die at the border, then they've already failed Briol. He tells them bluntly they'd be better off redirecting their energy toward real threats. like fortifying defenses against the Duchy of Klein and the growing orc incursions. His words land like a slap across the chamber. Every self-indulgent noble in the room feels the sting. News of the third prince's confrontation with the Elders' Council travels fast. Count Sitter, stationed at the border, listens closely as Calcio Arantia recounts the events. When asked for a personal impression, Calcio says that the prince didn't look like a boy anymore. There was something in his eyes. Something steady. Sitter processes the words, then calmly tells Calcio to keep an eye on Yuri. He doesn't want interference, just observation. If there's more beneath the surface, he wants to know. The communication ends with a flicker from the enchanted crystal. Calcio lingers a moment, lost in thought. Peace feels distant. He can still hear the reports of death at the border in his ears. Just then, he spots Yuri stepping outside the palace with Hernando, moving like two kids skipping class. Hernando jokes that he used to run away from home 3 times a day. Yuri chuckles and asks how someone this clumsy ever lived long enough to become a royal mage. Hernando, beaming with rebellion, says there's no thrill quite like breaking the rules, especially when the rule-breaker's a prince. Yuri tells him they aren't sneaking out for fun, but Hernando doesn't buy it. He asks what the real plan is. With a shrug, Yuri says they're heading to the capital's biggest illegal casino. Hernando nearly chokes. He thought Yuri had matured, but now the kid's asking for directions to the city's most dangerous gambling den, and calling it a patriotic mission. That word, Briol, is all it takes to light a fire under Hernando. He switches from skeptic to co-conspirator instantly. If there's trouble in the name of Briol, he's in. Yuri remembers the names that echoed through the shadows of his past life, people who shaped the city from behind the curtain. There was the king of the underworld, the man who ran Briol's black market banking system, and the infamous assassin who beheaded the old crime boss in broad daylight. That crime boss was Goryo. And now, Goryo stands in front of them, alive, smiling, and hosting them personally at his high-end casino. Goryo says it's an honor to welcome such distinguished guests. Yuri immediately understands that the man knows who they are. The welcome is no coincidence. Goryo's eyes are sharp. This is a meeting, not a game. Yuri tells him he's not here to gamble. The room shifts as Goryo drops the casual act and switches into business mode. Hernando, now realizing this isn't a night of card games, slumps in betrayal. He came for dice and drama, not debt and politics. Goryo asks if the prince needs a loan. Yuri says no, he's here to make an investment. The statement catches Goryo's attention. Most nobles don't touch his kind of money unless they're desperate. But Yuri doesn't look desperate. He looks calculated, hungry. Goryo presses, wanting to know what the money's for. Yuri tells him straight, he's planning to buy up Magranza, the rare mountain spice harvested only in Klein. He says the market's about to explode. The product is limited. The demand will spike. He intends to control it. Goryo frowns. Magranza is used in perfumes and alchemy, yes. But wars are looming. Civil unrest brews in Klein. The future is unstable. Still, Yuri speaks like a man with a map in his hand and fire in his eyes. Goryo senses it. This kid isn't guessing. He's already several moves ahead. Hernando, watching the exchange, feels like the floor is shifting under him. Yuri isn't bluffing. He's walking the line between noble and shark. This isn't a prince. This is a merchant king in the making. Goryo thinks it over. The risk is high, but the kid's confidence makes it harder to refuse. Eventually, he agrees to the deal and has the contract drawn up. Yuri signs without hesitation. It's a done deal. The future spice market belongs to him. As they leave, Hernando still hasn't recovered. He grumbles non-stop. How could the prince borrow that much money from Goryo of all people without telling him? And worse, they didn't even gamble. Not once. Yuri knew if he had told the mage the full plan, he would have dragged him back to the palace, straight to his father. That's why he kept it quiet, because he's not done yet. There's one more stop. They arrive at a rundown shop on the edge of the district. Hernando scowls at the building and says that if Yuri's still serious about business, the guild would have been a better move. Yuri ignores him and pounds on the door, calling for someone named Iraine. A sleepy, confused voice answers, and the door creaks open. A young woman peers out. Yuri introduces himself and immediately offers her a job. Hernando explodes. He can't believe the third Prince of Briol is trying to hire a nobody in a falling-apart trade shack to manage something as volatile as the Magranza supply. He demands to know why Yuri is putting so much faith in someone like her. But Yuri grins, wicked and certain. To the world, she looks like a nobody, but he knows better. Iraine Wood. The name doesn't mean much now, not in this timeline. But Yuri knows better. In his past life, she became one of the most respected merchants on the continent, a legend in trade and contracts. While men like Goryo clawed their way through the muck using blackmail and extortion, Iraine thrived by keeping her word. To her, a promise carried more weight than gold. And that was exactly the kind of foundation Yuri needed. He grins to himself, that eerie little smirk pulling at his lips. In the past, Iraine had only made it as far as legendary status. But this time, Yuri plans to push her beyond that. This time, she'll become a myth, one carved into history. Hernando, trying to keep pace with Yuri's madness, finally asks if the prince is finished with all his nightly schemes. Yuri just shrugs and says there's one last stop. Of course there is. So the mage ends up chasing after him again, still grumbling under his breath, while Yuri's thoughts stay one step ahead. With the underworld's most dangerous loan shark and the future merchant queen both in his corner, all he needs now is the third and final piece. They arrive at a dirt-streaked alley where the stench of desperation hangs in the air. Children scuffle over scraps, and hopeless eyes scan the streets. Yuri scans the scene and quickly spots her. A woman crouched low, protecting a handful of filthy children. Among them, a sickly girl clings to her leg. Yuri steps forward without hesitation. He calls her by name, Asuna. In his past life, she had cut Goryo's throat and vanished into legend. An assassin born out of desperation, she had borrowed heavily from Goryo to pay for the sick child's treatment. When the debt drowned her, she sank with it, only to resurface in the underworld, blade in hand and blood on her name. Now, Yuri stands before her not as a prince, but as someone trying to rewrite fate. Asuna eyes him like a predator spotting bait, and Hernando stiffens beside him. But Yuri speaks calmly, assuring her he's not here to threaten or shame. He claims he's come to offer help to those who need it. With a quick nod, he signals Hernando, who groans as he reluctantly pulls out a heavy sack stuffed with coins. The mage doesn't want to part with it, but Yuri is insistent. He hands it to Asuna, saying nothing at first. He glances at the girl hiding behind her, the one whose illness had once cost Asuna everything. He knows she's the reason this woman walked the road to ruin. Without explaining himself, he tells Asuna to take the girl to the temple for proper care. When she asks what he wants in return for such a sum, Yuri simply smiles and says one thing. Remember his name, Yuri Briol, the third prince of the kingdom. They don't linger after that. The slums are still the slums, and there's no fairy tale ending here. But as they walk away, Hernando can't stop questioning why the prince would throw so much gold at a complete stranger. Yuri doesn't answer directly. But in truth, it's the best investment he's made all night. In just one evening, he's secured the future support of three of the most powerful people who will one day shape Briol's survival: Goryo, Iraine, and Asuna. And there's still one more piece he needs. He turns to Hernando and asks a strange question. What vision did the mage see in the founder's tomb? With a half laugh and a crooked smile, Hernando says he spent the whole dream gambling away his soul in an imperial casino called Barthlegus. He says it like it's a joke, but Yuri knows better. For a man like Hernando, a gambling den isn't a joke, it's a battlefield. Yuri, satisfied, tells him to keep his mouth shut about everything that happened tonight. No king, no council, nothing. Hernando nods. He knows the stakes now. But even secrecy has its limits. Back at the castle, Yuri Briol, king of the realm, summons Hernando to the throne room. He's already caught wind that his son snuck out the night before, and he wants answers. Hernando doesn't even bother denying it. He admits that Yuri dragged him out into the city in the dead of night. When Yuri asks what they were doing, Hernando hesitates, then leans into the obvious. He tells the king that they went to the capital's biggest casino. That Yuri lost money. That he lost even more. He says it all with a painfully sincere expression. Like it's nothing more than two fools squandering coin at a card table. Yuri doesn't seem surprised. If anything, it matches what he expects from his son. To sell the story further, Hernando says he lent Yuri some coin, which the boy promptly lost. He talks about bad bets and worse luck. All lies, of course, but smooth ones. What he doesn't mention are the deals with Goryo, or the contract with Arain, or the sack of gold handed to a forgotten assassin in the slums. When asked what else they did, he simply says they walked the streets. That Yuri wanted to see how the people lived. That by sunrise, they were back in the palace. King Yuri listened to the court mage's report with quiet calculation. He could tell Hernando was holding something back, but he let it go. Pressing the issue wouldn't yield anything useful tonight. Instead, he changed the subject, casually asking if Hernando would be attending the upcoming royal ball. The mage, with his usual cocky grin, replied that he would. That answer caught the king off guard. Hernando wasn't exactly the ball-going type, but people change. Maybe it had just been too long since the mage let loose on the dance floor. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Yuri found himself once again flat on his back, staring up at the sky after another humbling spar with the sword demon. Bernard had knocked him down clean, again. While catching his breath, Yuri noticed a stir nearby. A few maids lingered in the area, stealing glances at Bernard, whispering and blushing behind handkerchiefs. Yuri teased his mentor, pointing out the unintended fan club and suggesting he attend the ball for their sake. Bernard, unfazed, shot down the idea. He said he had no interest in such frivolous affairs. But what was on his mind, constantly, was the soul severance technique. Ever since he began studying it, it gnawed at him. He admitted that it didn't follow any recognizable form. Yuri moved through it like it was second nature, but trying to decode it through observation had yielded nothing concrete. Yuri could feel it in his bones when he used it. The way mana flowed directly through the blade was unlike anything else in the world. There was no manual. No system. Just instinct. Still, Bernard refused to give up. Maybe, he said, watching Yuri in real combat would provide more insight. He did note that Yuri's development had been staggering. His swordsmanship, mana control, it was all progressing faster than expected. But Bernard knew better. This wasn't natural growth. The boy wasn't learning. He was remembering. Trying to erase traces of the Briol method he'd already mastered in a life no one remembered but him. With concern thick in his voice, Bernard urged him not to rush. Growth was good, but not at the cost of his body breaking down. At this pace, his frame wouldn't be able to keep up with his ambition. Yuri responded with a confident smile, assuring his teacher that he knew his limits. In fact, he claimed he felt strong enough for another round. To prove it, he tossed aside the wooden sword. Instead, he drew the ancestral blade, the sword of legend. With a cocky grin, he challenged Bernard to do the same. Bernard accepted without hesitation, unsheathing his own weapon with practiced elegance. Yuri upped the stakes. If he landed a clean hit, Bernard had to attend the royal ball. Bernard laughed it off, declining the bet. He said he had no intention of losing, and even less faith that Yuri would honor such a wager anyway. Irritated, Yuri surged forward, mana flooding into the blade as he launched himself like a shot of lightning. Steel clashed with steel, energy crackled, and laughter echoed between master and student. In the end, Yuri lost. Again. A few days later, hooves pounded against cobblestone. Noble carriages streamed toward the castle gates. The royal ball had arrived. Inside one of the most lavish coaches sat a tall, blond man clad in imperial armor. Second Prince of the Empire, Georg of Varna-Granzion, peered out the window at the capital's skyline. Opposite him sat his younger sister, Yekaterina, the princess who had once unknowingly helped ignite the downfall of Briol. It had been years since she last set foot in this kingdom, and tonight, she had someone in particular she wanted to see. Elsewhere, the third prince was suiting up. Gone were his usual simple clothes. Tonight, Yuri wore something regal, tailored, embroidered with golden threads. It felt uncomfortable, too polished for his taste. Ina fussed over every detail, adjusting his collar, brushing invisible dust off his shoulder. She remarked that he used to love these flashy outfits. He muttered that times had changed. Just before she could leave, Yuri asked her for a dance. He claimed he needed the practice. No one else would pair with him anyway. Ina hesitated, suspicious. She suspected some trick, a stomped foot, a sudden spin into the wall. But he reached out, gently, and promised no games. Tonight, just a dance, as equals. Under the moonlight, they moved slowly, the soft rustle of their steps filling the quiet room. Ina's cheeks warmed, her nerves slowly melting as Yuri guided her in rhythm. She teased him about her dancing skills, and he asked, only half-jokingly, who she'd been practicing with. She boasted about her popularity, but admitted she'd never danced with someone quite so short. He told her not to worry, he wouldn't be short forever. For a few minutes, they danced by moonlight and laughter, her occasional missteps drawing winces from Yuri and giggles from Ina. Later, the ball began in full. Music swelled through the grand ballroom, the nobles spinning across marble floors. King Fury sat in his elevated booth, wine in hand, overseeing the festivities. Below, the three princes mingled, talking, laughing, keeping up appearances. Yuri remained watchful, eyes sweeping the crowd. He spotted Count Sitter, not sending a proxy this time but appearing in person. That meant something. Yuri turned to Cedric, his eldest brother, and asked if his worsening vision was giving him trouble. Cedric smiled and assured him he could still see just fine, for now. Trumpets rang out. All eyes turned as the imperial entourage entered. Prince Georg stepped forward, radiant and commanding, and made his way to the king. He paid his respects, and Fury welcomed him warmly. Then, Georg introduced his sister. Yekaterina emerged, and Yuri's heart dropped. Her presence was poised, graceful, everything a princess should be. But to Yuri, she was a haunting memory. Sweet smiles. Quiet laughs. A friendship that blossomed into something more, only to be shattered by betrayal and war. He remembered the pigeon-delivered apology, soaked in guilt. He remembered the bodies, the fire, the fall of Briol. He swore in this life, they would not share a single meaningful word. From the edge of the ballroom, Yuri watched her, always staying out of range. Wherever she moved, he adjusted his path, never letting their eyes meet for too long. He saw his brother Cedric dancing with nobles, graceful as always, regal and kind, every inch the future king. Yuri couldn't help but feel like a beast in comparison. He couldn't even dodge a girl in a dress without looking clumsy. Thankfully, his second brother distracted Yekaterina with his usual charm, keeping her occupied. Later, Ina returned with a tray of cookies. Her smile, warm and effortless, helped Yuri breathe again. He asked if the event had tired her out. She joked that compared to serving him, this ball was a vacation. He took all the cookies on her tray and thanked her with a quiet grin. Then, his moment of peace was broken by a familiar presence. Prince Georg approached him with deliberate steps and an unreadable expression. In his previous life, Georg had become a military legend, commanding imperial legions and reshaping borders. Now, here he stood, looking Yuri over with curious eyes. Yuri bowed with impeccable form and introduced himself as the third prince of Briol. Inside, every muscle in his body tensed. The weight of old blood, old rage, churned under his skin. And from the look in Georg's eyes, it was clear. He was interested in him. Very interested. Yuri stood in silence, his face calm, but his heart thrummed like a war drum. Across from him, Georg of Varna Granzion, the Empire's second prince, wore a smile too sharp to be friendly. The moment their eyes met, something shifted in the air. With the ease of a man used to wielding power, Georg let out a sly smirk. That smile twisted the air around him into something suffocating. Yuri felt it immediately, an invisible force, wrapped tight around his throat like coiling blades dancing against his arteries. Each breath felt like a warning. The second prince's aura didn't just pressure him, it dissected him. Georg calmly asked if Yuri had just turned 13 this year, but before Yuri could even nod, the man turned and walked off, already satisfied. He didn't need an answer. That brief moment was enough for him to assess Yuri's strength, potential, and threat level. Yuri clenched his fists in frustration. That wasn't just a test, it was a silent threat wrapped in curiosity. He realized just how dangerous Georg truly was. The man wasn't even in his prime yet, and already his presence was suffocating. If this was a taste of what the Empire's future looked like, then it was a terrifying one. Then it happened. A shattering crash. A wine glass exploded across the ballroom floor, and all eyes turned. Ina stood frozen, crimson wine dripping from her tray, staining Georg's white cape. A stunned hush fell over the room. Everyone knew what that cape represented. Georg didn't react with anger. No, he smiled, mischievously, darkly. Yuri's heart sank. He saw it. The bastard had tripped Ina on purpose. Without a word, Georg reached for his blade. The metal slid from its sheath with the cold whisper of death. He stepped toward Ina and pressed the tip of his sword to her neck like a butcher preparing to strike. He announced that such an offense, per the Empire's laws, demanded death. Yuri's stomach turned. It wasn't about the stain. It wasn't about protocol. Georg simply wanted to make a statement, and Ina was going to be the casualty. But before the blade could bite, fury rose from his seat. The king's voice cut across the ballroom with authority that could grind mountains to dust. He reprimanded Georg, reminding him this was Briol, not the Empire. If he was so desperate to spill blood, he should do it in his own damn country. Georg sheathed his blade, bowed, and apologized, but his tone was honeyed with malice. Then he pivoted. He brought up the name Gatinsha, a knight from the Empire, executed by fury on imperial land. No demands were made. No retribution sought. The Emperor had swallowed that disgrace in the name of peace. Georg implied that sparing Ina would be dishonoring that peace. He was cornering the king. Politely, eloquently, and with just enough venom to force Fiore's hand. Yuri stepped forward. He declared that Ina was his maid, his responsibility. Any punishment, then, should fall on him. He asked that, instead of killing her, Georg accept a duel trial. Let it be settled with swords, not slaughter. Georg stared at him, and then laughed. The boy had guts. He wouldn't forget this name now. Prince Yuri of Briol. Georg turned to the king and agreed. But, of course, he wouldn't sully his own hands. He offered a proxy. A knight from his guard, the youngest among them, someone near Yuri's level. Fury accepted with thinly veiled reluctance. He was watching his son walk into a lion's jaws, but there was no other way. Georg, now satisfied, left the ballroom. The tension fell away like a dying flame. Yuri rushed to Ina. She was still trembling. He tried to lift her, but her body was limp. Her eyes wouldn't meet his. She blamed herself for putting him in danger. The maids arrived and helped carry her out. Yuri turned and accidentally came face to face with Yekaterina. Gone was the warm smile from earlier. In its place, a distant coldness, shaded with uncertainty. Yuri closed his eyes and turned away. The past was dead. He wouldn't let it drag him down again. From the sidelines, Hernando watched, sipping wine, silently taking it all in. Later that night, in a quiet hallway, Yuri passed his older brother. Cedric stood leaning against the wall, his usual easygoing nature gone. He asked his little brother what he planned to do. Yuri confessed that he couldn't stomach the thought of Georg cutting Ina down like an animal. Cedric ruffled his hair, a rare show of warmth from the usually composed crown prince. He offered his help, his resources, his voice at court. He made it clear that Georg's so-called act of mercy, choosing a proxy, was anything but kindness. A younger knight could be more reckless, more dangerous. A staged accident could end it all. Yuri refused the offer. He started this, he would finish it. Cedric studied his little brother's face, and in that moment, he understood. This wasn't the same boy from before. He nodded and backed off, trusting him completely. The ballroom still buzzed with tension after Georg's exit, but Cedric returned to his place, ready to smooth things over. As for Yuri, he had his eyes set on something else entirely. The trial. It didn't take long for Georg to select his proxy. A red-headed prodigy from the Imperial Military Academy, young but already glowing with power, stepped onto the dueling grounds. The kid practically radiated confidence. The nobles took their seats, buzzing with curiosity. Captain Synod sat beside Hernando, who, unsurprisingly, looked far too relaxed for the moment. Synod whispered that the Imperial Knight's aura was dangerously steady, clean, practiced, lethal. His movements showed discipline that could only come from years of elite training. Meanwhile, Yuri yawned, casually stretching his arms like the whole thing bored him. He didn't look scared. If anything, he looked annoyed. Hernando chuckled beside Synod and muttered that the third prince had it under control. One boy carried the honor of Briol, the other, the pride of the empire. And in the heart of the kingdom, beneath a sky filled with candlelight and the eyes of nobles and kings, the stage was set. Hernando, swirling his wine, calmly claims there's nothing to worry about. In this world, the rank of Grand Wizard is nearly mythical. Only those who master origin magic, like fate-revealing magic, reach that height. The only person to ever succeed, himself. He remembers when Yuri, in his self-destructive gambling phase, once beat him at cards. Hernando chalked it up to bad luck at first, but his magic lets him read fate, and Yuri's future remained an empty void. Strange visions of a bloodied boy on Sword Mountain fighting hordes flashed instead. That son of Briol fought and collapsed in despair. Back then, Hernando had dismissed the whole vision as nothing more than a fluke, an odd hiccup in his otherwise flawless magical insight. Just some anomaly. A harmless illusion. Maybe even a side effect of overwork or boredom. That's what he told himself, but the truth refused to stay buried. After that strange vision, he began noticing it, an anomaly in the order of things, a subtle crack in fate's architecture. And at the center of it all was the third prince. He had watched the boy closely, standing beside him through every unexplainable shift, every illogical change, every action that defied the pre-written flow of time. The kid didn't follow a path, he forged one. Now, it was all clicking into place. Hernando no longer had doubts. Prince Yuri Briol was the boy with no destiny. A man unbound by fate itself. And right now, that walking contradiction stood at the edge of the arena, ready to show everyone what that meant. On the other side of the dueling platform, the Imperial Knight sharpened his stance, loosening his shoulders with practiced swings. The sound of his blade cutting the air grated on Yuri's nerves like an annoying fly buzzing too close to the ear. His patience thinned by the second. Second Prince Georg raised his voice, asking both combatants if they were prepared. The third prince nodded with the slightest smirk. The knight across from him offered a crisp salute in response. And then, under the heavy silence of royal scrutiny, the trial duel began. Both fighters opened with distance, circling like predators, searching for the first twitch, the first mistake. The tension cracked as soon as the starting signal dropped. Yuri exploded forward in a blur, too fast to track. The knight blinked, and for a terrifying moment, he imagined his torso erased, cleanly split by the oncoming strike. But instinct, muscle memory, and training won over panic. He raised his blade in time, parrying the first blow. Sparks flew. Metal clashed. The duel burst into full momentum. Each strike came with terrifying speed, the rhythm almost inhuman. They weaved between offense and defense in a blink, blades flickering across the arena like lightning. Yuri's body flowed as though his blade were an extension of his will. His sword didn't follow conventional forms. It shifted, adapted, danced with both precision and chaos. It was unorthodox, wild, and refined all at once. And with every swing, his grin widened. A shallow cut bloomed across the knight's cheek, crimson painting his pale skin. The first real hit. In the royal booth, King Fury turned to his court mage and asked the question that had been gnawing at his mind. How would this end? Hernando didn't even try to bluff. He admitted with a grin that he couldn't see the outcome. For once, the all-seeing mage was blind, and loving every second of it. The king chuckled quietly, remembering when this strange magician first arrived in Briol, claiming the heavens had sent him. Fury asked if those signs now pointed to Hernando leaving, but the mage shook his head and firmly stated no, he wasn't going anywhere. The king relaxed. A man like Hernando was worth his weight in entire armies. Fury reminded him, half joking, that too much humility can tempt misfortune. Hernando smiled and gestured back toward the arena, suggesting they focus on the fight. When Fury asked who the superior swordsman was, the king answered without hesitation. It had to be the Empire's knight. No bias, just logic. And he wasn't wrong. In every measurable way, the Imperial Knight was more experienced, more seasoned, and forged by the Empire's brutal training methods. But that's exactly why Hernando knew he had stayed in the right kingdom. The heavens didn't send him to watch a king. They sent him to follow a storm. At first, he thought the prophecy led him to Fury, but after years of peace and stagnation, he believed maybe his mission had passed. That he could leave. But now, watching Yuri slice through expectations, Hernando knew his real journey was just beginning. The Imperial Knight darted forward, looking to end the match with a clean rush. Yuri didn't back down. Instead, he surged his mana into his ancestral blade, flooding the weapon with energy. His steps grew lighter, faster. He vanished from sight and reappeared in an instant. The knight's breath caught in his throat. The killing intent was real now. The mana in the air buzzed, hot and thick. The blade danced past his guard and reached for his throat. He closed his eyes. He had no time to block. Everyone watching froze. Even the Empire's royal entourage leaned forward, eyes wide in disbelief. Fury followed the flow, reading the moves with the eyes of a seasoned master. Captain Sand stood dumbfounded, mouth slightly open. And Hernando. He smiled. At the very last moment, Yuri twisted his wrist. The blade veered. Instead of cleaving through flesh, it hovered. A hair's breadth away. The knight stood still, blinking in disbelief. Then he lowered his sword and surrendered with dignity. The crowd erupted. Cheering echoed across the arena. Applause thundered from the stands. Hernando didn't move. He just watched, feeling something stir deep in his gut. Something ancient. Something divine. He had traveled the world chasing omens and portents, but none of them could have predicted this. Yuri Briol, a man who walked outside the threads of fate. A boy who stepped where no prophecy dared to go. In that moment, Hernando realized his own destiny had changed. And so had the princes. Yuri was the outlier in a world built on predestination. A living contradiction. The mage felt chills thinking about what this boy would do next. What chaos he would bring. What miracles he might spark. The storm was just beginning, and Hernando was ready to follow it. 5 years later, peace reigned in Briol, on the surface. Inside the grand castle, a nervous young maid sprinted through the halls, clutching her assignment sheet with sweaty fingers. It was her first day, and she had already lost her way. She turned a corner and froze. A dark-haired man stood before her, eyes cold, steps twisted. His presence was unmistakable. Royalty. But not the king. Not the crown prince. This one was dangerous. He stared her down, demanding to know why she was wandering without purpose. She tried to explain, but her words fumbled. He raised his voice, accusing her of ignoring protocol. Asked if she had some guidebook explaining how to avoid him. The poor maid wilted under the pressure, scrambling for a way to appease the intimidating figure. Running out of patience, The prince finally decided it was time to dish out some heavy education on the new maid. Before he could deliver his lecture, a relaxed voice interrupted, calling out for him to cut the creepy behavior. When Newbie was still training for her castle duties, the seniors had told her to memorize one name above all. If she spotted someone walking around with a confident posture and a sword at his waist, she was to show utmost respect to the charming and unpredictable third prince. Sure enough, it was him, Yuri Briol. After prying his brother away from the flustered maid, Yuri decided to take a walk through the courtyard, snacking on the sweets she offered him as a thank you. The treats were rich and sugary, a pleasant surprise. Once he finished wiping his mouth and brushing off his hands, Yuri focused. He was at the unarmed realm now, a level where mana control had become so refined, his body maintained pressure and efficiency regardless of whether or not he held a weapon. Achieving this state had taken years, 5 years, to be exact, since he was cut down by Lawrence's undead blade and thrown back into the body of his 13-year-old self. Now at 18, the quiet stretch of peace was clearly nearing its end. And speaking of endings, those crusty old men who ran the kingdom were probably at it again, making a mess of things. Yuri made his way toward the conference chamber. He knocked, then raised his voice, asking to be let in. No response. From behind the heavy doors, raised voices could be heard, the usual choir of noble outrage. The guard standing watch sheepishly suggested he try knocking again. Yuri, done playing polite, let mana surge through his fist and punched the doors clean open. Startled gasps filled the room as high-ranking nobles stared at the prince standing in the wreckage of the doorway. Yuri casually apologized for the forceful entrance, explaining he'd knocked already, but nobody seemed to hear. So he knocked a bit louder. Turning to the head of the table, he addressed his father and asked to join the discussion. Granted a seat, Yuri settled in just as the final and most controversial topic resumed. A young count spoke with urgency, stating they lacked the spare troops needed to assist the allies outside the border. He declared that if the Empire's plea for help was to be ignored, the nobles themselves should bear the consequences. Yuri understood why emotions were high. Everyone in the room was busy calculating losses and gains, debating not with conviction but with coin in mind. It was a political numbers game. But he already knew how this game ended. The Empire had called for troops to form a united allied front to face a massive orc threat from the east. Nations were expected to contribute forces in a show of unity. What none of them knew was that this effort would collapse. The orcs would break through the lines, shatter morale, and charge into neighboring lands. Curiously, they would avoid attacking the Empire itself. Only then would the truth be revealed. The letter, the raid, the so-called cooperation, all part of an imperial ruse. In that chaos, Briol lost legends, including Sir Leon Flandre, one of its brightest knights. Yuri clenched his jaw. This time, he was here. He would not let history repeat itself. As nobles argued over logistics and resources, he stood and declared that he would go. If Briol needed to show good faith to the world, he would serve as their symbol. He urged the gathered lords to act with dignity, to stop dragging the kingdom's name through the mud. The king, observing his son speak with unexpected clarity, couldn't help but smirk. His boy had arrived with exactly the right answer, one that satisfied duty, optics, and logic all in one strike. Later that day, Yuri returned to his preferred battleground, the training grounds. Bernard, his old sparring partner and mentor, was already there. As they warmed up, Yuri's obnoxious brother came sprinting into the arena, looking like he'd just heard the end of the world. He blurted out a question, asking if the rumors were true. Was his little brother really heading to the front lines? Yuri confirmed it. The second prince couldn't comprehend why anyone with royal blood would throw themselves into danger. Yuri calmly explained that protecting the kingdom was part of their job. His older brother sighed dramatically, then said that he finally understood the depth of Yuri's thinking. With tears practically forming in his eyes, he promised to guard the palace in Yuri's absence. Then, in his usual ridiculous fashion, he jogged away like a man possessed by clumsiness. Yuri hoped that the fool would at least avoid starting any fires while he was gone. He turned back to Bernard and asked if the old sword demon was worried. Bernard, ever the pragmatist, said that as long as Yuri didn't try anything suicidal, he'd be just fine. Coming from him, that was practically glowing praise. Still, Bernard reminded him to stay alert. Orcs weren't just big brutes. They were cunning, savage, and incredibly difficult to put down. He warned the kid to be on the lookout for orcs carrying tattered flags strapped to their backs. Those ones were different. They weren't just your average grunts. They were orc vols, a brutal breed of monsters that made normal orcs look like toddlers playing with sticks. Bernard emphasized that those beasts didn't just fight, they hunted, killed, and did it all with terrifying skill. They were born from carnage and raised in blood. Yuri, calm as ever, assured his mentor that he would be fine. He insisted he had his own ways of dealing with problems. Before Bernard could argue, the training hall door burst open and Ina stumbled in, panting heavily. Her face was flushed, and her hands were on her knees as she tried to catch her breath. She announced that Yuri's guest had arrived and brought along that specific item he had been waiting for. Whatever the third prince had planned for the doomed orc raid, it involved something very particular. Ina added that the guest was already in his office, sipping tea like he owned the place. Yuri made his way to the room and stepped inside to find Guillermo, the vice president of the Elaine Merchant Guild, standing up to greet him with practiced reverence. Yuri blinked in mild disappointment, having expected to see Elaine herself. Guillermo explained that his superior was currently traveling, as she always insisted on handling high-risk trades personally. It was what she claimed to do best. Still, Guillermo hadn't come empty-handed. He presented the ornate box Yuri had ordered with great care. When the third prince cracked it open, his eyes lit up. Resting inside was the 4-piece dagger set known as Elementarian. Guillermo had gone through hell trying to procure it. The price had nearly given him a heart attack, more than he'd ever spent on something that looked like wall decor. But these weren't just pretty blades. They were ancient magical artifacts laced with power from a forgotten age. As Yuri held one up, Guillermo watched the faint shimmer of mana gathering around the prince's fingers. When the blade responded like it recognized its wielder, Guillermo felt his spine lock up. Yuri, noticing the reaction, slowly moved the tip toward the merchant's face, just close enough to elicit a visible flinch. He pulled the weapon back with a small grin. Guillermo exhaled deeply, mumbling about how terrifyingly skilled the prince had become. Before the conversation could continue, something shifted in the corner of the room. A dark figure entered silently, a blur of shadow to most, but not to Yuri. He caught it immediately, while Guillermo, oblivious, kept talking. Yuri took that as his cue. He thanked Guillermo for the delivery and dismissed him, adding that he expected a detailed update on the Empire's preparations for the coming raid. Once the man was gone, the third prince collapsed onto the couch with a sigh and called out for the presence behind the curtain to reveal itself. Out stepped Asuna, dressed head to toe in her assassin's attire. Her presence radiated cold professionalism. First thing he asked was whether the Goryo situation had been resolved. She confirmed that she had paid the loan shark a midnight visit and delivered a message that would stick. Apparently, the greedy bastard had been circling Elaine's funds like a vulture, and Yuri had finally decided to clip his wings. Asuna had made it clear that Goryo was to back off. Then, shifting gears, she mentioned the chatter among the palace staff. Word had gotten around that Yuri was marching with the Union Army. Concern flickered across her face as she warned him to be careful. She made it sound like he was heading straight into a war zone by himself. But Yuri corrected her. She was going too. He said it plainly. Asuna would be accompanying him on this mission. When he asked if she could keep up, the stoic assassin gave a rare smile. Beautiful, genuine, dangerous. She said she had no intention of staying behind. Wherever he went, she would follow. A few days later, the moment of departure finally came. Yuri was in his chamber, adjusting the clasps on his new black armor when Cedric arrived. The crown prince looked worn, his eyes still tired from too many nights buried in documents. He asked Yuri to stay safe. That was all he wanted. Yuri replied with confidence, assuring his older brother that he was practically invincible. He intended to make a statement out there, to uplift Briol's name on the battlefield. In return, he told Cedric to look after his own health, specifically, his eyes, which had clearly been strained from all that reading. Before they parted ways, Cedric pulled him into a tight embrace. There was no lecture, no royal formality. Just a brother holding his younger sibling close, hoping this wouldn't be the last time. Yuri promised him that it wouldn't. Outside, the horns sounded loud and clear across the capital. Every soldier in the staging area turned their eyes toward the signal. It was time to march. Up on the raised platform, King Fury stood tall before his people, his presence commanding silence as he lifted a hand to signal the formal commencement of the ceremony. The commander of the royal army stepped forward, his boots thudding with weight and authority as he ascended the carpeted stairs with unwavering confidence. The third prince of the kingdom stood nearby, his newly forged armor gleaming beneath the midday sun, casting a resolute aura that could not be ignored. Speaking not as a king, but as a father, Fury addressed his son with a knowing expression and asked if he was feeling the weight of nerves yet. He instructed the young man to turn around and look upon the men who would march under his command. Each soldier in the town square below, lined up with pride and precision, represented a life that now rested on his shoulders. Fury reminded him with gravity that, in the harsh reality of war, not all those soldiers would return. Some would fall. But the third prince, having lived through the carnage of a different lifetime, vowed within himself that they would not meet the same pitiful fate as before. For the final time, the king asked if his son was ready to carry such an immense burden. Before Yuri could even voice an answer, the air shifted, thickening into something sharp, hostile, and suffocating. The entire town square seemed to freeze as the young prince turned and faced the man now standing in front of him. Murderous intent surged in the atmosphere like a blade against his throat. Yuri felt his body instinctively lock in place. His hands trembled. Every fiber of his being screamed that the approaching presence meant to end him where he stood. It was no longer a man, but a force, death itself, cloaked in flesh, lifting a blade with the precision of finality. He knew. If he moved even slightly to the wrong side, he would die. There was no mistaking it. But Yuri Briol had not spent his life idly. He had shaped his core through trial and pain, his reflexes honed by countless battles. Summoning his inner strength, he activated the mana within and broke free from the terrifying grip of paralysis. Slowly, he drew his sword and assumed a firm stance, steady, grounded, unshaken. He didn't let fear dictate the rhythm. Instead, he lunged with precision, executing the soul-severing slash just as death's blade descended. Steel clashed against steel, and in a blinding instant, the two forces met in perfect equilibrium. Onlookers held their breath. Up on the platform, it became clear who the Phantom of Death had truly been, none other than King Fury himself. The king smiled, the expression rare and satisfied. He praised his son, saying that the strike had been worthy, a fitting letter of departure. With that, the ceremony had ended. King Fury was not one to prolong such moments. He simply asked his son to return, alive. Like a man seasoned beyond his years, Yuri turned to face the army amassed before him. His men stared back with unwavering loyalty. He raised his blade high. Their cheers thundered through the square as they chanted his name. With calm conviction, he called on every soldier present to place their trust in him completely. They would walk through hell, but they would walk together. Swords were raised. The great banner of Briol was hoisted high. The soldiers of the kingdom began their march. Far from the capital, along the rugged border, the news of Yuri Briol's departure reached the ears of a man who had long waited for this moment. In the depths of a military dungeon, where captured orcs were restrained for critical research, Count Sitter, the unshakable bulwark guarding Briol's frontier, paused in thought. After 5 long years, the prince he had heard so much about was finally coming. A vivid sunset stretched across the sky, casting a warm, crimson glow over the dense forest below. Golden hues slipped between the trees while birds crossed the horizon in quiet formation. The air was still, broken only by the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. Armored figures rested among the woods, gathered in loose clusters beside their tethered horses. One of them crouched beneath a thick oak, water pouch in hand, his focus unwavering. Yuri commented that they had traveled quite far. Addressing a knight beside him, he asked Sir Raymond how much distance they had covered. Sir Raymond, standing with confidence and holding a worn map, explained that they had reached the edges of Sitter. He added that after pressing on just a bit further, they would arrive at the borderland itself. From there, they would pass through God and then on to Bally Point, Bashard. Yuri then asked whether their current pace would get them there in time. Sir Raymond assured him that it would. A soldier approached and addressed the prince with respectful urgency. Yuri turned at the sound, only for the sight before him to drain the color from his face. His jaw tightened. The man who stood there in armor was unmistakable. Laurent Flandre. The very knight who had taken his life in the last timeline. Jean-Laurent Minori, Count of Frances, introduced himself with perfect decorum. He said that it was a true honor to meet the third prince. Yuri observed as Laurent knelt low, head bowed. The knight spoke his name, Laurent Flandre, with earnest reverence. Yuri, still shaken by the weight of memory, muttered a distracted acknowledgement. Laurent lifted his gaze with a trace of blush in his expression. He announced that there was something he had always wanted to say. Yuri, caught off guard, asked what it was. Beaming, Laurent declared that he had long admired him. Yuri blinked, stunned, and asked what he meant. With enthusiasm, Laurent explained that after hearing from his father about what had happened 5 years ago, he had looked up to the prince ever since. He said that the way Yuri had drawn his sword in defense of a maid was the very embodiment of knighthood. Their conversation lingered in an awkward silence. Yuri replied that he had heard much about Laurent through his father, Sir Lien, and said he looked forward to working alongside him. Laurent responded loudly that it would be his honor to serve. Sir Raymond announced that it was time to move. Yuri nodded. Raymond warned the prince with a note of caution. He said Count Sitter was not known for being warm and advised him not to take any coldness personally. As night blanketed the sky, stars emerged one by one. A grand castle rose ahead, towering over the terrain. A ceremonial banner fluttered in the wind at the gates, bearing the message, "We welcome the third prince." Soldiers assembled at the entrance, lined in precise formation. At their head stood a man who smiled politely and declared that it was an honor to receive His Highness. That man was Jaime Theodore, Margrave of Sitter. Yuri offered his thanks for the welcome. Jaime commented that someone so young serving on the front lines earned his respect. With a measured tone, Jaime asked if the prince had ever fought orcs before. Yuri began to say that he had, but then corrected himself. He admitted he had never fought them directly, though he had studied them. He explained that most of their current force lacked first-hand experience with orcs, so he thought it best to be prepared. Jaime acknowledged that and said he found the prince's diligence admirable. Lowering his voice, Jaime added that if it was acceptable, he wished to offer a gift. Yuri tilted his head in curiosity as Jaime motioned toward an enormous set of doors. Soon after, the prince stood before them. Jaime slowly released the latch. The iron doors groaned open. Torches lined the path ahead, casting long shadows across stone walls. Soldiers followed cautiously, led by Jaime. The echoes of armor clanked through the corridor. Jaime, gripping the torch, told the prince that what he sought was just ahead. Yuri and his group advanced with wary steps. The torchlight finally touched the edge of a vast chamber. Jaime and his men stayed behind, closing the doors with a hollow clang. Yuri's expression darkened. He demanded to know what this was. What did Jaime mean by this? Jaime, unmoved, urged him to remain calm. Flames flared to life, illuminating the space with harsh light. The sight ahead turned blood cold. A knight stammered in disbelief, unable to form words. Another cried out that they were staring at orcs. Behind thick bars, twisted and brutalized orcs snarled and snapped. The stench of blood hung in the air. Jaime stated that, for now, these creatures were prisoners. He explained that in order to survive, they had studied them thoroughly, everything from minor behavior to primal instincts. Yuri asked if this was the gift he had mentioned. Jaime confirmed that it was. He said that with war looming against the Velomans, no other gift could compare. Yuri thanked him, though disbelief flickered in his eyes. Inwardly, he noted that Jaime was even more deranged than expected. He turned to a visibly shaken soldier beside him and asked for his name. The soldier straightened and answered that he was Simon Pesci, son of Baron Wolf. Yuri ordered him to speak his honest thoughts aloud. Simon hesitated but then said that it felt wrong. It seemed excessive to do this to prisoners of war. Yuri paused, then replied that he could see why someone might feel that way. Then he turned to Jaime and ordered the cage to be opened. Jaime obeyed without pause. The iron bars groaned as the gate swung open. Yuri confirmed Simon's name, then declared that this would be real combat. He ordered him to fight. Simon hesitated, then stepped forward, sword drawn. The orc within, eyes burning red, gave a thunderous roar. Simon readied himself. But instead of attacking, the orc began smashing its head against the ground, a display that unnerved Simon deeply. Spinning around, Simon shouted that this was madness. Forcing him to fight a creature so broken was inhumane. As if mocking him, the orc lunged the moment Simon's back was turned. The blow landed with precision. Simon collapsed with a pained cry. A soldier cried his name in panic. The orc pinned Simon in a crushing hold, snarling with feral rage. The others tensed, ready to charge in. But the prince remained calm and ordered them to stand down. He explained that most of the orc's tendons had already been severed. Sir Jaime confirmed this beside him. The prince's gaze remained locked on the brutal scene as Jaime repeated coldly, "These are orcs." Simon was suffocating, the orc's massive hand clamped tightly around his neck. A soldier urgently reported that they had to save him, even if it meant injuries. The orc growled, the sound deep and rough, as if trying to speak or challenge them. Yuri asked Jaime with doubt in his voice if the creature was attempting to take Simon hostage. Jaime responded that he would call a translator. Soon, a figure draped in a strange black cloak stepped forward, slowly revealing his face. He was instructed to translate. Corey, a man with a terrifying face and protruding fangs, stepped into view and examined the situation. Yuri, caught off guard, muttered Corey's name. The other confirmed that it was indeed him. Corey raised a hand to his ear and began to translate. He said that the orc threatened to break every bone in the knight's body if the soldiers didn't drop their weapons immediately. The vicious orc still held Simon by the neck, its grip unwavering as it growled out a threat. Hernando stepped forward, his stance firm, and began casting a spell. A stream of light surged from his hand as he concentrated. He extended his glowing hand toward the orc, a magical aura forming between them. He then shouted the signal. Yuri heard the command, swiftly turned to the back, and praised Hernando with a, "Well done," before rushing toward the orc. Yuri dashed to the creature and grabbed Simon, snatching him out of the orc's grip before it had time to react. With Simon rescued, the orc's rage erupted. It slammed its foot into the ground, eyes glowing red with fury, and let out a violent roar. They stared at the orc's menacing expression and sensed something was off. One asked Jaime if it was a normal orc. Jaime answered no. He added that despite its small size, its battle skills were exceptional. He explained that when they first captured it, it had been eating a knight alone. That same orc had taken many lives. A nearby soldier, overhearing this, shouted in anger that he didn't care if the creature was a prisoner. He wanted to kill it himself. Yuri quickly moved to calm him down. He asked the soldier to steady himself. He then explained that he wasn't stopping him out of pity, but told him to look behind the orc. Yuri pointed out the red eyes watching from behind and continued. He said they were all waiting for the right moment to strike. He stated that the orc in front of them was not special. He warned that the ones they would meet on the prairie would be far more terrifying. He patted the soldier's shoulder and reminded him that this was training and a chance to learn how to kill an orc. The massive orc still stood before them, bloodlust in its stance, prepared to attack the group. The knights raised their swords in unison, ready for battle. The orc, clutching a fire-infused box, lunged forward to strike. Hernando immediately raised a magical shield, forming a barrier that blocked the attack. The orc failed to reach Yuri and Jaime, who remained calm and observant. Suddenly, the orc coughed up blood, letting out a roar of pain. A knight had stabbed it with his sword. Yuri applauded the strike and praised the knight with a, "Well done." But the soldiers didn't celebrate. Their expressions were heavy with sadness and doubt. Yuri asked them if they weren't happy. He looked at the orc's lifeless body lying on the ground and answered his own question. He said it made sense. They had just passed a test against someone who couldn't fight back. But he added that this experience would raise their chances of survival in battle and told them to be grateful to Jaime. Jaime raised his hand, bowed slightly, and spoke. He said they might feel this went against the ideals of knighthood, but orcs didn't deserve their chivalry. He turned and continued walking, inviting them to follow. He stated that there was one more thing he wanted them to see. What they had just encountered was only a simulation. He explained that within the orc camps, far worse horrors took place. After a short walk, the group halted in front of another cellar. Jaime turned to Yuri and said what they were about to see was the result of those horrors. Yuri's expression grew serious, and he replied that he understood. A soldier gasped in shock and asked what they were looking at. They were half-orcs. Yuri frowned as he looked at them and remarked that there were more than he had expected. Jamie confirmed it, adding that creating them was no easy process. Simon, standing nearby, looked horrified at the sight. Jamie explained that orcs captured humans and treated them as toys, and what they saw now was the result of that so-called fun. Yuri then asked Jamie directly if he hated orcs. Jaime's eyes shifted, his tone hard with hatred. He said that he did, and would hate them until the day he died. Yuri, his expression unreadable, silently watched Jamie. He touched the sword at his side and thought to himself that Jamie seemed calm, as if used to this kind of horror. He reflected that everyone had an enemy they could never forgive. For him, it was the Empire. For Jamie, it was clearly the orcs. He had heard that Jamie once found his son's corpse in an orc village. That image must still haunt him, just as Yuri could never erase the image of his kingdom's destruction. Morning soon broke, sunlight spilling across the castle. Yuri stood admiring the view when a report came. Jamie arrived, and beside him stood Corey. Jamie said that Yuri should take Corey along. Yuri recognized him and said that Corey was the one he had seen in the basement the day before. Jamie confirmed it and introduced Corey by name. Yuri acknowledged that speaking the orc language was a valuable ability. Corey then nervously stepped forward and said he had something important to say. But Yuri raised a hand, signaling him to stop. He said that he already knew. Corey was caught off guard, confused by the statement. He responded with uncertainty. Yuri handed him a glove and told him not to worry anymore, saying he hoped Corey would do his best from now on. Corey held the item in confusion and began to say something about its value, but Yuri cut him off and called for Mr. Raymond. He asked if the border was ahead. Raymond carefully replied that it was, and mentioned that there would be many monster packs, but assured that there was no need to fear an ambush. Yuri smiled and disagreed. He said the monster packs were just as much a threat as the orcs. He stated clearly that they needed to be wiped out. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a group of people carrying supplies suddenly stopped. The sound of horse hooves echoed closer. Something was approaching. A group of horsemen came into view, grinning cruelly. One of them, holding a blood-soaked sword, stood before the people. His expression was vicious and merciless. Then he raised his sword, and began slaughtering them. Blood flew in all directions. Elsewhere, Yuri's group continued walking through the forest. Yuri glanced back, his expression thoughtful. He looked at Corey and considered the problem it would cause if the unit discovered he was a half-orc. Still, he reassured himself that assigning Corey to Hernando had been the right move. He believed Hernando could manage it. He remembered the confident look on Hernando's face and admitted to himself that the situation might still be troublesome. Then he took out a map and studied it seriously. He waved his hand and called Gerald. Gerald responded immediately, riding up to meet Yuri. Yuri pointed at the map and gave instructions with trust in his tone. He said that from now on, Gerald would be in charge of the reconnaissance mission. He explained that he would mark a location, and Gerald would be the one to investigate it. Upon hearing this, Gerald's expression turned uneasy and concerned. He pointed out with hesitation that the area was full of bandits. He furrowed his brow and said that just his unit's presence would scare them off. He then asked if Yuri was seriously planning to hunt them all down. Yuri replied calmly that they would have to chase them regardless. He added that they were interfering with merchant activity near the border. Then, with a teasing smile, Yuri questioned if Gerald was lacking confidence in his own abilities. Gerald stood in silence, clearly overwhelmed by Yuri's words. Yuri continued, saying that he couldn't use the other soldiers, since everyone was anxious, and he himself was just a young prince without much experience. He acknowledged Gerald's genius with a sword but added that if Gerald couldn't even catch some criminals, before he could finish, Gerald had already galloped off. He called back that he'd return soon. Yuri grinned with satisfaction, stating that he knew Gerald could handle it and that it was good to see him motivated. Raymond approached and commented that Yuri treated Gerald rather well. Yuri responded playfully, asking if that's how it seemed, and said that he simply enjoyed having Gerald around. Then he turned to Raymond with a composed expression. With a thoughtful tone, he asked if he could pose a simple, perhaps boring question. Raymond responded that he could ask anything. Yuri asked why he fought. The question left Raymond silent for a moment, as he hadn't been asked that in a long time. He eventually gave the standard response, explaining that he fought for the safety of Briol. Yuri looked at him quietly and then smiled, thinking that it was a solid answer. With a burst of energy, he instructed the others to keep up the march. He announced that he was going to check on Gerald, and then quickly galloped off before Raymond could say anything else. The scene shifted to a forest clearing where huts had been built. A few people were scattered about. One man, bound and lying on the ground, was screaming. Another person stepped over and ordered him to be quiet. Yuri appeared, his face troubled, holding a knife and warning the man not to do anything reckless if he valued his life. Meanwhile, Gerald scanned the area through binoculars and reported back that they had located the robbers' hideout. Yuri praised him and said he'd done well. Then he interrogated the captured man, asking if he was patrolling alone and if there was anyone else nearby. He questioned whether the leader had really sent him out alone. The man nodded quickly, confirming that was true. Yuri observed him silently, narrowing his eyes when he noticed the glint of a necklace around the man's neck. He reached out and yanked the necklace off, startling the man, who let out a panicked shout. Holding the necklace up, Yuri questioned what it was and whether it belonged to him. The robber answered flatly that it didn't, explaining that the leader had ordered them to wear it while patrolling. Hearing that, Yuri prepared to draw his sword and questioned whether the item was some kind of artifact, possibly enchanted. The man, now scared, insisted that he didn't know anything. Yuri stood before him coldly and stated that if that was the case, then there was no choice. Then he turned his face away and laughed, saying that he'd just have to capture the leader and ask him directly. By this time, the sky was darkening. Hidden behind a tree, Yuri observed quietly when a voice called out, announcing his presence. Gerald had arrived and reported that, following Yuri's orders, they had deployed troops along the robbers' escape routes. He also said scouts had been sent to assess their strength. Yuri gave a pleased smile and asked if the rest of the unit could handle things if he stirred up chaos. Gerald responded with confusion, asking what he meant by causing chaos. Without another word, Yuri mounted his horse and signaled to move out, saying that if they arrived late, there'd be no enemies left to fight. Gerald stood in shock, struggling to process what he'd just heard. Yuri galloped off, shouting commands to charge, while Gerald, still stunned, called out for him to wait, warning that it was dangerous to go alone. But Yuri rode on with excitement, leading the charge. His voice and the sound of horses echoed toward the robbers' hideout. Inside, the robbers heard the commotion and looked at each other in confusion, asking what the noise was. Another man carrying food looked alarmed. Moments later, Yuri, sword in hand, burst in on horseback, charging through the group of robbers with force. As the robbers stood frozen in shock, Yuri addressed them with a smile and a sharp tone, identifying them as robbers. That evening, Gerald and the other soldiers arrived and were stunned by the sight before them. Yuri was calmly sitting on a captured robber, lighting a fire. He greeted them by saying they were late. Gerald rushed over, clearly worried, and asked Yuri not to act alone again, pointing out how dangerous it was. Yuri replied coolly that if they didn't want him acting alone, they needed to keep up. Then he asked Raymond about the escapees. Raymond reported that they had been dealt with and that there were no casualties on their side. Yuri, holding a skewer of meat, reacted with delight. He suggested they take the robbers' meat and prepare dinner. He declared that they'd be having skewers outdoors tonight. Gerald looked at the meat skeptically and commented that it was all fatty. Yuri shook his head with amusement and said that Gerald didn't know how to enjoy food, adding that he still had a lot to learn. He then said they would camp there for the night and resume their journey the next day. Raymond stood and brought up their next destination. He reminded Yuri that they would be heading to Gid before reaching the Allied forces at Balshad. He noted that they might encounter armies from other nations in Gid, since they all used the same roads. Yuri picked up the pace and asked which country he meant. Raymond answered that it was the Holy Nation. Yuri reacted calmly, remarking that it was a country known for holy magic. He added that if they were friendly, they could help treat their soldiers later. Then, narrowing his eyes, he remarked with doubt that friendliness wasn't guaranteed. He explained that he'd heard the commander of the Allied forces was the princess of the Holy Nation. However, there were rumors that she was losing ground in the fight for the throne and was desperately seeking military success to strengthen her claim. He ended by noting that no one could predict what she might do in this war. Prince Yuri Briol rested his chin in thought, reflecting on the mention of the Holy Kingdom's princess. Sensing his concern, Sir Raymond suggested he look into her background a bit more. But Yuri simply smiled, brushing it off, saying he'd meet her face to face soon enough. He lifted his gaze to the night sky, seemingly unfazed. The Allied forces' meeting point, Balshad, required a stop at Gid, an independent city tasked with supplying provisions. Being under separate jurisdiction, Gid enforced strict neutrality. Yuri warned that any misstep could be judged under military law. He told Raymond to make sure all soldiers, including knights, understood that discipline was non-negotiable. Raymond agreed without hesitation. They stationed their troops outside the city, tightening control. Yuri then declared he would meet Gid's lord himself. Inside the estate, the lord welcomed him with a smile, expressing honor at meeting the third prince of Briol. Yuri returned the gesture with respect, thanking the lord on behalf of Briol for Gid's cooperation. The lord brushed off the formality and assured Yuri they would support the alliance fully. As they sat, the lord praised Yuri's father for his battles against the orcs and joked that the orcs must be trembling now with the prince himself here. Yuri laughed lightly, promising to try and live up to the reputation. A servant approached the lord quietly, whispering something in his ear. The lord then informed Yuri that the princess of the Holy Kingdom had just arrived and asked if he'd like to meet her. Yuri accepted immediately. Soon after, Princess Sibila entered the room, flanked by 2 knights. Her face was firm, without a trace of warmth. The lord rose and greeted her as the second princess of the Holy Kingdom. She walked in, glancing coldly at Yuri, and asked if he was one of the lord's vassals. Before Yuri could respond, she dismissed him, saying she had matters to discuss with the lord and requested he leave. The lord, clearly taken aback, tried to clarify, but before he could finish, one of the princess's knights barked at Yuri. He demanded to know how Yuri could sit in front of royalty and not rise. But Yuri, calm and amused, revealed his identity. He was the third prince of Briol. The room went still. Shock and embarrassment hung in the air. The knights who had been rude quickly bowed, offering profuse apologies. Yuri laughed it off, joking that it was his fault for dressing like a local rogue instead of a prince. Their discomfort only deepened. Later, over tea, Yuri jokingly asked the lord if he truly looked that shabby. The lord chuckled and said he didn't. Princess Sibila apologized for the misunderstanding and pleaded that they move past it. Yuri teased her again but then extended a proper greeting, introducing himself and offering a handshake. She shook his hand and replied politely. Then, casually, Yuri asked her age. Sibila looked surprised but answered that she was 20. He responded with a grin, saying he was 18 and that 2 years was nothing, so they might as well drop the formalities. The lord laughed and said it was good to build friendships before facing orcs. He asked Sibila if she was fine with that, and she hesitantly agreed. Once formalities ended, Yuri asked Sibila about her forces. He noted that he hadn't seen any troops en route. She confirmed they would arrive the next day, as her knights had gone ahead. Yuri held his chin thoughtfully and said he hoped nothing would go wrong. His remark irritated her. She sharply stated that the Holy Kingdom's order and discipline were not something to worry about. She then asked if he was suggesting there would be conflict. He clarified that he meant external threats, not internal. He explained that orcs sometimes crossed borders and could ambush without warning. The lord nodded, agreeing that orcs were surprisingly cunning for their size. Yuri ended the conversation by saying he was confident the Holy Kingdom would handle things, but still advised Sibila to stay alert. Later, while walking through the city, Yuri spoke with Hernando. When asked about the paladins, Yuri replied they were too stiff. Hernando asked if he liked the princess. Yuri shrugged and said maybe. He then pulled out the necklace taken from the bandits and asked if Hernando was sure it came from this area. Hernando confirmed it, pointing out that only one place sold such items. Yuri asked whether the claim about the necklace luring orcs was true. Hernando replied that the bandit captain said the orcs would go berserk when sensing its aura, like a drug of war. He added that it might be an artifact, but too crude to be effective. While they discussed, the shop owner grew irritated. He snapped at them, shouting for them to leave if they weren't buying anything. They complied, concluding that maybe the bandits had bought all the stock. Yuri, still smiling, said it was unfortunate. Suddenly, Hernando spotted something and called Yuri's attention. They saw soldiers from Briol entering a building that looked like a gambling den. Hernando noted that gambling was taking place. Yuri's eyes lit up. He said if his men were gambling, he couldn't ignore it. As they approached the bar, Yuri remarked that discipline was needed. Hernando agreed. Elsewhere in the city, a Holy Kingdom knight asked Sabila if she had met with the Lord. She said yes. The knight, Vice Commander Fennec, mocked Yuri, saying he couldn't believe such an eccentric was in charge and that Briol's knightly glory was long gone. Sabila warned him not to insult Briol. He dismissed her concern, ridiculing Yuri's attire and behavior. She stared at him, clearly displeased. But Fennec kept pushing. He said it wouldn't be a surprise if Briol ended up short one prince after the campaign. Finally, Sabila warned him to stop. He relented with a sarcastic, "Yes, Your Highness." She asked if the main force had any issues. He arrogantly claimed everything was fine and under control, then walked away, saying they'd be patrolling the city. Sabila sighed, her mind heavy with doubt. That evening, the city's inn was lively, filled with chatter and drinks. Fennec and his knights walked in with stern expressions. Disgusted by what he saw, Fennec asked who the patrons were. A knight replied they looked like Briol's soldiers. Fennec scoffed at their lack of discipline and asked how they were allowed in. Another knight laughed, saying their commander made it obvious why they behaved that way. Fennec declared he wouldn't tolerate it. He raised his voice and berated the soldiers for gambling, questioning their loyalty to the Allied forces. As they turned, still holding cards, he continued ranting, until a hand tapped his shoulder. He turned and froze. It was Prince Yuri. Smiling, hand still on Fennec's shoulder, Yuri asked his name. Fennec's expression twisted in anger. He slapped Yuri's hand away and barked that such lax behavior was an insult to leadership. The soldiers looked on, stunned. Fennec mocked them too, saying they didn't belong on a battlefield, clutching cards like children. Yuri's smile faded into a cold stare. He demanded to know why a simple question received such disrespect. He questioned if the Holy Kingdom had any structure or ranks at all. Fennec tried to recover, but before he could speak, the door swung open. Princess Sabila entered, her voice sharp as she asked what was going on. Seeing Fennec, she frowned and reminded him he was supposed to be on patrol. Instantly, Fennec's bluster deflated. He apologized and bowed. Sabila, unimpressed, ordered him to wait outside. He obeyed, furious and humiliated. She turned back to Yuri and apologized on Fennec's behalf. Yuri smiled and told her it wasn't necessary. He added with a hint of sarcasm that unless she was a holy sovereign, she couldn't be expected to control all her subordinates. Her hand moved instinctively to her sword. She studied him, then nodded and turned to leave. Before exiting, she told him she'd repay the favor, another time. Yuri returned her gaze with a smile and replied, another time. As she left, his expression darkened. Raymond's words echoed in his mind. The princess was in a precarious position in the struggle for the throne, desperate for military success. Now, he understood. Still, Yuri shrugged, muttering that it wasn't his business. He turned and rejoined the soldiers, diving into their game as they welcomed him with laughter and shouts, eager for their commander to play. Yuri laughed heartily, telling the next soldier eager to challenge him that he liked his confidence. Meanwhile, tension simmered elsewhere. Sir Fennec stood stiffly with his knights when the princess approached. Frustrated, he demanded to know if she had already befriended the third prince of Briol. She countered sharply, asking if that was really the issue they needed to focus on. Fennec snapped, ranting about the prince's lack of refinement. But before he could say more, a panicked voice cut through the air. Both he and the princess turned toward the source. An approaching soldier on a blood-stained horse, armor dented and streaked with dirt. The soldier dismounted and dropped to one knee, apologizing for his appearance before delivering grim news. The main force of the Holy Kingdom had been ambushed by orcs. The princess's expression turned pale but firm. She suited up in full battle armor, mounting her horse with swift determination. The Lord of Gid, deeply concerned, asked if she was leaving immediately. She confirmed it with a nod, but before she could ride out, he cautiously proposed requesting support from the Briol army. He emphasized that it wasn't about pride, but about protecting Allied forces. However, Fennec erupted again, scoffing that the Holy Kingdom needed no help and questioning if the Lord believed their knights would fall to orcs. The Lord tried to smooth things over, but the princess interrupted calmly. She assured the Lord that she appreciated the concern but would handle it. With that, she called her knights to charge, and the group galloped away, hooves thundering into the distance. The Lord, watching them leave, sighed. One of his soldiers remarked on how stubborn the Holy Kingdom's people were, especially Fennec. The Lord agreed and, without delay, ordered the soldier to ride to the Briol camp and request Prince Yuri's help. The soldier saluted and rode off with urgency. At camp, Yuri received the message. After reading the letter, concern spread across his face. When Sir Raymond asked what had happened, Yuri explained that the Holy Kingdom's main forces had been attacked, and the Lord of Gid was requesting their aid. Raymond questioned why the request came from Gid and not the Holy Kingdom itself. Yuri replied dryly, imagining Fennec's face, and said someone had probably been too stubborn to ask. He ordered Raymond to prepare to mobilize. Raymond, ever loyal, responded with a firm salute. Yuri then turned to the messenger and asked for his name. The soldier, still catching his breath, said his name was Roy. Yuri instructed Roy to head to the bar near the Talisman Market and call the Briol Knights, telling him to say that the prince would only accept the first 10 who showed up. Roy nodded quickly and rode off in a burst of dust. Yuri laid the letter on the table, clapped the dust from his hands, and muttered with a smirk that it was time for a night walk. Later that night, Yuri rode with his knights toward the reported location. He turned to them, teasingly asking if they still felt tipsy. The knights shouted back proudly, raising their swords. Seeing their energy, Yuri laughed again, then turned to Jared, who looked pale and drained. He joked that Jared looked awful. Jared muttered that he was fine, though clearly he wasn't. Then Loran galloped up to Yuri, glowing with enthusiasm. He called out to the prince, praising him for his kindness and restraint toward the Holy Kingdom's paladins. He said Yuri had shown great leadership, proving that dignity didn't require stooping to others' pettiness. Yuri laughed awkwardly, not sure how to respond to Loran's passionate admiration. Privately, Yuri wondered when Loran became this devoted. It was a striking contrast to how he had known him in his past life. But he admitted that he, too, had changed. Loran, eyes shining, thanked the prince for acknowledging his loyalty. Yuri gave him a nod, still trying to reconcile this new version of Loran. As they rode on, Sir Raymond called out, spotting something ahead. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed it was the Holy Kingdom's paladins. Before engaging, Yuri addressed his knights with a steady voice. He reminded them that this would be their first battle against orcs. He declared that he would enter the battlefield first and be the last to leave. As he spoke, his body shimmered with a glowing blue aura, pulsing with power and calm authority. He looked over his troops and gave one final command. He told them not to get hurt. Then, gripping his reins tightly, his horse cried out. His voice rose over the thunder of hooves as he shouted his order to charge. A while earlier, the battlefield boiled with chaos as the Holy Knights surged forward. The princess, heart pounding beneath her armor, cursed herself for being too careless. She admitted inwardly that she should have expected an ambush. Yuri's earlier warning echoed in her mind, and she thought grimly that ignoring it was a mistake she couldn't afford. Ahead, shadows moved violently within the haze of battle. As she drew nearer, the grim silhouettes sharpened into forms, her knights, locked in combat, surrounding each orc with multiple blades. Relief momentarily washed over her when she saw the Holy Kingdom's flag still flying. She turned to Sir Fennec and told him they were heading straight for the enemy commander. He responded with affirmation and immediately barked out the command for their formation to charge. The Holy Knights roared in response, weapons raised high as they surged ahead. The princess clutched her cross tightly, her breaths shallow. Her voice shook as she whispered a prayer, begging the Lord for strength, admitting they were afraid. Her horse began to glow with a gentle white radiance. She lifted her sword and commanded the charge to quicken. As they rode, they passed a skull embedded in the earth, covered in web like silk. The moment they approached, the skull floated upward, glowing red in its sockets and releasing a malevolent purple aura. Suddenly, a magic circle lit up beneath their horses, bright and ominous. The ground collapsed beneath them. There was no time to react. One after another, riders fell into darkness. The princess realized too late that they had ridden straight into a trap. Her body tumbled, her armor scraping rock and earth. Doubt gnawed at her thoughts. Had she made the wrong choice again? Her mind drifted to the past. She recalled the moment she first received her holy powers as a child. Praise surrounded her. Warm, proud voices called her amazing. Determined to prove herself worthy, she pursued swordsmanship too. But a sharp memory cut through, her sword clashing with her older brother's. She remembered the day she broke his blade. That moment, she realized chasing both holiness and martial prowess was her greatest mistake. Her brother, feeling his claim to the throne threatened, sent her to the battlefield. He spoke of divine will, that fighting here would purify her soul. She now knew it was a lie. Flat on her back, bruised and aching, she hissed that it was all bullshit. She knew now. He only wanted her dead. Around her, wounded soldiers struggled to stand. She gave a command to focus. But then, looking down at her armor and sword, she noticed a slick, black liquid clinging to it. Her face drained of color. It was oil. She looked up and saw orcs surrounding them, torches ablaze. One lifted his torch high, eyes gleaming with savage glee. Her thoughts spiraled. Ambush, traps, fire. What could she even do now? How could she survive this? Dizzy with dread, she asked herself why she had lived through everything up until now, only for it to end like this. Then a voice called her name. She opened her eyes just in time to see an orc's head soar through the air, severed cleanly. The voice spoke again, teasing. Was it really that hard to just ask for help? Yuri stood there, sword in hand, wiping blood from its edge as casually as if he were stretching. He asked if she was okay, then dispatched the remaining orcs with swift, precise strikes. When the area was clear, he tossed her a rope. She took it and climbed up. Once out of the pit, she looked at him and said she owed him. He told her it was nothing. Before they could speak further, a soldier rushed up. It was one of her own knights. Vice Commander Fennec stepped forward, all arrogance replaced with rigid composure. He bowed deeply before Yuri. Fennec addressed him formally, declaring that he greeted the third Prince of Briol on behalf of the Holy Kingdom. His voice strained with effort as he issued a sincere apology for the previous incident in the bar. He added solemnly that he would not forget this favor. Even the princess stared in disbelief. Fennec, apologizing? Yuri regarded him calmly. After a pause, he nodded and accepted the apology. His tone was even as he added that, should Briol ever need aid, he hoped the Holy Kingdom would repay the favor. A shout rang out nearby. Yuri snapped his head toward the sound. An orc stood blowing a horn. His grip tightened on his sword. But then, he noticed movement. The orcs were retreating. He wondered aloud if they were fleeing after failing to kill the Holy Knights. He didn't hesitate. He shouted for his men to chase the orcs, ordering them not to let a single one escape. The soldiers roared in acknowledgement and charged forward, their battle cries tearing through the air. But as they rode, Yuri noticed something that made him slow slightly. An orc carrying a distinct flag stood tall in the distance. Yuri's eyes narrowed. He recognized it instantly. An orc-val, exactly the kind his mentor warned him about. The princess called his name, confused, but he signaled her to stay back. The orc-val calmly raised its bow, notched an arrow crackling with dark energy, and let it fly. Yuri's focus narrowed. In a split-second motion, he drew his sword and cleaved the arrow in half mid-air. He smirked and remarked that it looked like the orc commander was angry with him. He added with a shrug that he guessed he'd have to take the bait. Prince Yuri Briol, after casually slicing the orc-val's arrow in two, notices the commander's rage flare because of him. With a faint smile, he raises his sword, channeling mana into its steel, and says that he should properly answer the orc's challenge. His body glows with a brilliant aura as he prepares himself, watching the orcs hesitate and pull back. He strides forward, each step measured and confident. Once at a fair distance, he drops into a strong stance, declaring that he will return soon. Princess Sibylla of the Holy Kingdom, anxious, cries out that he must not go alone. But Yuri pays no heed. With a burst of speed, he charges. The orcs, seeing his approach, scramble. One in particular stands firm, bracing with a spear. The orc growls something in its guttural tongue, then hurls the weapon with every ounce of its strength. The spear tears through the air like a bolt of lightning. Yuri sees it but does not slow. He lowers his blade to his side, eyes locked on the oncoming strike. The spear closes in, now only inches from his face. At that instant, memory strikes him. Bernard's lesson about soul severance. In the recollection, Bernard speaks gravely, explaining that many things can alter a battlefield. Terrain, weather, 1,000 factors beyond control. He says that the most reliable way to endure is to train the body. Yet he adds that the prince's gift, soul severance, is unlike anything ordinary. He tells Yuri that he perceives all variables at once, instinctively choosing the perfect response, and then turns that instinct into a blade. Yuri remembers asking Bernard to explain more simply. Bernard, with a sigh, had only said that when the time came, the prince would understand without words. His body would simply move. Back in the present, Yuri shifts just enough to the side. The spear whistles past his face, missing by a breath. His eyes immediately catch another spear hurtling toward him. He crouches low, ready, and the moment it nears, he springs upward. The weapon smashes into the earth beneath where he stood. Landing on the shaft embedded in the dirt, he uses it as a launch point, propelling himself high into the air. The orcs below, stunned, freeze for an instant, and in that instant, Yuri descends. His sword arcs once, swift and merciless, cutting through them as if they were nothing more than shadows. From behind, more cries ring out. 3 massive orcs barrel forward, fury blazing in their eyes. Yuri studies them, thinking that 3 against 1 is reckless to meet head-on. Yet excitement flickers within him. He says that it has been far too long since he has stood on a battlefield, and he refuses to let the chance slip away. He steadies himself, slipping into the stance of his past life. His gaze sharpens, and in that instant the world alters. He whispers that he can see it. Lines etched across the orcs' bodies, threads of weakness, paths for his sword. Following those lines, he cuts down the first before it realizes death has come. Then another, then the last. His strikes follow the threads flawlessly, denying them even a moment to strike back. The clash becomes a one-sided massacre. Sheathing his blade, he mutters that his body still lags behind his thoughts. For now, he accepts it. Among the corpses, his eyes settle on a spear. He retrieves it, lifting it high. He bellows the Orkval's name, summoning the commander. The Orkval halts and turns, his presence radiating menace. Yuri grips the spear, pours mana into it, and hurls it like a storm. The Orkval refuses to move, determined to show his strength, choosing to block with his polearm. Yuri's grin widens. The spear strikes, but not the Orkval himself. Instead, it shatters the long pole tied across his back, the banner of his command. Fragments scatter like rain. The surrounding orcs gasp, disbelieving. The Orkval snarls, teeth grinding, and growls low and furious. His banner gone, only a broken pole juts behind him. He growls something harsh in his tongue, a command that makes his warriors retreat. Yuri watches and thinks that he had expected them to charge instead. Clearly, the Orkval has chosen to preserve his forces rather than waste them. With a smirk, Yuri remarks that this should be enough repayment for the earlier arrow. Just then Princess Sibylla reaches him, calling his name. Breathless, she asks if he is hurt. He answers with a bright smile, saying that he is perfectly fine. They turn together, watching the enemy's retreat. Yuri then comments that it seems the fight is settled, and asks Sibylla how it feels to win her first victory with the allied forces. For a moment, she is lost for words, her lips curving into a smile. She bows her head in gratitude, telling him that it is all thanks to him. He accepts with quiet ease. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, the Orkval trembles with rage. He slams his fist into a tree, splintering bark. The other orcs freeze behind him as he utters something cold and venomous. With his tusks jutting, his monstrous features twisted, and his single eye glowing crimson, his wrath radiates like a storm. That night, in the city of Gid, soldiers gather at a tavern. Outside, some sit drinking, while inside the hall is loud with knights and men at arms drowning themselves in ale. Sir Jared is at the center, recounting the forest battle. He insists that the prince had charged forward, even seizing the torch flung into the pit, describing the moment with grand sweeps of his arms. The men listen in awe. One soldier remarks that rumors had claimed Yuri was useless, nothing more than a gambler living off his winnings, though admittedly skilled at cards. Loran, a knight who had fought beside Yuri, flushes with indignation. He declares that such slanders are nonsense. Placing his hand to his chest, he insists that the king's bloodline shines brightest through Yuri. With passion he begins listing the prince's feats, promising to recount each in detail. From the corner, a hooded figure eats in silence. Yuri's personal assassin. She listens, thinking that the prince is far too extraordinary for mere royalty. She muses inwardly that he even saw through her assassination technique, one she had hidden her entire life. Now he strides alone into battlefields as though he walks ahead of fate itself. Sometimes, she reflects, it feels as though he knows the future. She calls the innkeeper, telling him that she seeks a man with dark brown hair, a sword at his waist, and uncommon skill. The innkeeper frowns, saying that he cannot place such a person from so few details. She adds another hint, that he speaks poorly in the continental tongue, with a noticeable accent. At that, the innkeeper nods and recalls a man who ordered risotto without spices, and asked for directions to Balshad. The woman rewards him with a silver coin, thanking him. He chuckles, claiming he had not expected payment, though he accepts it gladly. She turns back to the window, muttering that Balshad is the rallying point of the allied forces. The man she seeks is heading to the same place as the prince. She will have to move swiftly to find him. An image forms in her mind, his back, his sword, his stance. She recognizes him, one of the 10 strongest swordsmen of the continent, the warrior from the east. Meanwhile, after the clash in the forest, Prince Yuri and his men press toward their next destination. They camp nightly along the way, now far better prepared than before. The prince surveys their work and tells Sir Raymond that it seems the men have grown accustomed to the routine. He had worried about having to explain everything from the start. Sir Raymond replies with satisfaction, saying that after so many nights of practice, their bodies move on instinct. Yuri commends him for his effort, saying it is thanks to him. Pointing ahead, Yuri says that he will scout the area and leaves the rest to Sir Raymond. The knight bows, answering, "Yes, your highness." Some time later, the prince stands alone beneath the forest canopy. He surveys the dim undergrowth and notes that the hush feels wrong for a place crowded with men, concluding that the chance of a night ambush is higher than he first judged. Then a harsh shout, someone snarling that the target is a little bastard, cuts through the stillness and snaps his attention toward the sound. He moves to investigate. From the brush he observes soldiers hemming Corey in, the boy kneeling while men loom at his left and right. One snarls that he warned Corey not to leave his sight and asks if he ignored the order. Corey says nothing. Tears track down his cheeks as they spit slurs, calling him a filthy half-orc. The cruelty compounds. Another mutters that he suspects Corey is a spy deceiving his highness for some hidden mission. Corey, shaking, protests that the accusation is false, saying that he would never dare such treachery and repeating that it is not true. A soldier clamps a hand around Corey's wrist and snaps that the denial is nonsense. He rips away the gauntlet the prince had gifted, saying that Corey likely stole that too. Corey flings his hand toward it, pleading that he stole nothing and begging for its return. The man refuses and declares that he will break it on the spot. His companion laughs while Corey begs again. The prince steps from the cover of leaves. He calls to the men, addressing them as he demands to know why they are harassing others while the rest labor to raise camp. They stammer that his highness must understand, that this wretch, yet the prince cuts through their excuses with a gaze that chills. He says that they seem slow to understand, so he will repeat himself kindly. Depart. The soldiers snap to rigid attention, shout that they understand, drop the gauntlet, and flee, yelping apologies as they go. Yuri turns to Corey and asks if he is unharmed. Corey only stares, stunned, before reclaiming the gauntlet and pressing it to his chest with closed eyes. He says, voice small but steady, that he is all right and thanks his highness. The prince sits beside him and asks if he should reprimand those men formally. Corey, with a faint smile, says that it is not necessary. Adjusting his hood, he adds that such treatment is near inevitable, since people cherish what is fair and despise what is ugly. He continues that if the prince shields him, he will be comfortable for a time, but such comfort would push him farther from his dream. The prince asks what dream he means. Corey hesitates, then confesses that he wishes to live among ordinary people after earning their recognition. The answer startles Yuri, who thinks that such a wish is difficult to realize. He reflects that, for now, Corey can remain within the ranks as an interpreter of the orc tongue, but once this raid concludes, his thought breaks off as he simply lifts a hand and ruffles Corey's hair, leaving the boy wide-eyed. He asks if Corey is assigned to Hernando at present, and Corey answers that he is. Yuri then delivers a quiet directive that startles him more. He tells Corey to learn magic from Hernando. With an encouraging grin, he adds that to live openly among people, Corey will need skills unlike any other. Night falls under a clear sky. The Briol soldiers finish the camp, the routine smooth and practiced. In a lamplit tent, a council convenes. Someone asks how much preparation has been made for a nocturnal assault. Sir Raymond reports that all depots are shrouded in flame-retardant cloth and that lookouts ring the palisades and barracks. Jared, skeptical, asks if such measures are truly necessary, noting that the prince has assigned more men than usual. In answer, the prince indicates a position on the map and says that they are operating deep in orc territory. Nothing would be surprising if it occurred tonight. He adds that the enemy may repeat the fire tactics used against the Holy Kingdom in the last engagement. As if summoned by the warning, a soldier stumbles in, breathless and pale. He declares that there is urgent news. The orcs have launched an attack. Tension snaps taut across the tent. They spill into the night. Flames claw up palisade stakes. Men grapple with shadowed figures in a roar of smoke and steel. The prince judges aloud that the situation is worse than anticipated. A barrel-streaking dark energy arcs over the melee and slams down behind him. The blast hammers the ground and turns breath to heat. He takes in the writhing fire and admits with a sigh that he is at a loss for words, then asks if the orcs have somehow mastered gunpowder. Hernando replies that it is no powder at all, that the blast reeks of warped mana, sorcery. The prince remarks that the brazenness is astonishing, that he scarcely knows what to say and finds the whole thing tiresome. He still asks for a countermeasure. Hernando studies the flare and flow of mana and states that the enemy is likely hurling pre-made sorceress bombs. He says that the only answer is to stop the throwers. Yuri considers, then calls sharply to Jared and Sir Raymond, issuing orders. He tells them to disperse and assume command of their units. He floods his blade with blue mana and adds that meanwhile he will go meet the architect of this spectacle, letting the radiance race across his limbs until he stands sheathed in azure light. He asks Hernando which direction the sorcery originates. Hernando thrusts out a hand, points, and says that the source lies that way. The prince stamps once, the ground booming beneath his heel, and says that he will return. He launches forward on the shock of his stomp, driving himself like a blast through smoke and heat. When he reaches the source, disbelief flickers across his face. Ahead stands the Orcval with its banner re-lashed to its back, the very same he had humiliated before. The crude splints of wood and knotwork around the pole sting his pride. Fury sharpens his stride. He barrels in, momentum fueled by rage. The Orcval does not move. Its stare remains carved from stone. That defiant stillness goads him further. He calls the creature's name in a voice heavy with hatred and narrows on it like a spear of blue light. He says that he demands to know whether it orchestrated the chaos. The thrust drives in, but the Orcval's arm snaps back, fingers clamping its axe. With speed that shreds expectation, the blunt edge swings up to meet the blade. Steel strikes steel, and a flare of sparks explodes outward. The Orcval rolls the clash into a wide horizontal hew that shoves both fighters apart. Yuri slides, breath ragged, fingers shaking as the truth of the Orcval's raw power lands cold in his bones. He notes the gleam in its eye and recognizes a veteran's poise hidden in each movement. This foe is not ordinary. The axe rises again. Yuri calculates fast and decides that distance is needed, even if he dislikes yielding ground. The next blow falls with a roar, and he slips by it by the breadth of a breath. Strikes rain in relentless succession. He refuses to meet a single one head-on. Wearied by the dance, the Orcval gathers strength for another sweeping cut. This time escape is impossible. Yuri plans his stance, funnels mana, and arrests the swing with a growl pressed between clenched teeth. He does not merely hold. He converts the force into a counter and lashes a horizontal strike of his own. Light bursts white at the collision, and both recoil once more. He studies the Orcval with a new respect edged in caution and concedes inwardly that this opponent stands on another tier entirely. He says that if so, then they will test each other properly. With that, he wraps himself in mana until he blazes like a comet and drives forward, the sword a blue point of death. The Orcval answers in kind, body and axe wreathed in dark violet energy. It strikes first, a brutal arc, but Yuri vaults over, the blade humming as the swing slices empty air. He lands in a slide, momentum dragging him close. As he lifts his head, shock breaks across his features. The Orcval manipulates mana with control. That means it has learned a formal mana method. Step by step, the hulking figure advances, shrouded in a sinister purple haze, gaze fierce and stride implacable. Yuri holds his ground, curiosity and caution braided tight, and admits that he should have realized it when he heard the enemy could employ sorcery. He recalls asking whether they used gunpowder and hearing Hernando answer that the blasts were twisted mana. The conclusion clicks. If orc sorcerers wield mana, then orc warriors can adopt the method as well. A genuine smile, bright with perilous delight, edges his mouth. He says that this makes the foe an elite. He brightens his aura to a hard blue glare, levels his sword, and narrows his focus until his perception cuts deep. He declares soul severance, and the world resolves into lines, bright pathways etched across the Orkval's body, every stroke inviting the cut. The Orkval strikes first, its axe a blur meant to split him in two. Yuri drops under the blow with practiced economy, rising with eyes lit by focused mana. A smoky sheen ripples along his sword as it moves at impossible speed, and he thinks that the opening is his. Metal meets flesh, sharp, decisive, and he drives the point into the creature's throat. Yet the Orkval does not fall. It clamps a blood-slick hand around the embedded blade, its gaze burning a furious, dark red, and holds the steel fast, pinning Yuri in place. He braces and tries to force the sword deeper, only to feel it refuse to move. He realizes with a cold jolt that the brute has flooded its throat with mana to blunt the wound, and he concedes inwardly that this bastard understood where to harden. The creature rumbles with a mocking laugh, still choking on his blade, and lifts its axe high to hew the prince down while he is fixed. Yuri twists. The edge bites the orc's palm. He wrenches hard, the sword carving through knuckles, and the fingers shear away. The grip loosens, the steel comes free. The Orkval howls, but it does not relent. It swaps the axe to its other hand and hacks in a wild, murderous arc that nearly takes Yuri's head. He slips aside a heartbeat late and notes a thin line of blood seeping across his shoulder from the passing edge. He ignores the sting and lets a confident smile rise, deciding that a middling assault will never topple this foe. He says that if that is the case, then they will fight in earnest. He settles into a forward-leaning stance, blade low and ready to thrust for momentum, and across from him the Orkval crouches as well, its dark mana pulsing as it prepares a brutal surge. They launch, blue comet against purple meteor, and their auras collide in a riot of color. The impact detonates with a deafening report, gouging a crater and flooding the night with blinding light. When smoke thins, a lone silhouette stands, shrouded in a fading purple haze. A jagged shard of a broken axe juts from the ground. Yuri Briol fixes his gaze on the Orkval as it drops to its knees, strength finally spent. He advances without hesitation. He raises his sword for the finishing plunge and says that this ends now. He drives the blade down, the strike punching through flesh, blood fans across the churned earth. The Orkval sprawls flat with Yuri atop it for an instant before he steps away, his heel dark with gore. He rips the sword free. Another rush of blood trails the steel. The creature's limbs tremble, proof of a flicker of life. He studies that shiver, and a new calculation takes shape. He decides that an elite must carry knowledge, and he judges it wasteful to end that knowledge here. As he wipes a streak of blood from his cheek, his knights reach him, voices tight with alarm. Sir Raymond asks if he is hurt. Jared stammers at the sight, naming the Orkval with disbelief. Yuri says that he is fine and immediately asks for the state of the camp. Sir Raymond says that most of the enemy has been cleared. Relief loosens the prince's shoulders. He says that is good, then orders Raymond to gather the surviving orcs and to bring the Orkval along. He looks down at the defeated brute with cool disdain and says that from this moment they will begin a thorough examination of their foes. The camp whirls into motion. Firepots flare against the dark as units reform their lines. A low platform is set, a place for the prince to oversee what comes next. Hernando stands behind him and traces the shallow cut along his shoulder with clinical care. He advises that the arm must be stretched regularly if they wish to avoid lingering damage, and a soft green glow blooms around his hands as he mends the wound. The prince holds still but angles his head, saying that he has no patience for needless nagging and that the cut came from the orcs they just fought. Hernando lets a teasing smile slip and remarks that even orcs can push him around. Yuri's eyes narrow. He begins to answer with a low growl, but the healing light fades before the argument forms. Hernando withdraws and says that the treatment is complete, adding with bright relief that it is nothing serious. Yuri rolls the shoulder once, satisfied, and says that very well, then pauses as Hernando lifts a hand. With a sharp double clap, Hernando calls to the soldiers and tells them to bring something. Two men lug a heavy object forward and thump it down, a field commander's chair wrought for grandeur. Hernando presents it with pride and says that interrogation will proceed with the prince seated in proper majesty, noting that a carpenter among their ranks made quick work of the design. Surprise flickers across Yuri's face before he reins it in. He allows a small smile and says that since it is already built, refusal would be ungracious. He settles into the seat, finding it embarrassingly comfortable, and admits under his breath that it is not bad at all while Hernando stands, pleased, at his back. The prince's expression hardens. He straightens, lifts a hand, and says that interrogation will begin. He instructs his men to bring the captives one by one. A Briol knight drags an orc forward and plunges its head into a pot of flame. The scream shreds the knight. When the knight yanks the head free, the wailing does not stop. The face is a blistered mask. The body sags and dies. Fear knots through the line of prisoners. Yuri notes their terror and says, voice like ice, that each will receive only one chance to answer truly. He asks who ordered the night ambush. An orc spits a furious reply. Cory steps in to translate, but Yuri lifts a hand and says that he can tell it is only an insult. He flicks a wrist. Jared strides forward, expression colder than steel, hauls the offender to the fire, and drowns its head in the flames until the shrieks end. Panic contorts the remaining faces. Even Hernando and Cory stare, struck silent by the pitiless economy of it. Unmoved, the prince says that he will ask once and once only. A dagger of water-aspected mana rises at his gesture and hangs above him, turning slowly. He says that mercy will be quick if answers are clean. The blade spirals down at his will and pierces the smoldering corpse, quenching the last tongues of fire, an ugly kindness. Jared blinks at the act, startled. Yuri tells him to set the body aside. Another orc blurts out in its own tongue. The prince regards it and asks Cory what was said. Cory answers that the prisoners are common soldiers and know nothing. The speaker jerks its chin toward the bound the orc-val, tongue lolling in contempt, and goes on. Cory interprets that the order came from the orc-val, and the speaker begs to be spared if the orc-val is punished instead. The orc-val stiffens at the betrayal. Yuri lets out a curt laugh and says that he appreciates the effort. He steps close to the elite and asks, with gaze level, whether the attack came on Orqua's command. The name smashes into the silence. Briol soldiers trade baffled looks. They say among themselves that they have never heard it. The prince ignores them and thinks of Orkua, the orc king whose rise forged this alliance, the butcher of countless knights in his previous life, and decides again that this is the enemy who must be erased at any cost. Cory edges near and says that the orc-val asks for clemency if it answers honestly. Yuri says that it will have his word. Cory conveys this, and a ripple of stillness passes through the circle. Moments later Cory turns back, fear blanching his face, and says that the orc-val demands an oath. Yuri's eyes widen. Cory explains that the creature claims to hold oath breaking as a disgrace that rots honor to the ground. The prince's interest sparks brighter. He says that the notion is fascinating. That an orc who worships strength speaks in the language of honor, and then states, with solemnity, that he will swear. Jared protests, voice raised, asking what will happen if release follows. The prince answers that it will be managed and tells him to be calm. He returns to the captive and asks again if the order was Orqua's. Cory says that it was, more precisely conveyed by the orc-val's tribal chief after receiving Orqua's directive. The prince asks how the enemy learned the allied route. Cory reports that the orc-val claims Orkua has a method, though it does not know how. Jared lifts a hand to interject and says that this means Orkua discovered their path and set the ambush. The prince agrees with a weary breath and adds that the disaster in the Holy Kingdom likely followed the same pattern. He asks one last question, the measure of Orqua's strength. The orc-val stares, then grins, the expression blooming into unhinged laughter. It rattles out a reply that leaves Cory trembling. Cory says that even a dozen elites such as this would be nothing before Orkua, and adds, voice fraying, that the orc-val swears Orkua is fiercer and stronger than any living thing. Nerves fray among the soldiers. The prince sees it and speaks to them, saying that Orkua may be formidable but knowledge of that fact is power. He slides a hand into his pocket and says to the captive that humans are more vicious and more cunning than it imagines. He draws an artifact and lets its glow play across the orc's eyes, a wicked smile tilting his mouth. He repeats that humans surpass the creature in malice and guile. The orc surges against its bonds, the line of soldiers shouting that it is breaking free as steel flashes from scabbards. The orc-val stomps for purchase and hurls itself forward, fist cocked. Someone cries out to stop it. Yuri only watches with a fox's smile as knights crash in. Loran is among them, blade poised and gaze frost cold. The prince says, almost regretful, that the captive speaks of honor but proves unworthy of it. The Orc-Val stills, recognizing that any motion now means death. The prince turns away and says that the creature is to be killed. Loran answers without hesitation. His sword opens a crimson seam across the chest. The prince walks on, gaze unsoftened, never looking back as 3 blades finish the work and spill the orc's blood into the dust. Night settles over the camp like a velvet lid, lanterns fluttering while canvas glows from within. In the infirmary tent, rows of cots cradle men who twist and groan, chests bound tight, breath coming ragged. A drained orderly says that they must hold on a little longer because the shift is nearly finished. From the far end, a panicked voice shouts that the priest should look there as well. The white-robed cleric turns with calm precision and answers that he will come at once. The name etched beneath his presence marks him as Jermaine, priest of Briol. A healer gestures toward a nearby bed and asks the priest to take that case. Jermaine replies that he will handle this one and moves in. A grateful whisper offers thanks. A hooded youth slips in clutching a squat jug in both hands and says that he has brought what was requested. Jermaine nods, says that Corey has done well, and tells him to step back. He lowers the jug into a brass basin and begins to chant. Letters of light unfurl in the dimness. A gold radiance pools over his shoulders and spills like a curtain around the bowl. Corey flinches at the sudden, heatless blaze and thinks that he drew ordinary water only moments ago, and yet. Under the steady drone the basin's surface ripples, then glows from within. Corey realizes that when the priest began to speak, a strange current started to move through the liquid. Jermaine ends the verse, lifts the basin, and says that Corey should use it to clean the wound because it is now holy water that will wash out the poison. Corey answers yes, hands finding steadiness as he receives it. Another cry rises from the next cot, desperate for aid. Jermaine says that he is on his way and glides off, sleeves trailing through lamp smoke. Jermaine rinses a soldier's injury with the sanctified water. The man's rictus loosens. Breath smooths and deepens. Corey watches the shimmer paint the canvas wall and whispers to himself that it is astonishing. All around, wherever the priest's magic touches, rigid faces soften. A wide-eyed Corey breathes that this must be true magic. Dawn pours violet and rose over the mountains. Outside the supply tent the worst of the chaos has eased. Hernando folds his hands and says that it appears things have calmed a little. The priest offers thanks for the help and says that Duke Hernando's efforts were a blessing. Hernando turns to the hooded youth and adds that Corey labored hard as well. Corey ducks and insists that he hardly did anything. Jermaine remarks that it is a relief the losses are only this much, and Hernando answers without mirth that this is only because the real battle has not yet begun. The priest's gaze lingers on the pale smoke thinning above the palisade. He says, grave as a bell at dusk, that something more horrific will surely follow, then folds a small prayer into the chill air and says that the Lord should watch over them. Hernando nods toward a ring of firelight and says that the road ahead will not be horror alone. When Jermaine asks what he means, he gestures toward the camp itself. Around the flames, a lute picks out a tune. Battered men clap in time, shoulders touching, cups raised. Hernando says that even after a dangerous fight they can still tend one another's wounds and their spirits. Hernando lifts 2 fingers and sketches a spark that shoots upward. With a crisp snap he blooms it in the night. A river of aurora unfurls. Green and blue veils sliding across the stars, washing tents and faces in soft light. Men gasp and laugh. The musician's song swells. Hernando watches the wonder kindle and says that for people like this, one simply gives their hearts a little strength. Corey sits beside him, eyes full of a light he never expected to see. After a quiet stretch he addresses him as Lord Hernando. The Duke answers with a questioning hum. Corey keeps his hands clasped and says, careful and intent, that he wants to be taught magic. Hernando studies him, repeats that he wishes to be taught, and admits that he has not heard such a request in a long time. He tilts his head and asks why Corey suddenly seeks it. Corey rubs the cuffs of his borrowed gloves as if the leather could brace his voice. He says that the prince recommended it, and also, he wants to learn magic to make people smile. Beside him, Hernando agrees and notes the hope in his eyes and says that a half-orc who wields magic for others would be admirable indeed. Morning scrubs the mountains clean. Banners stir, saddles creak. The field smells of dew and leather. Knights keep an easy perimeter while the third prince of Briol sits on a rock. A rider canters in, calls to him as the men straighten, and says that imperial knights have arrived wishing to see the prince. The prince raises his head and asks what this concerns. He says that of course he will receive them and adds that, with standards flying right before their lines, the visitors must have come by intent, so they should be shown in. The messenger answers yes and wheels away. Boots crunch over grass. The visitors come to a halt and bow with hands to breast. Their leader says that they offer respects to the third prince of Briol, gives his name as Rafio Ardum, imperial knight and second son of Count Zeni. The prince welcomes them and asks whether the empire reached Bashard first. Rafio says that they are the advance party, that orcs were sighted near Bashard, and that they are relaying the warning to nearby units. The prince's gaze shifts to the man a pace behind and he asks about him. The man touches his chest and bows his head. He says that he apologizes for the late introduction and says that, for the moment, he is not in an honorable position. Recognition lands like an old bruise. The prince thinks that they meet again. He thinks of the very sword from a life he would rather forget and names the man as Graham Hartnell. The placard may style him Knight of the Empire Graham Hartnell, but the man himself says that he has lost the right to call himself a knight and yet still offers respect to the third prince of Briol. Memory climbs from the dark. In his last life, just to keep breathing, he clung to rank and pitiful station and begged this man for mercy. Now he steadies his voice and says that it is good to see him again, addressing him as Sir Graham. Graham flinches and says that he should not be addressed with that title because at present he is no knight. The prince asks whether, having lost rank, he serves as a common soldier. Graham says yes, shameful as it is. Rafio moves at once. He says that Sir Graham did nothing wrong and that, if blame exists, it rests with the superior he drew. He says that everyone knows this truth and says that no knight's name carries weight like Graham's. The prince thinks that he had heard the Empire stripped Graham's knighthood for obscure reasons, never expecting to cross paths again here among allies. He thinks further that the one who, in another history, saved his life and stood straighter and truer than anyone now questions his own worth and doubts he deserves the title. Graham exhales and says that Rafio speaks rightly. The prince takes a step and says that he has long heard much of Graham and counts it an honor to meet him under these banners. Graham lowers his gaze and says that the praise is too generous. The prince's expression warms. He lifts a gauntleted hand in open invitation and says that this humility is precisely why he addresses him as Sir Graham. He finishes with a clear offer, saying that Graham should consider coming to Briol this time. Sir Graham was taken aback by the prince's sudden offer and waited in silence. Prince Yuri Briol, studying him carefully, thought that he had always despised the Empire's knights, yet Sir Graham was different. A memory flashed in Yuri's mind, a fragment from his past life. Sir Graham had once spared him, letting him escape when no one else would. Remembering that act of mercy, Yuri realized that the knight must have borne the punishment alone. Back in the present, the prince extended his hand and asked what Sir Graham thought of his offer. He told the knight that if he came to Briol, he would be treated with honor and fairness. The sincerity in the prince's words warmed Sir Graham's heart. He bowed deeply, showing respect, and apologized as he declined. Yuri smiled softly, saying that he respected his decision and had expected no less. Moments later, the prince stood alone, gazing upward. Before him rose the colossal walls and gates of a vast fortress city. With awe, he said that they had finally arrived. From this height, the city stretched wide across the plains, a stronghold of the allied forces known as Balshad. Turning to Hernando with excitement, he remarked that the place was far larger than he had imagined. The prince admired the towering walls and wondered aloud whether they had been built through magic, noting how immense they were. He said that the Duke of Balshad's family must have been mages for generations. Hernando confirmed this, explaining that every generation had produced exceptional sorcerers. As they rode through the gates, Hernando warned him to stay alert. The prince frowned, asking what he meant. Hernando, with a sharp, uneasy look, said that if the prince let his guard down, he would be devoured. Perhaps not by beasts, but by the mage duke himself. Yuri thought about it, imagining some pompous old man with too much pride and magic, and muttered that he had a bad feeling about it. Still, he spurred his horse onward, saying that he would find out soon enough. Inside Balshad, in a grand banquet hall where a golden horse statue gleamed at the center, nobles and soldiers mingled in polite conversation. The doors opened, and a woman with flowing red hair entered, introducing herself as Mary Rose Entree, Duke of Balshad. Prince Yuri, seated at his table, turned to Hernando with surprise and said that this was no old man. Hernando leaned close and whispered that there had been a recent change in leadership. Mary Rose approached the prince, expressing delight to meet him and his knights. Taking a seat, she asked if he was indeed the third prince of Briol. He simply nodded, replying that he was the commander of Briol's forces, his face calm and unreadable. Mary smiled playfully, brushing her hair back as she said that he was as handsome as she had heard. She asked his age, and he answered evenly that he was 18. She leaned closer with interest, saying that she was only 4 years older and that they might have much to talk about. He replied that he was not sure about that. As she tried to draw him in with her beauty, the prince regarded her silently, thinking that she was skilled at using charm to manipulate others. He recalled bitter memories of people like her and told himself that whatever her motives were, he could not look at them kindly. He told her that age meant little, that friendship depended on shared values, not background or gender. Mary feigned surprise, then smiled slyly, biting her lip as if amused. She asked if that was truly how he saw things, then rose suddenly, calling for everyone's attention. With a bright smile, she gestured toward the prince and his men, announcing that these were the prince and knights from the nation of Briol, who would soon fight beside them against a common enemy. She suggested that they all take some time to get acquainted. Jared whispered to Hernando, wondering why she was making such a scene. Hernando chuckled softly and said that it was probably nothing serious, that she simply enjoyed making friends. Jared, still puzzled, asked about Bruzan, the nation she mentioned. The prince replied that Bruzan was a small country near the ocean, known for its sailors, stubborn and strong people. As they talked, a group approached the prince. One of them, carrying a wine bottle, addressed him as the Prince of Briol and introduced himself as Jonathan Eagle, commander of Bruzan. Jonathan poured wine into the prince's cup, saying that he wished to serve him a drink. The prince thanked him with a smile, though he eyed the wine with quiet suspicion. He said that this was unexpected and asked if it was truly wine, then added mockingly that such fine liquor hardly suited a rural place like Bruzan. His remark stunned the Bruzan soldiers. He continued, saying that it was good they were aware of their status. The tension rose immediately. One soldier, furious, tried to rush at the prince, shouting that he was mocking them and demanding to be released so he could teach the arrogant prince a lesson. Another held him back. Jonathan stepped forward, motioning for calm. Staring at the bottle, he asked if the prince's words should be taken as an insult to Bruzan. Yuri, still smiling with quiet defiance, asked what he would do if it were. His knights, Laurent and Jared, tensed, ready for trouble. The prince went on, asking if they expected him to apologize. Jonathan surprised everyone by laughing and saying there was no need. Then, glancing toward Mary, who watched quietly while sipping her drink, he said that there were two possibilities. Either the third prince of Briol was truly the reckless scoundrel that rumors described, or he was testing them to see whether they were fit to be his allies. The angry soldier from before shouted again, saying that he would show the prince his worth himself. The prince rose slowly, smiling, and said that nothing was more dangerous than an unreliable ally. Looking Jonathan in the eye, he asked if he could prove himself. Jonathan met his gaze and replied confidently that a knight proved his worth through his sword. Mary clapped her hands, drawing all eyes toward her. With a radiant smile, she offered to lead them to the training grounds so they could settle matters properly. Moments later, under the clear sky of Balshad, the two sides gathered, tension sharp as steel, anticipation heavy in the air. At the center of the training grounds, two knights stood facing each other, one from Briol and the other from Bruzan. On the raised platform above them sat Prince Yuri Briol, Commander Jonathan Eagle, and Lady Mary Rose and Trey. Even here, Mary held her glass of wine delicately, swirling it as she turned to the prince. She asked if he had intentionally provoked a fight. Though her tone was teasing, she admitted that the commotion had provided her with something entertaining to watch. Yuri avoided looking at her, asking dryly if she was pretending to be innocent now. He said that she was the one who had arranged this duel from the start. Mary merely smiled and replied that he had been quick to take advantage of it regardless. The prince ignored her after that, focusing instead on the match below. Inwardly, he reminded himself that proving Bruzan's strength was important, but there was something else he needed to confirm. As he studied the Bruzan knights, he thought that in the years to come, one among them would be recognized as one of the 10 strongest, an honor reserved for those who stood among the mightiest on the continent, much like his father once had. He decided that it would not hurt to know such a person ahead of time. Below, the two knights stepped forward to shake hands and introduce themselves. The Bruzan knight identified himself as Froin. The Briol knight, as Laurent. With a mocking grin, Froin said that his respect ended there and that they should make the match enjoyable. He called Laurent, boy. But Laurent only returned his stare silently, his expression sharp and unreadable. Commander Jonathan watched intently, his focus unwavering. Yuri observed just as closely, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Across the field, someone remarked that they looked forward to learning much from this duel. Across the continent, countless warriors sought recognition, but few ever earned the title of the 10 strongest. Those who did commanded respect beyond borders and served as living symbols of deterrence amid constant wars. Prince Yuri, seated above the field, mused that if he could forge connections with such promising figures now, they might one day become invaluable allies. He reminded himself that friendships between men often began with a fight. Down below, Laurent Flandre stood composed and ready. His opponent, Freund of Bruzen, approached with an arrogant laugh. Freund said that he had heard of Laurent, the so-called prodigy with a few noble tournament victories to his name. He dragged his blade along the ground as he closed the distance, mocking those events as shallow displays for the upper class. Freund lunged forward, dismissing Laurent's swordsmanship as that of a sheltered noble. But Laurent moved with perfect control, his eyes fixed on every motion. When Freund's blade struck, it cut through an afterimage. Laurent had already shifted behind him. Freund's confidence wavered for a heartbeat, though he quickly masked it with a grin. He admitted inwardly that Laurent's technique was flawless, yet he claimed aloud that it was too predictable. Gathering his strength, he shouted that he would take the first win. But Laurent advanced without hesitation, his counterattack swift and silent. Sunlight flashed across steel, and in an instant, the duel was over. Jonathan rose from his seat in disbelief while Mary covered her mouth, murmuring in surprise. Prince Yuri, however, remained composed, remarking calmly that the outcome had been expected. On the field, Laurent stood with his sword at Freund's neck. The Bruzen knight, bruised and exhausted, knelt in defeat. As the dust settled, the difference in skill was undeniable. Yuri leaned his chin against his hand, recalling the sequence clearly. Laurent had intentionally left an opening at his shoulder to lure Freund's attack. The moment Freund took the bait, Laurent shifted his wrist, redirected the force, altered his stance, and countered in one seamless motion. Yuri noted inwardly that Freund had fought well, an average opponent would have lost long before seeing that strike. Yet Laurent's ability to read and turn an opponent's strength against them was on another level entirely. With Briol's first victory secured, Laurent sheathed his sword. Freund, breathing heavily, drove his own blade into the ground and extended his hand with a wry smile, admitting defeat and praising Laurent's skill. Laurent returned the gesture, saying that it had been a good fight. The Bruzen knights applauded, acknowledging the honorable outcome despite the loss. Commander Jonathan, watching with pride and restraint, said that this was what one would expect from Briol, the land of knights. He added that Laurent's mastery was impressive indeed. Yuri replied that Jonathan should not flatter them too much, reminding him that Bruzen's knight had also fought admirably. Still, with a faint smile, he noted that the score stood at 1-0 and asked if Jonathan intended to back down. Jonathan smirked and said that such a thing was out of the question. Without hesitation, he called for another of his men. A massive knight stepped forward, his greatsword resting easily on one shoulder. Jonathan announced him as José Eritrea, Bruzen's strongest knight and one who aspired to be counted among the 10 strongest. Yuri's eyes narrowed with intrigue. He muttered José's name under his breath and smiled faintly. Mary, eyes glittering with amusement, commented on José's impressive physique. José stepped into the arena and affirmed Jonathan's order with a solid, "As you command." His presence alone was intimidating. Jonathan declared proudly that José was the mightiest warrior among their ranks. Yuri turned toward his own soldiers and called for Jared. Jared froze, pointing at himself uncertainly, asking if the prince truly meant him. The prince's expression darkened, and he shouted for him to hurry. Reluctantly, Jared rose, donning his helmet as his comrades cheered in support. When the two knights met at the center, the size difference was staggering. José smiled, introducing himself and saying that he looked forward to the match. Jared stammered his name, already uneasy. He could see the hunger for victory in José's eyes and thought inwardly that this man lived for battle. José noticed the hesitation and laughed, saying that Jared seemed the type to study his opponent. Without further warning, José raised his greatsword and announced that he would strike first. Before Jared could react, the enormous knight closed the distance in a blur, the force of his swing shaking the ground. Jared's instincts screamed at him to dodge, and he barely managed to avoid the blow. He realized instantly that blocking such power would have shattered him. José's attacks came one after another, fast, heavy, relentless. A horizontal sweep nearly grazed Jared's chest, slicing cleanly through a strand of his hair. Seeing Jared's startled gaze, José mocked that he must be awfully relaxed to worry about his hair mid-fight. The taunt snapped Jared back to focus. Steel met steel in a rapid exchange, sparks flying as the two knights collided. Jared struggled to keep up, his arms trembling from the sheer impact of José's strikes. The air vibrated with the rhythm of their clash. From above, Prince Yuri watched in fascination. He thought that José Eritrea's power was comparable to that of a beast, yet honed through refined technique. He smiled inwardly, realizing that this was indeed a man who might one day claim a place among the 10 strongest. Jose suddenly grabbed Jared, lifting him effortlessly onto his shoulder before slamming him to the ground with crushing force. The impact echoed through the training field as dust rose into the air. Jared gasped in pain but still tried to stand, his body trembling, until a commanding voice called for them to stop. The duel was declared over. Jose immediately stepped forward, offering Jared a hand and praising him for lasting so long. He said that he had not expected Jared to endure his strength for that long. Jared, exhausted but smiling faintly, took his hand and replied that he had learned much from him. Watching from above, Prince Yuri rose with a satisfied smile, declaring that the match now stood at 1-1 and that both knights had fought admirably. The audience broke into applause, cheering for the valiant display. Mary set her wineglass down with a soft clink and turned toward the prince. She asked with feigned sweetness if that meant they were finally done, getting to know each other. Yuri, already aware of her teasing intent, replied lightly that it was indeed important to build trust between allies. But Mary wasn't finished. She approached him with a charming smile, saying that she was disappointed by his response. Yuri met her gaze warily, uncertain of her next move. Then, in one smooth motion, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders and gently pushed him back into his seat, her smile both playful and daring. She reminded him softly that he himself had said getting to know each other was important in Bruisen. With a coquettish laugh, she tilted his face toward her, insisting that despite his words, it seemed he was planning to delay getting to know her personally. Her cheeks flushed as she leaned closer, pressing against him and accentuating her figure, her tone dripping with false innocence. She caressed his cheek with her palm and asked what was wrong, her voice almost a whisper. Yet none of her advances affected the prince. He only sighed, his face composed and unimpressed. Before Mary could continue, Jonathan stepped in from behind and bowed his head slightly, reminding her that she had promised to show everyone her office. Caught off guard, she turned to him, one hand still resting on the prince's shoulder. She tapped her forehead as if she had only just remembered, saying that indeed, she had mentioned it earlier. Yuri exhaled quietly, muttering to himself that it had all been an act. Jonathan laughed the awkward moment away and asked if she could take them there immediately, explaining that many were curious. Though irritated by his interruption, Mary masked it behind a polite smile and agreed. Turning back to Yuri, she asked if he would like to join them. The prince politely declined, saying he had matters to attend to with his knights. Before she could insist, he stood, smiled quickly, and took off across the training grounds, calling over his shoulder that he would be leaving now. Mary froze, speechless for a second, before her expression turned crimson with frustration. Jonathan, still beside her, burst into laughter at the sight. Unable to contain herself, Mary clenched her fists and shouted in anger that Prince Yuri was utterly infuriating. Jonathan, genuinely puzzled, asked what was wrong, but she ignored him completely. Not long after, the allied forces began to gather at Balshad. Flags from every kingdom waved in the air, and the arrival of the Empire's supreme commander, clad in gleaming armor, sent ripples of excitement through the camp. Each faction began to size up the others, measuring strength and potential. Only the Knights of Briol remained calm. Prince Yuri stood in an open field, gazing down at his sword in silence. Hernando approached carefully and asked if it was wise for them to focus solely on training while others discussed strategies and alliances. Yuri confirmed without hesitation, explaining that those so-called alliances were bound to be shallow. Hernando blinked in surprise, repeating his words in disbelief. The prince clarified that each nation had sent its strongest, and none of them possessed the humility to truly cooperate. Every commander believed themselves superior, so words alone would achieve nothing. Hernando nodded slowly, beginning to understand. Yuri's eyes reflected the gleam of his blade as he thought that, in the end, the only true language between warriors was strength. Turning toward one of his knights, he smiled and asked if they should spar. Laurent stepped forward confidently, sword in hand, saying he would be honored. Yuri pointed his sword at him, warning him not to hold back. Laurent smiled, lowering his gaze as mana began to surge around him. He said that he wouldn't dream of it. The air crackled with energy as both men took their stances. Yuri watched intently, feeling the pressure of Laurent's pure, concentrated mana, and thought that this was exactly what he expected from him. He mirrored the stance, excitement flashing in his eyes, thinking that Laurent truly was the perfect training partner. In the next heartbeat, Laurent dashed forward at incredible speed, his sword slicing through the air with precision. The impact rang out like thunder as Yuri blocked the blow. Sparks flew, scattering in bright arcs across the ground. Laurent pressed forward, stomping hard to gain momentum, his sword now glowing with mana. He swung again, faster, harder, but Yuri dodged, his movements clean and deliberate. Laurent didn't relent. His sword became a blur of motion, stabbing and slashing in a relentless barrage, each strike sharper and more precise than the last. Yuri evaded narrowly, one thrust grazing close enough to slice through a lock of his hair. He noted inwardly that Laurent's attacks were perfectly controlled, each trajectory measured to leave no room for error. It was exactly how he remembered him, pure, disciplined, deadly. A sudden memory flashed before Yuri's eyes, his past life, the moment when Laurent had killed him. Even then, his blade had remained clean, his strikes driven not by anger but by purpose. Returning to the present, Yuri smiled faintly, his eyes alight with determination. He thought that if there would ever come a day when he entrusted his life to Laurent's sword, then it was his duty to stand proudly before him now as his equal. With renewed resolve, Yuri met Laurent's next strike head-on. He parried, deflected, and countered in perfect rhythm. Their blades clashed again and again, each impact ringing out like a symphony of steel. Laurent was driven back by the impact of the clash, his boots scraping across the dirt before he steadied himself. The moment he halted, he lunged forward again, eyes burning with focus. Their swords met once more under the sunlight, every strike sharper, faster, and heavier than the last. The fight grew fiercer, both warriors pushing beyond their limits as the thrill of combat lit their faces. Steel rang in rapid succession, their blades flashing so closely their reflections merged. The soldiers of Briol erupted in cheers, shouting for both their prince and his challenger. Watching from a distance, Jared muttered irritably that the two were far too intense for a simple spar. Behind him, a deep voice agreed, remarking that the Prince of Briol possessed remarkable skill. Jared turned and froze, disbelief twisting his face when he saw the towering knight smiling down at him. It was Jose of Bruzan. Jared stammered his name, and Jose greeted him with a nod and a grin. Jose then called across the field, saying he had a request for the prince. The clash halted immediately. Both Laurent and Yuri turned as Jose stepped forward, declaring that he wished to spar. Yuri's grin widened. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he said that if Jose wanted a match, he wouldn't refuse. With a teasing tone, he added that he would lend Jared instead. Jared's eyes widened as he cried out in disbelief, but before he could resist, Jose effortlessly lifted him onto his shoulder. Announcing that it was time to go, he started walking off while Jared struggled helplessly, reaching toward the prince. Yuri simply waved and told him to have fun. When the laughter faded, Laurent approached and bowed, thanking Yuri for the opportunity to learn. The prince told him that he had done well and that he looked forward to their next bout. With a nod, Laurent departed, leaving Yuri standing quietly in thought. After a few minutes, Yuri walked to the large tree at the edge of the field. Its broad branches offered shade, and he sank down beneath it, leaning against the trunk with his sword still in hand. As fatigue began to settle, he softly asked if there were any results. From the shadows beneath the tree, a figure stepped forward, Asuna. Yuri greeted her and remarked that her stealth had improved. She replied that perhaps it had, though she remained better suited to the open plains. He nodded and asked what she had discovered about the foreigner. She reported that she had found traces of the man's movements. Yuri's gaze sharpened as the image came to mind. The foreigner, one of the 10 strongest of the continent, a warrior from the eastern lands. He remembered that in his past life, this same man had stood alone against Orkua. No one had ever learned the reason, but Yuri knew one thing. The enemy of his enemy could be an ally. He praised Asuna for her work and said they needed to find the man before the coming battle with Orkua. She accepted the order immediately. Yuri fell into thought. They could not afford delays. A memory surfaced. An image of the foreigner, bloodied and impaled through the chest, devoured by a monstrous beast. His expression darkened as he concluded that in the next great war, the foreigner would be the one to fall among the 10 strongest. His thoughts then turned to another figure, Ragnar Gustav Granzian, half-brother to the emperor and supreme commander of the allied forces. Memories rose from his past life. A dimly lit room, the scent of candle smoke, and his younger self whispering reassurances to his fiancée, Princess Irina of the Empire. She had asked nervously what they would do if they were discovered. He had smiled and told her not to worry, promising to take responsibility. As their lips drew close, a rough voice interrupted, telling them to find a better place for their antics. They froze and turned to see Irina's uncle, Ragnar Gustav, sprawled lazily on a couch. Irina, face flushed, stammered his title. Ragnar rose slowly, scratching his head and muttering that their noise was bothersome. He waved Yuri over and asked, half seriously, if he truly liked Irina, saying he seemed far too composed for someone in love. Irina protested in embarrassment, while Yuri stammered that he did. Ragnar sighed, calling the matter pointless, and turned toward the door, saying that Yuri would manage on his own. With a casual wave, he left them standing there, speechless. Even then, Yuri had sensed that Ragnar Gustav Granzian was no ordinary man. Now, in the present, those memories faded as the War Council chamber of Balshad Castle came into view. Around the enormous table sat commanders from various allied kingdoms, their voices low with anticipation as they awaited the arrival of the supreme commander. Some whispered that he was the emperor's half-brother. Others used his title, the Lionheart Prince. Many spoke eagerly of forming ties with such a figure. Yuri watched in silence, noting that even on the brink of war, men still found time for politics and flattery. Then, without warning, a calm voice behind him remarked that they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Yuri froze, a chill running through him. Ragna stood there, smiling faintly, before walking past to take his seat. Yuri's eyes followed, stunned that he hadn't sensed him approach. Ragna clasped his hands together, elbows resting on the table, and swept his gaze across the room. He said that if the atmosphere grew any more relaxed, it would become troublesome. As he spoke, he tapped the armrest once, then again. On the second tap, a crushing pressure filled the air. The commanders stiffened, their breath catching under the invisible weight. Even Yuri felt sweat forming at his brow. In that instant, he understood why they called him the Lionheart Prince of the Empire. Ragnar Gustav Granzian didn't just hold authority, he embodied it. Ragnar's eyes hardened as his voice cut through the silence. He declared that he despised cowards and warned that anyone who attempted to flee would be struck down by his own hand. Those who stood firm, he said, would be honored as true knights and rewarded for their courage. The force of his presence filled the chamber, the air growing so heavy that every breath felt strained. When he finally asked if anyone had questions, the tension snapped like a released bowstring. No one spoke, until Yuri raised his hand. Ragnar nodded for him to proceed. Meeting the commander's sharp gaze, Yuri asked what the Empire's current assessment was regarding the orc's strength. For a moment, Ragnar only studied him, then a faint grin touched his lips. He asked who this bold young man was. Yuri introduced himself as Yuri Briol, commander of Briol's forces. Ragnar chuckled, saying that he had heard of him from George and that it was a sharp question indeed. Standing, he crossed the room and placed a firm hand on Yuri's shoulder. He explained that the Empire had confirmed the rise of an orc named Orkua, who had united the three great orc tribes under his rule. Ragnar said that Orkua's growing power was quickly becoming a grave threat to the continent. He then gestured toward the large map on the table, pointing to several marked locations near Balshad. The orc vanguard, he said, had already established camps dangerously close. In 2 days, their armies would face each other in their first major battle, and he announced that Briol's troops would lead the charge. Fixing Yuri with a steady look, he asked if he would accept command of the vanguard. Yuri hesitated briefly, then exhaled and answered with firm resolve that he would accept and led from the front. That night, beneath a star-filled sky, Yuri sat alone beside a campfire. The flames reflected in his eyes as he stared into them, lost in thought. The soft crackle of burning wood filled the silence until a calm, teasing voice interrupted his solitude. Mary Rosentray, the Mage Duke, approached with her usual confident smile. Taking a seat beside him, she remarked that although he had won the vanguard position, he did not seem pleased about it. Yuri, still gazing at the fire, asked what had brought her to the camp. She said that curiosity had led her there, that she wished to understand the man everyone now spoke of. He replied that she seemed unusually interested in him, and she answered that he gave her few opportunities to learn anything about him. Her tone softened as she said that the lives of Balshad's people rested in his hands and that she needed to know he was someone worth trusting. She asked him, sincerely, to give her an honest answer instead of that distant, troubled look he wore. She added with a small smile that if he did, she would assist him in the coming battle. Yuri asked how she intended to do that. In response, she lifted her hand over the fire, and flames sprang to life at her fingertips. She reminded him that she was the Mage Duke and assured him that she would be far more useful on the plains than his knight Hernando. Yuri watched the flames dance, silent for a long moment, before saying quietly that many of their men would die in the coming fight. She blinked in surprise as he continued, explaining that the vanguard always bore the heaviest losses. The men laughing around the campfires tonight, he said, would be the corpses on the battlefield tomorrow. He had accepted that responsibility, and he would not look away from it. His words left her silent. Then, with sudden emotion, she clenched her fists and declared that his resolve was admirable, so admirable, she admitted, that it frustrated her even more that he thought of his soldiers before her. Smiling despite her words, she extended her hand and pledged that she, Mary Rosentray, Mage Duke of Balshad, would fight beside him. Yuri accepted her vow with gratitude, saying that he looked forward to her aid. 2 days later, the first great battle began. In the dark forests around Balshad, ranks of armored orcs advanced in formation, their guttural war cries shaking the trees. Some rode monstrous beasts whose snarls made the ground tremble. On the opposite side, the allied armies gathered behind wooden fortifications hastily built from logs and earth. From a tall watchtower, Supreme Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzian observed the field with the Mage Duke standing beside him. Below them, Prince Yuri Briol stood at the head of his troops, his knights arrayed behind him. His voice rang strong and steady as he ordered his men to ready their weapons and prepare for battle. The banner of Briol unfurled in the wind, its colors catching the morning light. From above, Ragnar glanced at Mary and remarked that the time had come for the vanguard to move. He asked why she remained beside him instead of withdrawing to safety. She replied calmly that she had been told to stay where she was. He frowned, repeating her words in disbelief, but she simply nodded. Moments later, the lookout horns blared. The orc army had been sighted. Yuri mounted his horse and rode to the front, raising his sword high as his command echoed across the ranks. He called out to all allied units, demanding to know if they were ready, and their thunderous shouts of affirmation answered him. With a sharp pull of the reins, he spurred his horse forward. The ground thundered beneath the charge of his vanguard as the orcs surged to meet them. Watching from above, Ragnar muttered that the prince's recklessness bordered on madness and that such bravado would surely get him killed. Before he could say more, Mary began to chant. Fire gathered around her staff, swirling into a massive sphere that burned brighter with every passing moment. She asked Ragnar's permission to act, her eyes gleaming with determination. He called out in alarm as the blazing sphere grew immense, the air warping with heat. She said calmly that this was the task Prince Yuri had entrusted to her. With a sweep of her staff, she sent the inferno hurtling toward the orc lines like a falling star. The orcs roared in panic, scrambling to escape as the fire descended. Yet Yuri and his soldiers pressed forward without hesitation. Ragnar's expression darkened as he realized the spell's trajectory. He warned that the explosion would engulf their own men as well. Mary only smiled faintly and said that this, too, was part of Yuri's plan. On the battlefield, Yuri rode into the chaos, his spear flashing as he cleaved through an orc with a clean strike. The ground shook as his horse barreled ahead. Then the fireball struck. A massive explosion tore through the forest, consuming everything in a sea of flame. Before the blaze could reach his troops, Yuri lifted his sword high. Mana burst from the blade, and a surge of water materialized from thin air, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the vanguard. Within the inferno's glow, he stood unflinching at the forefront. As his horse charged through the burning battlefield, streams of water spiraled around him, shielding his soldiers from the flames. His command rang clear through the roaring fire, ordering them to strike again. The vanguard advanced, cutting down the scattered and blinded orcs before them. When another wave of enemies appeared, Yuri leapt from his horse, planted his spear in the ground, and dashed forward. In one fluid motion, he seized the weapon again and hurled it with deadly precision. The spear soared through the air and pierced straight through an orc's skull. The orc released a final, guttural scream before collapsing, its body thudding heavily into the dirt. The reptilian beast it rode lunged forward in a frenzy, but Prince Yuri remained composed, eyes steady and unflinching. Before the creature could strike, one of his knights galloped past and cleaved its head cleanly from its body. Without slowing, Yuri pressed onward, carving his way through the chaos and driving deeper into enemy ranks. Across the battlefield, Jose of Bruzen watched with a wide grin. He commented to his men that the Knights of Briol truly lived up to their reputation. Then, laughing, he launched himself high into the air, his greatsword spinning as it cut down a cluster of orcs in one sweeping motion. Elsewhere, the Princess of the Holy Kingdom commanded her forces to protect Briol's vanguard. Her soldiers obeyed instantly, surging forward to reinforce the front lines. Hours passed in a relentless storm of steel and blood until a soldier cried out that the enemy formation had broken. Another shouted for them to show no mercy, and the battlefield erupted in renewed ferocity. From his vantage point, Ragnar Gustav Granzian observed the fight with rare satisfaction, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He murmured that the Allied army's performance was remarkable, beyond expectation. The troops' morale, he noted, had soared because Prince Yuri Briol had charged from the front himself, shattering the orc lines through sheer will. He added that the combination of the Mage Duke's fire with Yuri's water magic had secured victory, though he called the tactic dangerously reckless. Turning to Mary beside him, he asked if she had gone along with such a plan knowingly. Mary answered with a small, unapologetic smile. She admitted that she had initially tried to dissuade the prince but now found herself grateful that he ignored her. Straightening her posture, she brushed a lock of hair from her face and remarked that he had fought with admirable style. Her gaze softened as it lingered on Yuri still battling below. She said quietly that he possessed something rare, an intriguing spark that set him apart. Ragnar sighed, though amusement flickered in his eyes. For a first engagement of the Allied forces, he thought, it was an impressive start indeed. By dusk, the battle was over. Orc corpses lay in heaps, and the flag of Briol waved proudly atop a mound of the fallen. That night, Balshad Castle glowed with the warm light of lanterns. Inside her quarters, Mary sat at her desk, pen scratching across parchment as she recorded the day's events. A faint smile touched her lips, until the quiet was broken by a soft disturbance. Her hand froze mid-sentence, eyes narrowing. She remarked that it was fortunate the prince had triumphed, then asked sharply who had dared to enter her chambers without permission. The air shimmered, and Hernando appeared, dissolving his concealment spell with a quiet chuckle. He told her not to sound so harsh, reminding her that he had once been her teacher and suggesting she might at least ask after him. Her expression turned cold as she replied that a true teacher would never have abandoned his pupil. Hernando took a seat casually, waving off her accusation. He said he had only come to see how far his old student had progressed. Mary crossed her arms and accused him of lying, saying he was truly after her research on the transcendental interpretation formula. She explained curtly that progress had indeed been made. The spell aimed to link languages through shared meaning, and recently it had begun resonating faintly with ancient magic. Hernando's stern expression softened, a rare warmth surfacing as he said that he was relieved to hear it. He asked her to inform him if her work advanced further. She smirked, asking why she should. His tone grew deliberate as he told her that it was because the matter involved Prince Yuri. Her eyes narrowed. Regaining her composure, Mary asked whether Yuri's destiny truly mattered that much to him. Before he could answer, she reminded him of the grand laws forbidding wizards of his rank from interfering directly in human history. Hernando nodded, admitting he was aware, but added that many were already entangled in the prince's fate, including the Empire's own supreme commander. At dawn, the Allied camp stirred beneath the first pale light. In the supreme commander's tent, Yuri stood before Ragna, who sat behind his desk studying a map spread wide before him. Ragna informed him that he would be leading a reconnaissance mission. Yuri frowned slightly, questioning whether such a task suited him. Ragna smiled, assuring him that it did. Later that evening, the camp had quieted, yet Ragna's tent remained lit. Yuri returned, seeking confirmation of his orders. The commander leaned over the same map, tracing a finger along the eastern plains. He explained that the army would advance into Orc territory the following day, and ambushes were to be expected. Yuri asked if he intended to form a detached unit to guard the army's flank. Ragna smiled faintly and said that Yuri had guessed correctly. After a pause, Yuri replied respectfully that while he appreciated the commander's faith, Briol's forces had already borne the brunt of the vanguard in the last battle. For fairness' sake, he said, another nation should lead this time. Ragna scoffed, saying that fairness had no place among commanders obsessed with titles and pride. He stated that he trusted only what he had witnessed firsthand, and of all the allied armies, he trusted Briol's strength the most. As he began to formalize the order, Yuri interrupted with a calm smile, addressing him formally as His Highness. He said he had another proposal, something worth attempting. Hours later, under the deep night sky, messengers ran through the camps delivering sealed orders. In the tents of the Holy Kingdom, a knight burst in breathless but certain. The command, he reported, came directly from Supreme Commander Ragnar Gustav Granzian himself, and it was genuine. Supreme Commander Ragnar announced that during the march, the main army would advance with protection from reconnaissance units, one from each allied nation. At the Bruzen camp, Commander Jonathan read the official order aloud, explaining that the Supreme Commander wasn't simply calling for volunteers but intended to select the units through direct competition among the armies. That night, Jose laughed quietly, saying that the commander clearly wanted to spark some excitement in the ranks. Rolling up the parchment, Jonathan smiled and said that Ragnar was right to demand only the strongest. He added that it had been too long since he had felt this kind of fire in his blood. At the Briol camp, Hernando read the same order with a dark expression. The mission, he explained, was to hunt down orcs along the marching route and collect their right ears as proof of success. The unit that gathered the most would earn the next command. He turned to Yuri, uneasy, and asked whether this strange competition had been his idea. Yuri confirmed that it had. With calm assurance, he said that since the order came directly from the Supreme Commander, every nation would have to compete on equal terms, making it the perfect opportunity to measure their true strength. Jared frowned, voicing concern that reconnaissance missions required different training and that Briol's knights were not accustomed to that kind of work. But Yuri dismissed his worry with quiet confidence, saying simply that he had a method. The next morning, Ragnar stood before the assembled armies. His voice carried across the plain as he announced that the competition would begin immediately. The task was simple: track down the orcs, eliminate them, and collect their right ears as trophies. The nation that returned with the most would earn command priority in future operations. His words brought a sharp silence across the ranks. Among those listening intently were the second princess of the Holy Kingdom, Commander Jonathan of Bruzen, and Prince Yuri Briol. Ragnar then held up an hourglass, stating that once the sand began to fall, the trial would commence. He turned it over, and as the golden grains began to pour, he declared the competition underway. Immediately, the commanders mounted their horses and led their forces in 3 separate directions beneath the blazing morning sun, watching them go. Ragnar's expression softened. A knight beside him remarked that he seemed to have particular faith in the Briol prince. Ragnar admitted that he did. The boy was young, he said, but sharp, and if he proved himself again, Ragnar might grow to like him. Far ahead, Yuri led his forces across the plains, the wind whipping through their banners. Jared rode up beside him, asking if there truly was a plan. Yuri said that their first step was simply to find the orcs. Jared muttered that finding them and surviving them were two different things, but Yuri's calm confidence didn't falter. He repeated that he had a method. Moments later, a lookout shouted from the front, pointing northeast. Yuri followed his gaze and spotted a large band of orc cavalry charging across the open grasslands. A faint grin crossed his face as he said that this would do nicely. He took out a small necklace set with a crimson gem and whispered that it was time to draw them in. The gem pulsed with a rhythmic red glow that shimmered across the plains. In the distance, the orcs' eyes began to flare crimson one after another. Consumed by the gem's influence, they turned as one and roared, galloping straight toward Yuri's position. Raising his sword high, Yuri reminded his soldiers of their task. Their trophies would be the orcs' right ears. His knights shouted in unison, their weapons gleaming beneath the sun. Jared exhaled heavily but unsheathed his blade nonetheless. Yuri's grin widened. He told his men not to overdo it, then gave the command to charge. The earth quaked as the two forces collided. Jared leapt from his horse mid-gallop, slicing clean through an orc's neck before landing lightly on the corpse. Blood sprayed as he tore his sword free, immediately joining the fray again. Briol's troops fought with ruthless precision, their formation disciplined and efficient. The orcs fell quickly, their disorganized frenzy no match for the knights' coordinated assault. Then a massive orc warlord appeared, riding a hulking lizard beast, bellowing as it swung a colossal axe. Yuri spotted it instantly and spurred his horse forward. The warlord's strike descended, but before it could connect, Yuri's blade flashed once, severing its throat in a clean, effortless motion. He rode past without looking back as the creature toppled lifelessly to the ground. Surveying the battlefield, Yuri's expression remained calm. Inwardly, he considered the two tools he had prepared, the first being the crimson crystal necklace he had taken from a bandit camp, which now lay dim against his chest. The second, he thought, was far more destructive. Before he could act, a knight approached carrying a blood-soaked sack, reporting proudly that they had already collected 10 right ears and were far ahead of the others. Yuri glanced down at the sack, then at the carnage around him, and smiled faintly. He said that it wasn't enough. The knight hesitated, unsure what he meant. Without another word, Yuri drew a small knife and hurled it into the ground. The instant it struck, the earth split apart with a blinding flash. A pillar of light erupted skyward, shaking the plains with a thunderous roar that echoed for miles across the horizon. The knight staggered back as blinding energy erupted from the ground, while Yuri remained poised on his horse, faint light rippling around him. A confident smile crossed his face as he declared that they would hunt down every last orc in the region before returning. The technique he had used, soul severance, was a rare and perilous mana art said to manifest differently depending on its wielder's will. Yuri studied the dagger lodged in the earth, explaining that it resonated with the planet's pulse through a sword technique built upon seismic vibration. By merging that frequency with soul severance, he could extend his perception across the terrain, sensing every living presence that touched it. Focusing, the color drained from his irises until they turned misty and distant. His awareness expanded outward. He could feel the movements of every orc scattered across the plains, the formation of his own troops, even the faint quivers of beasts miles away. Yet the result failed to satisfy him. He murmured that it still wasn't enough, then turned to his men and proclaimed that they would not rest until the plains were cleansed of orcs. Lifting his sword, his aura flared again, and with a fierce cry, he led the charge into the fading light. By dusk, in the Allied command tent, Supreme Commander Ragna stood beside an hourglass as its last grain slipped away. He announced that the allotted time for the reconnaissance contest had ended. One by one, the nations presented their results. The first group stepped forward, but when Ragna overturned their pouch, not a single orc ear fell out. His face hardened as he reminded them that the mission had been reconnaissance, not a leisurely stroll. Disgusted, he tossed the empty pouch aside and called for the next. Yet each nation followed with the same outcome, empty hands and lowered heads. When the last soldier approached, Ragna's patience broke. He cursed under his breath, smacking his forehead and demanding to know how so many armies could fail to kill even one orc. A sharp voice cut through the silence as Commander Jonathan of Bruzen stepped forward, eyes gleaming. When Ragna opened his pouch, several orc ears spilled onto the table. Murmurs filled the tent. Ragna nodded approvingly, commending Bruzen for their 6 trophies. The highest count so far. Jonathan bowed modestly, saying that luck had favored them in finding a wandering orc troop. Ragna chuckled and said that luck was its own kind of strength. Many warriors had perished for lacking it. Then he reached for another pouch, declaring that the Empire's own troops had also joined the trial. He emptied it onto the table, 12 orc ears in total. The room fell into a mix of awe and resentment as commanders exchanged uneasy glances. Ragna grinned, pleased with his soldiers' results. Jonathan's expression faltered. He knew the Empire's might, yet for them to collect twice as many trophies after leaving an hour later stung deeply. Across the room, the second princess of the Holy Kingdom bit her lip, silently cursing how effortlessly the Empire had outshone them. Ragna sensed the tension but remained calm, telling the gathered leaders not to lose spirit. What mattered now, he said, was what they achieved next. He turned to his aide, asking if there were any remaining reports. The soldier hesitated before gesturing toward a large pouch dropped heavily onto the table. A voice announced that it came from Briol. The commanders turned as Ragna raised a brow, half amused. When the pouch was opened, dozens of orc ears poured out, far exceeding all the others. Standing before them, bloodstained but composed, Yuri explained that there was no secret to their success. They had simply worked harder than anyone else. That night, Briol's camp buzzed with energy. Sir Jared oversaw the unloading of supplies, reminding the soldiers to handle the crates with care. As he moved through the rows of tents, a knight from another nation deliberately bumped his shoulder, muttering something bitter before walking off. Jared frowned, confused by the hostility. Later, he found Yuri by the fire, sharing a simple meal with another knight. He reported that men from other camps had started picking fights. Yuri rose immediately, asking if it was true. As they walked together, Jared explained that other troops were spreading rumors, none of them flattering. Yuri only smiled, saying that such things were expected. After their victory, they had become the center of attention, and jealousy was the natural price of success. He told Jared to take it as a compliment. Envy was proof of accomplishment. Then his gaze shifted to a cage nearby where captured orcs sat bound and silent. He asked about the sorcerer among them, and Corey, their translator, stepped forward nervously. Yuri rested a hand on his shoulder and asked what he had learned. Corey hesitated before explaining that one of the orcs had spoken. Intrigued, Yuri told him to interpret. Corey said that the orc had uttered the words, "Black Dog." He explained uneasily that the orcs had been spreading tales of a knight who could sniff them out like a hunting hound. Jared snorted, trying not to laugh, while Yuri frowned, asking if the orcs truly meant him. Corey confirmed it, adding that the name was spoken with both fear and respect. Yuri sighed, muttering that he would have preferred wolf. Jared burst into laughter, earning a sharp glare before hastily claiming he wasn't laughing at all. Yuri turned back to the captives with a faint smile, saying that at least his reputation had begun to spread among the enemy. But then Corey spoke again. He said that the orcs weren't calling him merely a black dog. They had named him the Emperor's Black Dog, claiming he served the Empire and hunted Orkua in its name. The air turned tense. Yuri's expression darkened, and his aura flickered with fury. He repeated the name under his breath, incredulous, before growling that the orcs dared label him a hound of the Empire. Power surged around him, his hand drifting toward his sword. Jared shouted for him to stop, urging him not to kill the prisoners. After a long, strained pause, Yuri exhaled slowly and sheathed his weapon. Corey, still shaken, went on to explain that the orcs had revealed more. Orkua's lieutenant, the chieftain Karui, was gathering his warriors in the Garum region to intercept the allied army. Karui, he said, was notorious for his brutality and strength, a warlord who had united his tribe through fear alone. Yuri's anger settled into cold resolve. He patted Corey's head in approval, telling him he had done well, and instructed Jared to finish the interrogation. Then he said that he would personally deliver the intelligence to the Supreme Commander. Later that evening, inside Ragna's tent, Yuri stood at attention as the commander reviewed the report. Without warning, Ragna asked if he had a lover. Startled, Yuri answered that he did not. Ragna nodded thoughtfully, asked his age, and when told he was 18, said with amusement that perhaps it was still early, but he happened to have a beautiful niece. Yuri froze, uncertain he'd heard correctly. Ragna laughed, saying they could discuss it another time, and waved him off. Outside, Yuri walked aimlessly through the cool night air, muttering about Ragna's niece. Then memory struck him like lightning. The imperial princess he had once been engaged to in his previous life. His face went pale. Gripping his hair in horror, he shouted that he had to stay far away from her, startling nearby soldiers. Before he could recover, a familiar voice called his name. He turned, and froze. Standing before him was the second princess, commander of the Holy Kingdom's army, looking puzzled by his reaction. She asked why he was staring at her like that. In that instant, realization dawned, and Yuri's panic melted into relief. A slow smile spread across his face. He thought to himself that fate had been kind, his unexpected savior had appeared. To him, the princess seemed radiant, almost divine. Unaware of his inner thoughts, she brushed a strand of hair aside, still confused, while Yuri silently thanked destiny for sending him his goddess, exactly when he needed her most. Under the torchlit sky, Yuri pondered his predicament. To avoid Ragna's meddlesome matchmaking, he reasoned that he needed to fake a relationship. But not with just anyone. It had to be someone who owed him, someone with no romantic attachment to complicate things, and no way to refuse his request. His eyes narrowed as the answer came to him. It had to be her. She looked startled when he approached, asking what was wrong. He called her by name, Sibylla, and reminded her that he had once saved her life. She confirmed she remembered, though she seemed wary. He told her he needed her help, insisting it was something only she could do. When she asked what he meant, he simply stated that he would be relying on her. Confused, she protested that he owed her an explanation. As she tried to make sense of his words, a smiling knight approached, addressing her respectfully as, "Your Highness." She recognized him, Sir Fennec, and asked what he meant by, "Nice to see." He answered warmly that he supported both of them wholeheartedly. Sibylla fell silent, wishing he would disappear along with everyone else. Above them, the night sky stretched endlessly, quiet and merciless. The next day, sunlight spilled over the green hills as the allied columns advanced. One knight rode up to Yuri, saying that he had heard the latest rumor. When Yuri asked which, the man replied that it was why His Majesty kept calling for him, that he was supposedly getting married. Another knight, flushed with curiosity, nodded eagerly. Yuri groaned in disbelief, telling them not to be ridiculous. He remarked that they must be terribly bored to believe such nonsense. Looking up, he frowned as he noticed a cluster of crows circling in the distance. Moments later, the road narrowed between high rock walls. The sound of pounding hooves echoed through the pass until one rider suddenly shouted in alarm. Another knight volunteered to check ahead, and Yuri ordered that he take a partner. A brief acknowledgement followed, and the two galloped into the ravine. Within the shadowed gorge, Jared gasped, his words dying in his throat as he took in the gruesome sight before them. Corpses hung from spears driven into the wet stone, their blood pooling darkly below. He stared upward and muttered in disbelief, wondering if all of them were human. Ragna let out a short, humorless laugh and commented that the orcs' sense of welcome was quite creative. He studied the arrangement of bodies and concluded that the orcs hadn't eaten their victims. Instead, they had displayed them, mocking trophies of their victory. To him, it was as if the orcs were saying, "This is all you are worth to us." Yuri turned to Ragna, saying that morale would falter if the men saw this, and requested permission to take care of the mess. Ragna gave a brief nod. His commanding voice followed, calling for the men of Briol to prepare the torches. Soon, flames rose, burning the grisly display into ash. A shaken Jared asked how anyone could commit such cruelty. Yuri told him not to dwell on it. Then he shouted orders, calling for Guinness and Dyke not to wander too deep and to report back. Their faint reply came through the echoes, agreeing to return. Moments later, one of the pair remarked uneasily that something about the scene was off. His partner asked what he meant. The first pointed to the weapons embedded in the ground, explaining that the arrowheads and spears faced downward, the opposite direction from the impaled corpses. It looked, he said, as though the victims had been struck from above. Before the words settled, an arrow Guinness in the back, a sudden scream split the air. Dyke shouted his comrade's name, then again, louder, panic rising. He bellowed that they were under attack. High above, hidden orc archers released a volley. A soldier caught sight of the rain of arrows descending and froze in terror, thinking only of running. But froze when he remembered Guinness, hesitant to leave him behind. Yuri launched himself forward, sprinting through the ravine's slick mud. Spotting Dyke, he shouted a warning about his shoulder and leapt, twisting mid-air. Blue energy spiraled around him as he swung his arm, creating a barrier that deflected the incoming arrows in a dazzling arc. Landing among broken shafts and blood-soaked ground, Yuri scanned the scene and muttered that Guinness was still alive. He ordered Dyke and Simon to request immediate aid from the Holy Kingdom, telling them to mention his name so they would be helped without question. Narrowing his eyes toward the canyon rim, he admitted grimly that they had been completely deceived. Above, an orc archer sneered. Yuri watched the arrogant orcs as they began to retreat. Yuri deduced their purpose. They had come only to deliver a warning and had no reason to remain. His jaw tightened. If the orcs believed they could slaughter them anytime, they were gravely mistaken. He rested a hand on his sword and vowed that next time, he would return the favor. Later, in the command post, Ragna summarized grimly that an orc ambush unit was stationed atop the canyon. He added that retreat was no longer possible. They would have to eliminate the threat. He turned to Yuri, asking what he planned to do. Yuri's lips curved into a faint smile. He said there was only one logical choice. He advised the commander to have the archers apply steady pressure, preventing the orcs above from reappearing. Then, placing his hands together, his aura flaring blue around him, he told them with quiet certainty to leave the canyon ambushers to him. At the valley, the orcs already wait along the cliffs, crouched in a silent ambush. One of them stiffens when it senses a strange presence below. Curious, it rises with bow in hand and tries to peer over the edge to spot the movement beneath. Before it can see anything, arrows slice through the air and force it to duck. The shafts spark against the rocks, shattering on impact. The orc snarls and sends out a harsh cry in its guttural tongue, a warning that spreads through the entire line as more arrows scatter across the ledges. Below, near the valley's entrance, stands Ragna, supreme commander of the allied forces. 3 night archers accompany him, bows raised and eyes locked on the cliffs. Ragna's voice cuts through the tension as he orders the archers to keep the orcs contained, since Briol's unit will handle the assault. Up above, 1 knight climbs steadily along the rough cliff wall. Others from the Briol unit follow beneath him, armor scraping stone. One of them already struggles, his breathing uneven. Guiding the ascent is Prince Yuri Briol, who climbs with steady focus. Moments later the weary knight calls up to him, saying between ragged breaths that the prince is pushing too hard and should save his strength since a battle waits at the top. Yuri sighs and tells him to worry about his own condition first. He says that the knight has terrible stamina for his age and wonders how he plans to fight like that. Even so, his attention stays fixed on the climb. He notes to himself that the archers are buying them precious time and that they cannot afford to fall behind. But his thoughts halt when he senses a shift in the air, a warning that chills his instincts. His eyes widen as a massive boulder hurtles down toward them. The knights shout below, begging him to watch out, but Yuri stays composed. His hand reaches for the magical daggers at his waist, channeling mana through them. All 4 blades shoot free, spinning around him before racing upward. They embed themselves in a vertical line along the cliff face, forming a glowing set of footholds. Yuri leaps, using the daggers as steps and driving himself upward with inhuman speed. Mana surges through him, sharpening his movements until he closes in on the falling boulder. He draws his sword, steadies his breath, and cleaves the boulder in one clean strike. The 2 halves crash past him, scattering rock and dust along the cliff. Before he drops, he stabs his sword into the cliff wall and grips it with both hands to slow his fall. He hangs there for a moment, breathing hard, then loosens one hand to look down. He calls out, asking if the others are safe. The knights confirm that they are, their voices echoing up the cliff. He smiles faintly. He says that is good and urges them to hurry. With a sharp pull, he frees his sword and uses the recoil to launch himself upward again. He sprints along the cliff, then leaps near the top and lands on one knee. Orcs surround him instantly, snarling. He mutters that he appreciates the warm welcome. The orcs hiss at him, trying to shape his name. One of them finally growls it clearly. Aquaka. Yuri steadies his stance and answers with a smirk, saying that yes, that is him, and calling them orc bastards in return. An enraged orc lunges. Yuri rushes forward in a burst of mana and cuts off its right arm, sending it spinning through the air. The beast shrieks, then swings its remaining weapon and strikes Yuri across the ribs. Pain flashes through him. He forces himself upright while the orc shifts its grip and prepares to strike again. Steel meets steel as Yuri intercepts the blow. He studies the creature with a cold gaze and remarks that losing an arm has drained its strength more than it realizes. Before he can finish the thought, more orcs rush him from every direction. He mutters that this is becoming annoying and moves again. His blade slices through one orc's weapon, then through another's torso. He pivots and cuts the leg out from under a third. A fourth surprises him from behind, forcing him to twist and block with clenched teeth. Locked against the orc's strength, he glances at the cliff's edge and shouts down, demanding to know how long the knights plan to take. One finally appears, saying they're almost there. Seconds later, Jared and Laurent pull themselves over the top. Both strike without pause, cutting down 2 orcs in perfect rhythm. Yuri drives his sword into another orc's throat, then turns to the others and gives his command. There is no time for rest. They're to charge the moment they reach the surface. The knights answer with a unified roar. One after another, they surge over the ledge and into the fight. The cliff top becomes a storm of steel, blood, and shouts as orcs clash with Briol's men. Yuri leads them from the front, his final order cutting through the chaos as he commands them to kill. Far below, Ragna stands at the valley entrance and watches the dust rising over the cliffs. The echoes of battle drift through the night. A proud smile touches his face as he observes in silence. That night, in the camp rebuilt after the clash, soldiers tend to their wounds and reorganize their lines. Beneath the banner of Briol, a voice inside the command tent reports that the hidden enemy units have been eliminated and that the main force can advance through the rift without losses. Prince Yuri listens from his desk while Jared stands before him. Jared finishes by stating that the stronghold of Karui, under Okwa's command, lies ahead. Yuri confirms the report and praises him for his work. Jared then adds that the princess of the Holy Kingdom had a message. Curious, Yuri murmurs Sabia's name. Jared explains that she says she is annoyed that he keeps collecting all the achievements for himself, but that she can send priests if he needs support. When he finishes, he gives the prince a careful look and suggests that perhaps Yuri and the princess might share something more. He cuts himself off, insisting it is only speculation. Yuri responds at once with a firm no, saying the assumption is wrong. Disliking the direction of the conversation, he waves his hand and dismisses Jared, telling him that if there is nothing else, he may leave. Jared bows, answers with a respectful yes, and wishes him a good rest before stepping out of the tent. Silence settles over the tent once Jared leaves. Yuri stays by the table, eyes following the inked lines of the map. He sighs and mutters that he had hoped for a moment of rest, but fate seems to disagree. Without looking up, he senses someone behind him. He asks how long she has been standing there, addressing Asuna. She steps forward with calm confidence and tells him that she has found the foreigner. Yuri finally turns, interest sharpening across his face. He says that her timing is perfect and asks where the foreigner is now. Asuna points to a region on the map and explains that the man is currently there. Yuri leans closer, asking if she means the foreigner is inside orc territory. She nods and clarifies that it appears to be the case. Yuri rubs his chin, wondering aloud if the foreigner is cooperating with the orcs. Asuna quickly denies it and says that the truth seems opposite. She explains that she could not infiltrate any deeper due to increased guard activity, but she learned that the foreigner was taken captive. With a hint of worry, she warns Yuri to be cautious. She says she knows he has personal interest in the man, but the capture feels intentional, like a piece in a larger plan. She continues by stating that if the Allied forces intervene directly, the foreigner might even turn on them. Yuri asks her to confirm that the foreigner has been made a prisoner. She nods again but still offers to return and investigate. Yuri tells her it is unnecessary. He smiles and says the situation may actually work to their advantage. He can simply meet the foreigner himself. Inwardly he notes that the foreigner wants nothing except Okwa's head, and as long as their goals align, he can win him over. He orders Asuna to infiltrate the orc barracks the moment the battle begins tomorrow and monitor the foreigner's condition until he arrives. She does not answer. She simply watches him, eyes shadowed with concern. Yuri notices and asks what troubles her. She steps closer to the desk and says that if he intends to face the foreigner personally, she wants to accompany him. With fierce resolve, she addresses him as her prince and says the foreigner is dangerous and she will protect him. Yuri stares at her for a long moment. Then he stands, calls her name, and meets her gaze. His voice turns cold as he tells her he did not hire her to act as his bodyguard and that he is perfectly capable of defending himself. Her shoulders fall. She lowers her head beneath her hood and bites her lip to hide her feelings. She nods and says she understands. Yuri sighs. Then, forcing a lightness back into his tone, he turns to retrieve something from the side table. He asks if she wants a late-night snack before leaving, mentioning that he received some earlier. He sets the snack on a plate and says that it is excellent, but when he glances back, Asuna has already vanished. Only the faint trace of her mana lingers in the air. Later that night, Yuri sits outside by a campfire with Jared and several knights. Jared launches into one of his favorite stories from Yuri's youth, saying that was the moment the Death Knights appeared behind the young prince. He puffs his chest and declares that he stepped forward to shield him. As the senior knight, this is Jared's moment to boast. The younger knights listen in awe. Yuri, roasting his snack over the fire, thinks privately that Jared is lying. He remembers Jared snoring on the ground until Yuri kicked him awake. Still, he admits Jared has gotten better over the years. One knight asks Yuri if Jared's story is true. Yuri almost blurts out the actual scene but instead says that Jared did his best. The knight turns back, admiration growing, and asks Jared how he found the courage to face a Death Knight. Jared answers proudly that a Death Knight is still solid and can be fought with a blade. Then, wearing a stern expression, he adds that the worst enemy is something without form, like a ghost, because you cannot cut one down. Yuri watches their exchange, quietly pleased to see the camaraderie. But as he looks toward Jared, something shifts in his vision. Behind Jared stands a ragged figure. At first he wonders who would wear such tattered clothes. Then his sharp eyes adjust, and disbelief spreads across his face. His eyes widen, his mouth parts. He rises at once and grabs his sword hilt, ordering the knights to raise their weapons. Jared startles and asks what is wrong. Yuri tells him there is an orc. Jared draws his sword and looks where Yuri is staring, but he sees nothing. Not wanting to misstep, he swallows and asks softly if the prince is tired. Yuri stays tense, gaze fixed on the same point. Jared insists there is nothing there. The knights crouch, weapons ready, waiting for an explanation. Yuri demands to know what they mean, saying the orc is right in front of them and asking why they cannot see it. He repeats that it is there. The invisible scout realizes the prince can see it, flinches, and bolts. Yuri immediately leaps off after it. Jared shouts after him, asking where he is going. Yuri answers with unwavering focus that he is going to catch the orc. As he closes in, he realizes that only he can see it. It is a hidden scout cloaked by sorcery. He floods his body and blade with mana. He shouts that he will not let it escape and attacks. The strike is clean, but the orc dissolves into a swirl of dark vapor and avoids the cut. From a distance, it glances back, lips curved into a wicked smile. Before vanishing entirely, it releases a dark substance into the air. Yuri halts, wary. The substance splashes across him, and disgust twists his expression. He asks what this filth is. He pushes out a burst of mana, blasting the substance from his body. It burns as it falls away. He lifts his hand, watching the last of it sizzle, and says that an impure aura has spread through him. Concern creeps into his voice as he uses mana to purge the remnants. Still staring at his hand, he wonders aloud what this could possibly be. Later that night, Yuri sits inside Hernando's tent. After explaining everything, Hernando repeats with concern that the creature he described might truly be an avatar invisible to ordinary sight, which he finds deeply suspicious. Yuri confirms it and says the situation is serious, since the enemy slipped right past them without anyone noticing. Cross-legged on the chair, Yuri quickly summarizes why he rushed to the royal family's mage at such a late hour. Hernando, surrounded by gambling cards and tokens with knights kneeling beside him in punishment, lets out an awkward laugh. Yuri remarks that he seems to have come at a busy moment. Hernando scratches the back of his head and suggests the orc likely hid itself with sorcery, though Yuri's sharpened senses still manage to detect it. Yuri replies that the real danger is the unpredictability it brings to the next battle. He asks if Hernando has any countermeasures, something bold like the firebomb Mary Rose once used. Hernando answers that such a spell was only possible near Balshad, and heavy magic like that can be disrupted. Yuri then asks about the suspicious nature of the sorcery itself. Hernando, calmer, says he is uncertain but suspects the orcs have been dabbling with forbidden power, likely mixing in black magic. Concerned, Yuri asks if that is dangerous. Hernando waves it off and says the magic tower already finished their studies on it and that as long as they respond quickly, it is manageable. He promises to focus first on dispelling the enemy sorcerer's tricks. Yuri agrees and says he will rely on him. Then, interlocking his fingers, Yuri adds one more thing. Hernando answers politely. Yuri lifts a playing card with a stern look, making it clear this is a warning. He will overlook tonight's gambling only this once. If Hernando plans to gamble again, he says he should at least invite him. Hernando nods with an amused grin. The punished knights stare, confused, as Yuri and Hernando begin exchanging jokes over wins and losses. Their laughter mingles with the groans of the knights still stuck in their punishment. Elsewhere that night, crows blanket the sky. Beneath them hang rotting skeletons on makeshift crosses. Not far from this grim sight, deep within the orc base, a command rings out in their rough tongue. Inside a large hall, countless orcs kneel, eyes glowing red, awaiting orders. Their leader slumps on his throne, radiating a crushing, dark aura, and issues a command. The orc shaman responds eagerly and begins chanting. Dark red mana coils from his hands and pours into the kneeling warriors. When the spell finishes, the orcs tremble like starving predators, their eyes blazing brighter. Snarls echo as the mana circles them. Their leader gives two final words, his voice low and feral. At dawn in Karui's camp, a horn splits the morning silence. The Allied forces signal the start of a full assault. The camp jolts awake as Supreme Commander Ragna leads the charge. Mounted and ready, Yuri Briol rises in his saddle and unleashes a command for the Briol army to surge forward. His words thunder across the field. His soldiers answer with a roar, blades lifted as they rush in formation behind him. Yuri drives himself to the front, every muscle ready, leading the charge toward the orc gate. Before they reach striking distance, orcs appear behind their barricades. Their bows rise in unison. A sharp signal follows, and a storm of arrows is launched. The whistling fills the air. Yuri yanks his reins, forcing his steed into a hard turn, and orders a retreat. Hooves tear the soil as the formation shifts, though arrows still punch into their ranks. Jared and Laurent dodge aside, but behind them metal sinks into flesh. Screams mix with the pounding hooves. The sound lodges itself in Yuri's chest. He forces his eyes forward, telling himself that he cannot look back, cannot hesitate. Move forward, he repeats inwardly. As he pushes on, he sees the truth of the trap. The orcs are fixated on their formation, using them as bait. Just as he expects, while the orcs pour every arrow toward him, Ragna bellows a fresh command and sends soldiers with a battering ram straight at the front gate. Their combined roar shakes the air. The ram smashes through the gate in one brutal strike, reducing the heavy doors to broken shards. Ragna claims the breach and orders the Imperial army inside. The soldiers flood forward, a rolling wave of steel. Once Yuri has led his troops far enough and the arrow fire fades, he pulls his reins and stops. His forces follow suit. He listens through the settling dust and recognizes the crash of Ragna's assault deep in the camp. He declares that their role as bait is finished and that they should regroup, but a voice interrupts him. Sir Jose steps forward with soldiers who carry fresh wounds. Jose argues that since the front is already under attack, the orcs must be stretched thin. In this state, he says they can crush the enemy faster by striking from behind. Yuri almost laughs at the boldness, calling the idea clever but raising his hand toward the rear wall. That section is a solid barrier, heavily reinforced, and they have no ram. Jose only chuckles and grips the hilt of his greatsword. Mana coils around the blade, thick and rising. He says siege weapons are not always necessary. With mana surging to full strength, he steps off his horse and approaches the fortress wall. Yuri watches with a mix of awe and caution. Incredible, he thinks. Jose plants his feet, pours even more mana into the weapon, and twists his body. The ground shakes. Then he swings. The strike detonates with massive force. A torrent of mana bursts forward like a wave surging from the earth. It slams into the rear barricade, pulverizing it in an instant. Stone and wood explode outward in a choking cloud. Through the dust, disoriented orcs stagger. One spots the breach and begins shouting in alarm. Yuri wastes no time. He charges inside, praising Jose's feat as he passes. His speed splits the air. The orc crying out loses its head in a single flash of steel. Yuri halts just after the strike, raises his voice, and orders the Briol soldiers to advance. He points his bloodied blade toward the path ahead and declares that their moment has come. He rides straight at a barricade the orcs hastily assembled and commands his army to clear it. As they close in, the knights leap their mounts. Yuri urges them to carve their strength into the enemy's spirit. On the other side, orcs brace with spears lifted. Yuri tells his men to show not only the might of the alliance but Briol's own power. Before the orcs can strike upward, one knight vaults ahead and cleaves every spearhead in a single burst of steel. The knights land cleanly. Sir Jared raises his sword and charges with fierce conviction, shouting for Briol. Laurent, beside Yuri, watches Jared with surprise. Yuri notices a fire in Jared stronger than usual and sees that same competitive spark ignite in Laurent. Laurent draws his sword, launches himself forward, and calls back that he has no choice but to keep up. Yuri answers his name under his breath, unable to stop him. Jared reaches the front where orcs ride monstrous beasts. He charges straight at them, then suddenly throws himself off his horse. He spins through the air, the orcs staring up in shock. He lands on one knee, unshaken, his blade having cut an orc clean in half before touching the ground. He lunges forward again, driving his blade into an orc's skull. Blood streaks his arm as he lifts his free hand and shouts his relief and loyalty to Prince Yuri Briol. Nearby, Jose, soaked in orc blood, catches sight of Jared and laughs in excitement, thinking that Briol's troops keep stealing every dramatic moment. The soldiers around him roar louder, and Jose orders his bruised men to push harder, refusing to let Briol's forces outshine Brizon. As the fighting rolls on, Yuri notes that their advance is working. The orc line is thin, momentum on their side. Even so, unease curls in his chest. He thinks that something is wrong, because the orc main force still has not appeared. Then it hits like a black wave. Orc-Val units flood out in overwhelming numbers, moving with eerie discipline. They carve through soldiers instantly, crushing men before they can even brace. Knights keep charging blindly until someone finally identifies them and shouts a warning. Those who reach them before that warning die without landing a single blow. Still mounted, Jared watches bodies fall and feels panic rising. He wonders why so many of these monsters are here. An Orc-Val suddenly barrels toward him, killing the soldier ahead with one brutal strike and turning toward Laurent. It looms over Jared with its axe raised, its growl vibrating through him. Only then does he realize he's in real danger. Yuri crashes in with a blazing charge, telling Jared to pull himself together as he intercepts the attack. Sparks scatter as steel collides. Jared can only think of his prince with shaken relief. Yuri asks sharply if Jared plans to die after bragging once. He orders him to reset his stance. Jared obeys, fear pushed aside. They attack together. Yuri cuts through the Orc-Val's arm, Jared through its leg, dropping the monster face first. Jared apologizes, and Yuri tells him to stay alert, already focused on the battlefield. Then Yuri's gaze snaps to a hut deeper in the camp. He senses something far worse waiting there. Inside, an orc emerges holding a severed human head like a trophy. The corpses behind it are torn apart with deliberate cruelty. A suffocating pressure radiates from the creature. It is Karui, the camp's commander. Outside, Jose shouts that the enemy formation has broken and orders his men to press the advantage, refusing to let Briol's soldiers outdo them. Yuri and Jared both sense a surge of pressure from a tent nearby. Yuri calls Jared's attention to it. Jared says he feels it too and asks if Yuri plans to go. Yuri says he does and tells him to follow. As they sprint toward it, Jared asks if the main force has already faced what's inside. Yuri answers that he hopes they aren't too late. His thought ends as a soldier's body hurtles out of the hut and crashes into the camp wall. A heavy orc stomp follows inside. Using the recoil, the orc launches upward in a single leap, shooting past them. Jared barely registers what passed, Yuri cursing as he turns. The orc rushes toward the soldiers behind them, leaps again, and crashes down in their center. 4 men die instantly in one circular swing. More fall before anyone understands what's happening. Soon the orc stands alone among fresh corpses. Yuri's grip tightens. Jared calls to him, nervous. Yuri instead commands all soldiers to fall back, fury building as he fixes on Karui. He repeats the order, knowing he will not hold back if they stay close. He steps toward Karui. The orc turns and stares with clear intent to kill. Jared panics and calls for his prince again. Jose arrives and tells Jared not to bother, saying Yuri likely cannot hear anything now. Jose adds that he will fight beside him. Yuri raises his sword and strikes. Karui meets him, mana and metal clashing in a burst of sparks. Karui then overpowers him, forcing him back until Yuri digs his sword into the dirt to stop. He admits inwardly that one direct hit from Karui will drop him instantly. A greatsword falls beside him. Jose steps in, saying Yuri seemed to be in trouble. He rests his weapon on his shoulder and states that he will assist. Yuri accepts. Jose watches Yuri and thinks of a wolf shielding its young, recognizing that same fearless resolve in him. Yuri's stance sharpens. He understands war. Karui grins and invites them forward with a gesture. Yuri signals Jose, who nods. They charge. Jose reaches Karui first and strikes with mana-charged force. Karui blocks it cleanly. They trade blows in a whirlwind, neither yielding. Yuri rushes in to strike from behind, but Karui twists away and grabs Yuri's shoulder, hurling him aside while still locking blades with Jose. Karui then notices a small cut on his palm and looks confused. Yuri stands again with a faint, bloody smile and says that even a small wound should bother him. He adds that their knights will wipe out Karui's proud orcs and invites him to see how long he can endure against both of them. Jose steadies his weapon. They attack again together. Karui catches both blows, Jose's with his axe, Yuri's with his bare hand, but the pressure forces him to strain. Then Karui breaks the bind and unleashes a roar. A dark force erupts from him. The sky darkens instantly, thunder rumbling unnaturally. Jose freezes and asks what this is. Yuri feels the same foul aura and clenches his teeth. Karui, cloaked in black smoke, stands with glowing red eyes, muscles swelling as the aura surges. Yuri recognizes the sensation, disturbingly similar to what he felt from the Phantom Sorcerer. He tells Jose to fall back, but the warning is late. Karui slashes Jose's chest. Yuri shouts for him to dodge. Jose steadies himself and refuses to fall, meeting the next blow with a mana-charged guard. He breaks the bind just as Yuri leaps again, only for Karui to twist and intercept the strike. Yuri kicks back as Karui's counter tears into the ground. Yuri asks if Jose can still fight. Jose says he can. From his observations, Jose states that Karui's strength has skyrocketed since the smoke appeared. Yuri agrees and notes inwardly that the aura matches the phantom sorcerer's, which is troubling, because Hernando should be dispelling dark magic right now. Then fallen orcs begin to rise, wrapped in the same smoke. Above them, unseen, a dark figure with glowing red eyes hangs in the air. The atmosphere drops into something cold and vile, signaling the arrival of a deeper and unnatural force. From the shadows, a swarm of demonic soldiers emerge, their twisted bodies and glowing red eyes revealing their cursed origin. The leading creature let out a roar and charged, its massive frame tearing through the terrain as it closed in on the human lines. It landed with violent force near the knights, throwing debris in every direction. Yuri and Jose shifted positions immediately. One knight was caught too late and fell. The enemy's follow-up swing came fast, and Yuri told the knight to withdraw while he took the attacker head-on. He launched forward without hesitation. Yuri met the monster in a direct clash, blades grinding as sparks scattered. He held his ground under the pressure and forced the creature back for a brief moment, then shifted his stance and delivered a heavy slash. His strike dug deep, leaving a dark, spreading wound that made him stagger before dark mana burst out of him. Yuri recoiled in surprise and saw a dark silhouette step from the darkness inside the orc, its eyes glowing like embers. This new figure appeared far more dangerous. It drew dark energy from the fallen orc's body, its form twisting as power surged through its limbs. Yuri froze, stunned by the transformation. The creature was evolving, rising from death into something worse. Black tendrils burst from it, whipping through the air. One caught Yuri and dragged him closer. Shadows coiled around his arms and legs, tightening as he fought to stay conscious. The entity's voice echoed through the mist, calling his name and stating its intention to consume him. Yuri slipped into an illusion. Ghostly faces from his past surrounded him, family, comrades, fallen soldiers, each accusing him of abandoning them. Their voices rose, calling him a disappointment, their distorted faces pushing his guilt to the surface. Then the shadow addressed him by his full name, Yuri Briol, claiming that nothing he did could change fate. A massive red eye formed in the darkness, mocking his resistance and declaring that his end was predetermined. Yuri refused to accept it. He forced himself forward, breaking the illusion's grip. An older Yuri from his past life appeared beside him. Without speaking, the man lifted his sword to the sky. Their powers merged, releasing a burst of light that pushed back the darkness. They rejected the concept of fate entirely, his stance demanding a future shaped by choice, not prophecy. The shadows struck again, but Yuri carved through them. His sword glowed with bright blue mana as he cut a clean path through the corrupted space. He pushed forward, slicing through illusionary enemies as the oppressive weight around him weakened. Landing solidly, he felt the momentum shift. The nightmare's control cracked. Yuri unleashed another powerful blow, ripping into the creature's defenses. The cursed mist shrieked and warped under the force. He rose upward and cut through layers of magical resistance until the battlefield glowed with the energy of his charge. Then he brought his blade down in a massive arc that struck the creature's core. The tide shifted. The impact shook the ground, and the dark barrier enclosing the illusion cracked, then shattered completely. The corrupted realm collapsed, revealing the real battlefield beneath. There, Yuri faced a cloaked figure with a twisted smile and blackened teeth. The creature trembled, its body collapsing after the damage it had sustained. Yuri held his guard, sensing that the corrupting power within it was fading. With the enchantment broken, his side finally had a chance to turn the fight. He called out to the others, stating that it was time to retaliate. More enemies emerged in response, ready to resist. Led by Yuri and Jose, the human forces surged forward. Their battle cries carried through the air as steel clashed once more. Shields splintered, blades struck, and bodies fell, but the humans maintained their advance. A distant explosion drew Yuri's attention. The orc commander, still locked in battle with Jose, he leapt forward and crashed into Jose, overwhelming him instantly. The blow sent him rolling across the ground. Blood marked his face as he fought to stay conscious. Yuri saw him fall, but could not reach him in time. The orc was already moving again. It lifted its weapon, red energy coursing along its surface, preparing to finish him. Jose shouted at Yuri to stay back, but he ignored it. The orc turned toward Yuri, eyes burning with bloodlust. Yuri charged straight into the incoming strike. Blood splashed across the ground as he held his stance, refusing to yield. In his mind, he reaffirmed his conviction. Even if he died, he would not retreat. He would carry the weight of every fallen comrade to the end. Steel clashed, blood spilled, and the orc howled in pain as an attack tore into its arm. Its strength faltered. Yuri stayed upright in surprise. Another warrior approached, impressed by his resolve. The man smiled at Yuri and acknowledged him with clear respect, saying that he liked him. A new ally had arrived. With a single sweep, the stranger's blade tore Karui's arm from his body, blood bursting in a violent spray. He straightened, shook the blood from the steel, and watched as Karui collapsed to his knees. Karui howled, clutching the ruined stump, fury and agony twisting his huge frame. When his head dropped low enough, the stranger stepped in, grabbed him by the horn, and hauled his face upward. He told Karui to stop screaming and added, with sharp resentment, that Karui had not even bothered to feed him properly while holding him captive. Prince Yuri watched from behind, trying to place this man. The accent, the thick build, the unusual poise all stirred his suspicion. Then he noticed the way the man raised his sword for the final strike. The movement flowed with a foreign rhythm, nothing like their styles. Yuri recognized the technique, and the moment it clicked, he began to speak. Before he finished the thought, the stranger's blade cut a clean arc and severed Karui's head. Blood erupted in a gruesome fountain. The stranger turned away, calm and indifferent, Karui's head dangling from his hand. Watching that cold exit, Yuri realized he had finally found the man he had been searching for. A short distance away, the stranger stopped and looked straight at Yuri. The intensity of the stare jolted through Yuri's chest. The man turned fully and said that he had stepped in only because Yuri's actions were impressive, but those same actions had disrupted several of his plans. He started to explain what he meant, but Yuri bowed deeply and cut him off. Yuri thanked him loudly for saving his life. The man stared back, unsettled, while Yuri poured out praise. Yuri said the stranger had killed a commander in one blow, carried an overwhelming presence, and possessed both skill and appearance uncommon among warriors. The man tried again to speak, but Yuri pushed on, leaning too close, insisting he must be the famed foreigner ranked among the continent's strongest. The stranger narrowed his eyes and asked what Yuri was trying to get at. Yuri explained plainly. He said he knew the man had allowed himself to be captured by the orcs for a reason. With a small smile, Yuri claimed that reason must involve targeting Okwa, the orc king, and he proposed they work together. The stranger only watched him, amused, and murmured a quiet acknowledgement. After Karui's fall, the orcs broke. A massacre followed. Once the slaughter ended, Ragna fixed Karui's head atop a spear. In Yuri's first life, nothing close to such a victory had ever occurred. History had shifted. By evening, Yuri returned to his tent, armor soaked in orc blood, limbs heavy with exhaustion. Jared greeted him as Your Highness and complimented his performance before handing him a damp cloth. Yuri wiped his face and asked for the damage report. Jared said the numbers were still being gathered, though losses seemed manageable. More concerning, he added, were the many soldiers left mentally shaken after witnessing the horrors inside Karui's barracks. Yuri fell quiet, acknowledging the toll. His mind drifted to Siddar, to memories of human women imprisoned and forced to bear orc children while praying for death. If that place had been hell, then Karui's barracks might have been worse. With a grim breath, Yuri ordered Jared to care for the traumatized soldiers and keep their spirits from breaking. Jared nodded firmly. Yuri then asked about the foreigner. Jared said all his requests had been granted, but the man was unbearably troublesome. Always hungry, always complaining, always insisting something was too salty or too bland. He had eaten, bathed, shaved, then immediately demanded more food. He even flipped a table after receiving Salter's soup and refused to eat unless presented with 5 plates at once. Yuri could only sigh. He said he would deal with him personally and asked where he was. Jared guessed he was near the central fire. Under the night sky, Yuri found the foreigner sitting before the flames, surrounded by empty plates, chewing steadily. When Yuri remarked that he had finally found him, the man glanced back, then returned his attention to the fire. Yuri asked if the food was to his liking. The foreigner muttered that it was not bad. When he finally finished every bite, he tapped his stomach in satisfaction and said the meal had been good. Yuri waited, then began to speak, but the foreigner cut him off. With sudden sharpness, he demanded to know how Yuri had cut down the orc sorcerer. Yuri tried to answer, but the man stood abruptly and told him that since Yuri claimed to know his purpose, he would now explain everything truthfully. His hand drifted to his sword. Depending on the answer, he said, Yuri might die. Yuri swallowed and steadied himself. He answered honestly. He did not fully know how he had done it. His mana method had reacted, and the sorcerer had fallen. The foreigner asked if by mana method he meant an inner cultivation technique. Yuri did not reply with words. He released his mana, letting the aura flare around him. With calm resolve, he said this technique was inherited from his ancestor, Briol. The foreigner studied him in silence, then looked away and murmured that their meeting must have been fate. Yuri, confused, asked what he meant. The man explained that Yuri's technique and his ancestor's name were significant. Then he clasped his hands and bowed. He introduced himself as the last direct disciple and sect leader of the Changshang sect. He offered his respects to the descendant of their ancient benefactor, saying the sect had never forgotten the friendship of the heaven-crushing swordsman. Yuri could only stammer, barely forming the word benefactor. The man told him not to be surprised. It was all in the past. He explained that Briol had been known among them as the heaven-crushing swordsman and had joined forces with the sect to destroy the demonic cult. Yuri, still reeling, asked what the cult was. The foreigner said they practiced human sacrifice, and the Changshang sect existed to eliminate those who followed such a path. He added that he had come west to destroy an ominous star that had appeared. Yuri noticed again how fluent the man became whenever he spoke seriously. The foreigner then sighed, saying the sect had long since fallen. Yuri realized that this mission was the reason the man had been obsessed with killing Okwa in the previous life. Yuri decided he could not send such a valuable force off alone. He suggested they work together. The foreigner turned sharply, asking what he meant. Yuri explained that the Briol family would grant him the title of honorary knight and allow him to pursue his mission within the allied army. The man grew quiet, thinking. Yuri pressed further, offering food, baths, comfort, respect. With knighthood, he said, no one would look down on him. When the war ended, he promised to secure a position for him in a major merchant union. The foreigner murmured irreverently, clearly captivated by the idea of such wealth. After a moment, he coughed and said that if Yuri insisted, he would accept, but he added one condition. He pointed at Yuri, making him tense, and said he had taken a liking to him. From now on, Yuri must call him teacher. Yuri stood frozen, barely shaping the word what. With bright confidence, the man announced that beginning today, Yuri would be the Changshang sect's unofficial disciple. Yuri could only stare, stunned and speechless. The foreigner pointed at Yuri with a self-satisfied grin and announced that, from this moment on, Yuri would become the sect's unofficial disciple. The declaration landed so abruptly that Yuri could only stand there, blank and silent, repeating the title in confusion. The foreigner dismissed his uncertainty with an impatient wave, thinking aloud that he ought to be paid for elevating Yuri so generously. Still, he added that since this was a rare honor, Yuri should be grateful. Yuri forced an awkward laugh and thanked him, though he admitted he already had a teacher. He mentioned the sword demon, and the foreigner's face tightened instantly in displeasure. The man snapped that Yuri could serve as a disciple to them both, then crossed his arms with theatrical irritation, muttering that Yuri had no idea how valuable his time was. Before Yuri could reply, the foreigner said he also needed to meet the commander of the allied forces and demanded that Yuri guide him. Yuri blinked and murmured a confused pardon. The foreigner reminded him that he had offered his help, and since Yuri needed to hear something crucial about the orcs, they should move quickly. Evening passed into night as the explanation made its way to Ragna's tent. Inside the Supreme Commander's quarters, someone repeated the foreigner's words about human sacrifice. Ragna sat behind his desk, fingers interlocked, staring sharply at the foreigner as he asked if this Okwa truly used humans in rituals. The foreigner, seated beside Yuri, confirmed that human lives were being offered to fuel orc sorcery and said that such acts meant Okwa was already corrupted. The statement dragged Yuri's memory back to the previous battle. He explained that the enemy orcs' power had abruptly spiked, and they suspected sorcery. If the orcs had conditions to use such power freely, Yuri said, they needed countermeasures. The foreigner added that this was why he had disguised himself as a sacrifice, intending to get close to Okwa, and complained that the Allied forces had ruined everything. Yuri flinched at the disrespect toward Ragna and quickly stepped in, addressing the commander with formality while explaining that the foreigner had agreed to cooperate. Regaining steadiness, he said that since the man's goal was to eliminate Okwa, he would surely be a valuable ally. Ragna drifted into deep thought, chin in hand, until Yuri called for his attention. Ragna straightened, folded his arms, and said he understood. He promised to assign men to study how to counter the sorcery, then turned to Yuri and said that the foreigner would be his responsibility now. Yuri thanked him, relieved that despite the chaos, he had managed to secure the man's support. As Yuri prepared to leave, Ragna called his name again. He said he had heard Yuri was bringing a half-orc with him and asked if it was true. Yuri answered without hesitation. Ragna sighed, looking troubled. He said the captured half-orcs were being held under Graham's supervision, but debate continued about what to do with them. He asked Yuri to make the decision. Later that night, beneath the bright moon, Yuri walked the perimeter where the half-orcs were kept. He observed them silently, realizing that while Ragna's trust was flattering, this responsibility felt entirely shoved onto him. A cold sweat ran down his back as the thought settled. A shout broke the quiet. Someone complained loudly about letting Briol surpass them. Yuri turned to find two knights arguing. One, frustrated, insisted that using the half-orcs as interpreters would give their empire an advantage. The other, grim, reminded him that survivors standing behind them had suffered at the hands of these same half-orcs. He said they had a duty to listen to the victims. The first knight scoffed, insisting the opportunity was too important to waste. Yuri stepped out of the shadows, sighing, and asked if that was the cause of their argument. Both knights froze. He turned to the first knight and asked whether he could truly guarantee the half-orcs' usefulness in battle. The knight thumped his chest and claimed they were docile and teachable. Yuri's tone turned cold. He asked if, in a moment of life or death, the knight could entrust his back to one of them. The knight faltered, unable to answer. Yuri looked toward the half-orcs and said that soldiers needed comrades they could rely on at their most vulnerable. He left the knight speechless and approached the victims. One woman flinched at his presence. Yuri met her eyes calmly and asked what she had witnessed. When she hesitated, he asked specifically how the orcs treated helpless humans. Trembling overtook her. Hatred tensed her jaw as she forced herself to speak. She said her little sister, injured and unable to move, had been torn apart. Her voice cracked as she described the sight. Her sister's body ripped into pieces while she and another woman were forced to watch. She remembered the orcs laughing, amused by her sister's screams, treating a dying human like a toy. Tears ran down her face as she told Yuri that this was the true nature of orcs. Yuri placed a steady hand on her shoulder, asked her name and origin, and she answered that she was Jane of Sidr. When she recognized his hair color, she asked if he was a prince of Briol. He confirmed it. Her eyes burned as she begged him for vengeance. Yuri felt anger rise and promised that she would have it. He then called for Sir Graham. When Graham stepped forward, Yuri announced that he spoke now as the Prince of Briol, not as a commander. He said these creatures had murdered innocent citizens of his realm and scarred survivors beyond repair. He saw no reason to grant value to those who had trampled human lives. His fury sharpened as he declared that orcs would never change. He ordered that every half-orc be killed. Graham placed a hand over his chest and bowed deeply, accepting the command. A cool breeze moved across the camp that night. At dawn, the watchpost horn split the air. Soldiers shouted that orcs were approaching, and the camp erupted into motion. The first figures to appear were orcful riders. Orc messengers carrying flags on their backs, approaching boldly in small numbers atop their beasts. Someone muttered in disbelief, wondering what scheme this was. A soldier rushed to Ragna, reporting that the orcs claimed to have come to negotiate. Ragna repeated the word as if expecting it to dissolve in the air. The soldier insisted it was true and said the orcs demanded the gates be opened because they had something to deliver. Ragna's face twisted with anger as he asked what they were plotting now, then ordered the gates opened. The soldiers obeyed. The orcful rode in without hesitation, looming above Ragna and Yuri. It grinned down at them both while they stood firm, eyes locked on the messenger. At the palisade, a few orc messengers wait with flags on their backs, grumbling among themselves while allied soldiers pass by, whispering as they hurry deeper into the camp. Inside the command tent, Supreme Commander Ragna sits behind his desk with a letter crumpled in one hand. Prince Yuri enters and asks respectfully why he has been summoned. Ragna looks up, calls Yuri's name, and suddenly asks why Yuri thinks he became commander of the Allied forces. Taken aback, Yuri answers that it must be because Ragna excels at war tactics. Ragna waves that aside, saying he is not talking about such obvious reasons, and Yuri asks if he means a political reason. Ragna says that he does. He tells Yuri that he is not on good terms with the Emperor and that, although he is the Empire's prince with strength fitting that station, imperial affairs are never simple. When things seem to move in a sensible way, he says that the Emperor's scheming is usually behind it. He goes on and says that if they win the war, his name will spread across the continent as a hero and he will follow a path filled with praise and support, then notes with a weary smile that this is true only if they win. Those words stir Yuri's buried memories. Inwardly he recalls that in his previous life Ragna had to accept responsibility for the Allied forces' defeat and surrender his political power, that the Emperor then seized full control of the Empire, that the Allied forces were formed only to fail from the beginning, and that Ragna was discarded in the end. With that past in mind, Yuri asks carefully whether Ragna believes this situation is a trap. Ragna does not answer. Instead he tosses the letter across the desk and tells Yuri to look. Yuri catches it, unfolds it, and his eyes sharpen as he reads. The message says that the Emperor has made a secret pact with Okuwa and warns Ragna not to become a pointless scapegoat, urging him to retreat. As he absorbs the words, Yuri thinks grimly that the outcome of this war was already decided and condemns it inwardly as a filthy scheme. Watching him, Ragna explains that the letter is said to come from an anonymous organization opposing Okuwa. He says that, if its contents are true, everything has been arranged from the start and the Allied forces never had the option of returning alive. Then he asks what Yuri thinks of it. Yuri stands silent for a moment, the paper rustling in his gauntleted hand, then says that he would like to make a proposal. When Ragna tells him to speak, Yuri says that regardless of whether the letter is genuine or part of a scheme, they must return victorious, and adds that this knowledge only makes an already difficult battle slightly more troublesome, nothing more. Ragna bursts into loud laughter, slaps the arm of his chair, and rises. He says that Yuri's words are fair and agrees that, whatever the Emperor is plotting, there will be no place for them if they do not come back victorious. Turning away, he concludes that all that remains now is to deal with those who brought the letter. As he moves to give new orders, Yuri calls to him as His Highness. He turns toward Ragna with a steady gaze and asks if Ragna can leave the matter of the orc messengers to him. Ragna, caught off guard by the request, responds with a startled exclamation. Outside the palisade, the hulking orc envoys stand near the stakes, grumbling and trading rough words in their own guttural language. One of them bares his teeth and barks something sharply at the others, but the sound dies as a dark presence approaches. Black smoke like aura coils around Yuri as he walks toward them, cloak trailing and armored boots grinding against the dirt. An orc shouts again in its harsh tongue, but Yuri's eyes narrow, and he cuts through their noise with cold fury, declaring that they should shut the hell up. In the next heartbeat he draws his sword, the blade carving a brilliant arc of blue light as he moves. Power surges from his swing. The sword stroke stretches out like a luminous path, slicing through the air and the orcs together. The impact tears across their bodies in one sweeping strike, blood scattering in the wake of the blue flash. When the light fades, Yuri lands lightly, back turned to the corpses as they collapse behind him. From a distance, Allied soldiers stare in shock. One of them exclaims that Yuri has killed 3 orcs in a single blow. Another murmurs that he never knew the Prince of Briol possessed such skill. Beside them, Ragna watches with narrowed eyes. He remarks that it is quite impressive, pointing out that despite these abilities Yuri is only 18. A knight at his side, unsettled by the ruthlessness on display, asks if Yuri is not going too far. On the ground, a severed orc head is impaled with a brutal downward thrust, blood spraying. Over this grisly sight, Ragna comments that apparently Yuri has made a promise. As Yuri walks along the palisade, the stakes behind him are lined with orc bodies and heads, their banners drooping. Ragna continues and explains that Yuri has sworn to take revenge and make the enemy pay the price. Yuri's expression remains hard as he surveys the silent field. Later, under a blazing sunset, the army marches along a valley road. Ragna stands watching the endless line of soldiers and flags. Without looking back, He orders his men to bring Aizen. A knight answers respectfully that he will comply. Soon an elderly man in mage's robes arrives, leaning on his staff, and asks if Ragna has summoned him. He is Aizen, the imperial court mage of the empire. Ragna faces him and instructs him to tell him everything he knows about black magic. Aizen repeats the phrase thoughtfully, as though weighing old knowledge, and prepares to answer. Aizen explains that black magic was an obsolete magic that was once rumored to revive the dead, but such tales are now dismissed as superstition. He then reports that Okuwa is using black sorcery powered by human sacrifices. Ragna recalls the last battle, says they already felt that power, and expects the orcs to grow stronger. Aizen continues that, if the report is true, the orcs may have obtained a black magic tome. Ragna reacts, and Aizen says the plains still hide many things, like the vanished country Adihine and its black magic creation, the Death Knight Gert, one of the 10 strongest beings. Ragna asks what Okuwa would use such power for. Aizen answers that, though it is only his assumption, he believes Okuwa is trying to summon something. Ragna says this would explain the delayed march and the evacuation of their own troops. Aizen agrees, saying it is to buy time and that, if Okuwa already holds the tome, the summoning may have begun. As Ragna thinks there must be something below, the scene shifts to a cavern where a blue staff-like relic erupts with light on a pedestal, illuminating piled skulls. The morning sun rises over the vast plains as the troops advance in steady rhythm. At the head of the formation rides Prince Yuri Briol, Briol's banner streaming behind him while knights and soldiers march in disciplined ranks. From the rear, Jard moves forward and addresses him as His Highness, reporting that support from the Balshad supply unit has been cut off. Yuri shows no outward reaction. He calmly asks if that is truly the case, then turns his gaze forward again and says that it cannot be helped, reasoning that there must have been numerous attacks along the route. Jard confirms this and adds that new orders have been issued to prioritize securing supplies. Yuri touches his chin as he thinks, noting that even with stockpiles prepared, the situation is worse than he had anticipated. He surveys the plains and remarks that they have reached the deepest part of the region. With Okuwa nearby, he reasons that it would not be surprising for the full orc force to strike at any moment. He concludes that if the orcs intend to drag this into a war of attrition, they must end it before it reaches that stage. At that moment, the ground trembles. A violent vibration surges beneath them, causing horses to rear and shake. Yuri nearly loses his balance. He grits his teeth and pulls hard on the reins until his horse steadies. Without hesitation, he shouts for everyone to dismount and jumps down himself. Soldiers and knights drop to one knee beside their mounts, gripping the reins tightly. Jard asks if an earthquake has suddenly struck, but Yuri answers firmly that this is different. He channels mana into his palm and presses it against the earth, his expression tightening as understanding dawns. Before the thought fully settles, the ground splits apart. Stone tears open as something enormous forces its way upward from below. As it rises, Yuri completes the realization in his mind, recognizing that something is emerging from underground. The structure takes shape like an ancient watchtower, weathered by time yet still intact, towering over the formation. After some time passes, Ragna gathers several mages at a safe distance and instructs them to cast probing spells. Layers of magic wash over the ruin's exterior as they test it. A voice calls out to Ragna from behind, and he turns to see Yuri approaching. Ragna acknowledges him, and Yuri asks what the ruin is. Ragna shakes his head with a weary expression, his hands clasped behind his back, and says that they have found no connection to the orcs. From the outside, he explains, it appears to be an ordinary ruin. He clicks his tongue and admits that it feels unnatural that they cannot see inside. Yuri smiles faintly and suggests that they check it themselves, bowing slightly with a hand to his chest as he says that something is likely hidden within, given how abruptly it appeared. He adds that it would be best to confirm it directly. Ragna agrees, then tells Yuri to take the Empire's knights with him. That order immediately extinguishes Yuri's brief sense of satisfaction. Soon several men approach, address him as Prince, and report that they have been assigned under his command. The knight leading them introduces himself as Rodane, saying that it is a pleasure to meet him and identifying himself as an Imperial Knight. As Rodane turns back to his men, Jard leans close to Yuri and whispers his reluctance, asking if they truly have to go with them. Yuri whispers back that he has no choice. Yuri reflects that he must obey, though he did not expect Ragna to attach Imperial Knights to him so directly. As he mounts his horse to lead the group, he hopes that Ragna has no hidden agenda. They soon arrive at the front of the structure and dismount once more. Yuri stands before a massive sealed door, with Jard on one side and Loran on the other. He remarks that this must be the entrance, but notes that it does not budge. Jard suggests searching nearby for mechanisms, while Loran keeps a hand close to his sword as Yuri steps forward. Yuri places his palm against the door and says that it is fine, explaining that he can break it slightly if needed. Even as he speaks, mana leaks from him, flows through his hand, and sinks into the stone. He focuses and presses harder, gathering his strength to force a reaction. A steady vibration spreads through the structure. Yuri's eyes widen as the sealed door begins to tremble, then slowly slides upward on its own. Everyone freezes in place. Jard blurts out in disbelief, asking what Yuri did, and Yuri answers honestly that he does not know. He peers into the opening and thinks that he barely touched it, yet it opened far too easily, as if the ruin itself had been waiting. Yuri does not rush forward. He studies the darkness beyond, thinking carefully, then steps ahead with Jard and Loran and declares that they are going inside. They move into the corridor, their footsteps echoing softly against stone. Someone mutters that it is too dark to see anything. Yuri stops and calls Jard's name, asking if he brought torches. Jard answers that he did not. Yuri glances back at the Imperial Knights and assumes they likely came without any as well. Turning back, he notices an unlit lamp fixed to the wall. Remembering how the door reacted, he channels mana into the lamp. It ignites instantly. Yuri stares in shock as light spreads outward. One by one, lamps flare to life down the corridor, illuminating a path that stretches deep into the ruin. Behind him, the knights ask whether he has been here before. Yuri answers immediately that he has not. Jard looks at him with awe and says that he is incredible. Yuri tells them that they are proceeding further and orders everyone not to lower their guard. Jard and Loran respond sharply in unison. The Imperial Knights follow in silence, watching closely. Rodane studies Yuri with open suspicion but says nothing. As they advance, Yuri's boot crunches against something hard. He looks down and sees a large bone. Ahead, the corridor opens into a wider chamber strewn with skulls and scattered remains. At the far end, slumped before another door, sits a human skeleton clad in armor, unmistakably that of a knight. Everyone stops. Yuri stares and begins to remark on the sight, but Jard steps forward and says that he will check first. Reaching the skeleton, Jard strikes the door behind it and calls back that the path is blocked from there. Yuri crouches beside the remains, examining them carefully without touching. He observes that most of the bones scattered around belong to orcs, while this skeleton is human. The marks of battle suggest that the knight died defending the door. Jard calls out again, reporting that the door does not respond even when mana is injected into it. Yuri looks up and says that it cannot be helped, adding that they should return and see whether they missed anything earlier. He does not notice the faint mana beginning to rise from the skeleton. He does not see its fingers twitch. Instead, Yuri orders everyone to prepare themselves for any danger that may arise and asks whether they understand. Jard answers affirmatively. In the next instant, the skeleton lunges forward and clamps its grip around Yuri's arm. Shock freezes Yuri in place. Jard recoils in panic. Light erupts from the skeleton and floods the chamber. Jard shouts in alarm, demanding to know what it is, while Loran cries out Yuri's name. The Imperial Knights rush forward, shouting as they close the distance. The light intensifies into a mist-like glow, identical in color to Yuri's own aura. Yuri grunts, squeezes his eyes shut, and raises his free hand to shield himself from the glare. Still holding him fast, the skeleton speaks. Its voice resonates directly within Yuri, pleading with him to remember. The sound jolts him to the core. Yuri opens his eyes and stares into the hollow sockets as the voice echoes again inside his mind, telling him that this is their salvation. In a wash of blinding white, Yuri's vision shatters into drifting fragments. Blue sparks tear across his sight, and the world turns over, replaced by an unfamiliar sky. A towering structure of white stone rises beneath brilliant daylight, its surface wrapped in vivid bands of color. It is far too pristine to belong to the ruin they entered. The same thought lingers without words, repeating that this is something else entirely, and Yuri feels as though he has been suspended and dropped into another person's memories. A boy wearing a green cloak runs across an open field, calling out for his master to look. An older knight with a broad frame turns toward him, arms crossed, and demands to know where the boy has gone. The boy grins and explains that he has been reading, hugging a thick tome to his chest. As Yuri takes in the knight's armor, recognition strikes him. He wonders if he is witnessing the memories of the skeleton. He thinks that leaving something like this behind must have required immense magic. He watches as the boy slows his pace and stops beside his master. The master's voice softens as he asks whether the boy has something to show him, resting a rough hand on the boy's head. The boy spreads a book open on the grass, its pages crowded with dense text, circles, and diagrams. The master asks whether the boy's advanced studies have gone well. The boy falls quiet. The master's patience snaps. He presses for an answer and warns the boy not to change the subject. The boy droops and admits that reading all the time is not enjoyable. The master clicks his tongue and challenges him, asking whether he truly thinks he can become a capable hunter that way. Yuri feels a strange ache at the exchange, thinking that it reminds him of earlier days when Bernard used to nag him relentlessly. The master then tells the boy to look closely and raises a jagged red crystal. Light catches within it like blood trapped in glass. He explains that it is the mark of an orc hunter, and that only those who possess it are recognized as full-fledged hunters. Yuri absorbs the explanation in silence, thinking that it answers more questions than he would like. The boy does not look encouraged. Instead, he speaks with frustration, saying that he does not understand why they must kill orcs and suggesting that negotiation should be possible. Silence follows. The master's gaze hardens, and he says that the boy asked for the truth. He orders him to listen carefully and states plainly that orcs are humans who were corrupted by black magic. Yuri's breath catches, and he reacts in shock, demanding to know what that means. The memory sinks into deeper darkness. The master declares that long ago, a noble obsessed with power slaughtered his own people. The vision shows a throne looming above a sea of bodies soaked in black and red. When royal decree forbade murder, a black mage approached the noble and twisted the law, arguing that the king had forbidden killing humans, not turning humans into something else. The noble rejoiced. A ritual chamber appears, lit by a single red glow like an unblinking eye. The noble began forcing black magic into people, and those who touched it transformed into non-human monsters filled with hatred toward humanity. The orcs known today, the master explains, are humans corrupted by black magic. Yuri's eyes widen as the truth settles in. He says that this means the orcs he has been killing are descendants of humans. The boy asks whether the black mage was punished. The master answers that he was not, explaining that by the time the noble's crimes were exposed, the mage had already vanished. He adds that no method was ever found to reverse the transformation, and that the kingdom eventually abandoned hope. The boy is left stunned. The master gazes up at the sky and says that hunters exist to reap cursed lives and grant them the salvation of rest. Yuri's thoughts sharpen as he wonders whether the black magic he once inherited is connected to the poison used by orc shamans and the human sacrifices the foreigner mentioned. The realization strikes him so hard that he jolts. The air ripples. Yuri senses the memory shifting. Bright towers and stone fracture and fade, draining into darkness as ruined corridors replace the open field. Yuri blurts out in disbelief, asking whether they are inside the ruins. The boy, now older, clutches the master's cloak and cries that he cannot accept this. The master snaps at him to let go. The boy demands how the master can face them alone, insisting that he will die. The master shouts back, asking whether the boy expects him to wait for reinforcements, then declares that this is the end of Adalbane. Yuri watches with a sinking feeling, thinking that this must be from 10 years ago. The name Adalbane feels familiar to him. In the distance, an endless wave of orcs surges through the darkness. The boy trembles and accuses the master of throwing himself forward as bait. The master hardens and says that they are already coming, and that if he does not act now, there will be nothing left he can do. He grips the boy by the shoulders and says that the boy must survive and carry their wish forward, because that is the role of the next generation. The boy swallows and replies that even if he runs alone, he will not get far. He then insists that he would rather leave the memories of the orc hunters here, within these ruins, and pass them down. The master mutters that the boy is stubborn. Yuri's chest tightens as he understands that this is the reason these memories were preserved here. Stone cracks under a heavy impact as a staff is driven into the ground. The boy declares that they will leave these memories for a future generation to witness. Blue light surges through the darkness as he raises a glowing staff. He states that what they are leaving behind is the secret of the orcs, along with the techniques and experience of the strongest orc hunter, and that even if they die here, the next generation will fulfill their wish. The master appears broken and trapped. The boy strains against the swirling blue current, his face soaked with desperation, and begs for it to work, pleading that their deaths not be meaningless. Yuri watches, staring at a pedestal bathed in blue light and the boy's slumped body nearby. He wonders if the boy within the memory is looking directly at him. A faint, urgent voice reaches his ears and warns him to watch out for the devil's grimoire. Yuri repeats the words under his breath, stunned, questioning what the devil's grimoire could be. Blue light shatters above the pedestal. The crystal fractures and explodes, shards scattering through the darkness like falling glass. A faint voice trails off, struggling to reach him before fading away. Yuri's eyes snap open beneath his helmet as he is violently pulled back into his body, his breath catching in his throat. Lying amid broken stone and debris, he lifts his head and asks where they are. One knight answers that they are still inside the ruins. Another reports that the skeleton erupted in light and then vanished, adding that everyone is relieved Yuri is unharmed. Yuri exhales slowly and says that he is glad they are all safe as well. As he gathers himself, Yuri thinks that the hunter's memories did not feel like living someone else's life. Instead, they felt like something buried deep inside him being dragged to the surface. He gestures toward the entrance and asks whether they were the ones who broke it, pointing out that the door has been completely destroyed. A knight laughs awkwardly and admits that it took quite a bit of effort. Jard asks what Yuri saw, and Yuri answers that it was something beyond ordinary sight. A deep tremor suddenly rolls through the stone beneath them. Someone calls out that it must be an earthquake, but Yuri immediately says that it is not. His words are cut short by the sound of heavy, pounding footsteps. Yuri states with certainty that the orcs are attacking. Jard panics and asks whether they were discovered and whether this was all a trap. Yuri sharply tells him to stop. He explains that this ruin was once an orc hunter base, and that the orcs would naturally rush to destroy the remains of an old enemy that had suddenly surfaced. Extending his senses, he judges the rhythm of the vibrations and adds that the attackers are riding Komodo drakes. After counting silently, he finishes coldly by stating that there are 10 riders. Loran urges that they retreat to the main force. Yuri agrees that it would normally be the right decision, but then orders everyone, including the Imperial Knights, to follow him. He declares with confidence that they will prepare for battle. When Rodain asks whether they are truly not retreating, Yuri replies that there is no need, adding that it is now clear how these orcs should be fought. Outside, the plains burn beneath a sinking sunset. Komodo drakes thunder forward as a wave of orcs surges across the land. One orc points and bellows just as red flashes erupt from the bushes, slamming into the horde. The orcs roar and charge through the haze, but as they draw closer, hesitation ripples through them when the red light intensifies. Yuri steps into view and shouts that the moment has come. At his signal, knights hidden in the brush surge forward. Steel flashes as the first clash lands. Jard cleaves an orc across the torso and follows through with a crushing blow. Loran decapitates his opponent in a single motion, while Rodain drives his blade through an orc's neck, the creature howling as blood pours down its throat. Yuri watches and thinks that it is working. His hand closes around the small red mark on his chest, and he finds it unbelievable that the hunter's mark could change him so profoundly. He realizes that he can read vibrations to count enemies and sense where traps should be laid, instincts he never possessed before. He understands that this is why the hunter showed him those memories. An orc charges at him, roaring. Yuri feels as though decades of experience rest within his bones. He sees the perfect angle and the precise point to strike. He darts forward, severs the orc's hand mid-swing, then follows with a blue-lit cut that ends the creature's life without the need for soul severance. The orc collapses, blood spreading across the ground beneath the fading sunset. Standing over the body, Yuri says that he will carry on the legacy that was left behind, addressing the fallen as the hunters of Adalbane. Night settles over the camp around the ruins. Ragna reports that thanks to Yuri's actions, they were able to secure the perimeter without losses. He tells Yuri that he did excellent work, and Yuri responds that he is grateful. Ragna asks whether the ruins were the hunter's residence. Yuri answers that they hold traces of the hunter's final battle. He then asks whether Ragna knows anything about the Devil's Tome. Ragna says that he has never heard of it and asks whether it is connected to the ruins. Yuri replies that he only knows it is tied to black magic. Ragna says that he will investigate and share anything he learns. Yuri bows and thanks him. Later, Yuri walks through the cold night between the tents. A knight addresses him as the Prince of Briol. Yuri turns as a red-haired Imperial knight approaches with a smile. Yuri asks whether he is from the Empire. The man introduces himself as Rodane and says that Yuri's performance in battle was impressive. Yuri replies that Rodane fought impressively as well. Yuri asks whether Rodane usually smiles, noting how stiff he seemed earlier. Rodane answers that the Empire's military discipline is strict. He adds that most people freeze during their first battle, but Yuri fought like a seasoned veteran. Yuri tightens his expression, silently agreeing. Rodane jokes that Yuri must have left a lover back home. Yuri calls Rodane by name and asks whether His Highness Ragna ordered this conversation. Rodane stiffens and denies it. Yuri bluntly guesses that Rodane is here to assess the state of his romantic prospects. Rodane remarks that Yuri is clearly not welcoming the attempt. Yuri says that he would hate to be tied to the Imperial Princess. Rodane asks why, saying that everyone admires her and describing her as beautiful and kind. Yuri murmurs her name, Katerina, and thinks that with kindness like hers, she makes people feel as though they are special. Yuri abruptly ends the topic and says that he already has a girlfriend, which is, in truth, a lie. Rodane jerks in surprise. Yuri forces himself to remain composed and says that he is serious, adding that they care for each other deeply, though his eyes flick aside in discomfort. Under his breath, he apologizes to Sibylla. Yuri repeats that he has a girlfriend and says that this is all Rodane needs to know. Rodane replies that it is fine and says that it is good to hear, mentioning that he himself plans to propose to his own lover. Yuri snaps that Rodane should not say something like that on the battlefield. Rodane begins to respond, but something heavy snaps through the air with a sharp crack. When someone says words like that, something is bound to happen. Suddenly, a violent explosion rips through the rear lines. Fire surges skyward as Yuri and Rodane instinctively turn toward the blast. Yuri snaps that he warned Rodane to be careful with his words, while Rodane keeps his eyes on the unfolding chaos and responds that this is clearly an enemy attack. Screams tear through the camp as tents collapse into flames. Soldiers stagger back from the heat while others shout that the camp is on fire. Orders ring out to protect the supplies, and figures rush through drifting embers, hauling crates and barrels away from the spreading inferno. Hernando stands facing the blaze, his coat snapping violently in the heat. For a brief moment, he considers the possibility of an underground assault, but immediately discards the idea when he realizes that dozens, no, hundreds, of orcs have appeared directly inside the camp. His expression tightens as he understands that this is only part of the threat. He raises a hand and tests the air, eyes narrowing. His dispel fails to respond. This time, it is not an error. The resistance is intentional. Their magic is being countered and suppressed. Annoyance slips through as he clicks his tongue sharply. Yuri calls out to him, asking whether the dispel is malfunctioning. Hernando turns as Yuri rushes through the smoke toward him and reports that enemy sorcerers must have prepared in advance. Yuri answers with calm certainty that he will handle them. He orders Hernando to wait for the moment the dispel becomes possible and to unleash his magic immediately when that window opens, adding that he is counting on him. Yuri then sprints off through the ash as Hernando shouts after him, demanding to know how the sorcerer can even be identified. As he runs, Yuri answers inwardly that it is not easy, but there is still a way. A memory rises of the old master explaining that orc sorcerers often lose their sight due to prolonged exposure to black magic, which leaves them with an unnatural, unsteady gait. Yuri knows this method only works if the memory is accurate. He snaps back to the present and scans the battlefield until his gaze locks onto a single figure moving awkwardly through the chaos. Certainty settles in as he identifies his target. With a sharp exhale, Yuri draws his sword and hurls it forward. The blade cuts through the smoke like a black dart. The orc collapses instantly, clutching its throat. Yuri leaps after it and drives the sword in deeper with a brutal kick, ending it completely. He plants his feet and declares that the sorcerer is down. Then he notices the tightening ring of glowing red eyes surrounding him and remarks that he seems to be in trouble now. He realizes that this was only what they expected. As if on cue, Hernando raises his arm and forms a spiraling mass of fire. Yuri snaps Hernando's name as the mage hurls the fireball forward. The explosion rolls across the battlefield in a blazing wave. Yuri cuts into the spell mid-flight and redirects it toward the surrounding enemies. The flames split and recoil, pressed back as if by invisible walls. As the orcs struggle and burn, Yuri remains steady and asks whether they still believe they hold the advantage. They continue advancing regardless, their numbers swelling within the smoke. Yuri tightens his jaw and mutters that he brought this on himself, adding that there truly seems to be no end to them. He shouts for Hernando to fire again. Hernando's body jerks in midair, as if all strength has been drained from him. He apologizes urgently, explaining that there appear to be more sorcerers suppressing the field. Yuri curses loudly, anger flashing across his face. He turns fully toward the horde, sword lowered, and forces calm into his voice as he invites them to come, asking them to be gentle. Internally, he admits that charging alone into the center just to eliminate a sorcerer was reckless. He recognizes that he let himself get carried away. His grip tightens until the leather creaks. He steadies his breathing and reminds himself that he has already died once. Lowering his stance, Yuri grips his sword as embers drift around him. He declares his name and resolves that even if he dies here, it will not be in disgrace. Rising with a grim smile, he lifts his blade and provokes the orcs to advance. A calm voice answers from within the chaos, expressing approval of his resolve. A heavy presence crashes into the battlefield, sending sparks and dirt flying. A long-haired swordsman emerges through smoke and flame, carving a path with a single, fluid strike. Yuri's eyes widen as he shouts that it is his master. Without turning, the master tells him to give everything he has and leave the rest to fate. He explains that one who is prepared to die truly lives, while one who clings to life is already dead. He adds that only someone who reaches this state can be called his disciple. The master turns effortlessly and announces that he will demonstrate the sword of Chongsung. Drawing a quiet breath, he unleashes the azure cloud crimson glow sword art. Half-moon momentum. A massive crimson arc of fire and steel tears across the battlefield, carving a wide swath as the night flashes red. Yuri stares in awe, ash and sweat streaking his face. He realizes that this is the power he remembers, the strength that rivals the 10 strongest beings on the continent, the same overwhelming force his father once wielded. The master declares that he will take half of the enemy and orders Yuri to handle the rest. Yuri answers sharply and charges forward, his blade flashing as blue-edged force erupts from each strike. As Yuri fights, the master observes him closely. He notes that Yuri's movements are rough and unpolished, yet seasoned and practical. While Yuri clashes with a towering orc and forces it back, the master reflects that such talent never exists in isolation and inevitably draws others toward it. Surveying the battlefield drowned in smoke and ash, the master thinks of celestial forces thrown into disorder and a dark star spreading across the world. Yet he also senses a smaller star that still shines. He wonders whether this encounter itself is fate. A faint smile curves his lips as curiosity takes hold. Yuri drives forward again, cutting through flesh as blood sprays across the scorched ground. Watching him, the master forms one final thought, wondering whether this child will one day be consumed by the black star threatening the world, or rise to become the new star that replaces it. An orc's blade tears through the chaos, followed by another crushing strike that slams into the ground, dirt and sparks exploding outward as the earth shudders. A blast detonates near the ranks and smothers the field in thick smoke. From the swirling dust, 2 red-eyed orcs burst forward, snarling as they press the attack. Prince Yuri pivots toward the pressure and calls out for Jared and Lauren. Seeing their line begin to buckle, he thrusts his arm forward and orders them to stop the enemies. One knight charges into the front and blocks a heavy swing with ringing steel, while another drives an orc back with a brutal counterblow. A scream of pain cuts sharply through the clash of blades. Jared scans the battlefield and reports that there are too many underground tunnels, adding that they are losing ground far too quickly. Yuri falls silent for a brief moment, listening to the tremors beneath his feet. He admits that the warning is correct and says that a force this large moving underground means something is wrong. Narrowing his eyes, he senses deeper and realizes that aside from the orc sorcerer, there is something else moving below. Jared calls out to him again, but Yuri drops low and pushes his awareness into the vibrations beneath the battlefield. He asks himself where it is, then demands to know where they're digging the tunnel. Following a faint, irregular rhythm through the soil, it suddenly sharpens into focus, resembling something like a massive sandworm from legend. Yuri states that he has found it. He lunges forward and signals sharply, ordering everyone to follow him. His men scramble after him. Jared questions whether this is truly the right direction, but Lauren immediately shuts him down, saying that no one questions Yuri, while Jared reacts with visible unease. They skid to a halt as the shaking intensifies. Yuri says that this is the center point, the place that has been vibrating without pause. The air quivers, and a hooded orc shaman steps into view, baring its teeth as it raises a crooked staff. The shaman begins chanting and slams its palm into the ground. The earth groans in response. Cracks race outward as stone heaves and something massive forces its way up from below. The surface splits apart. Hulking figures burst through shattered soil and leap forward in a spray of rubble as the ground collapses behind them. Yuri watches without flinching and murmurs that it is exactly as he expected. 3 orcvils advance with weapons raised, red eyes burning as cruel grins spread across their faces. Yuri remarks that he assumed they would appear sooner or later. More orcs fan out behind them, forming a living wall that separates Yuri's group from the shaman. They begin chanting again, shouting in unison as if sealing the spell across the battlefield. Jared leans in and says that the enemy is deliberately targeting Yuri. Yuri answers calmly that he can tell. Yuri raises his sword and commands each of them to take one opponent and not lose. His knights answer immediately and spread out. As Yuri steps forward, his focus sinks beneath the battlefield once more. He senses that whatever lies below is not an orc, and he knows that ending this battle means destroying it. He charges toward the largest presence, the orcval, and swings with full force as the duel begins. The orcval brings its curved blade crashing down. Yuri meets it head-on, steel shrieking as sparks burst outward. The impact forces Yuri to skid backward, but he twists, deflects, and turns the weight aside. Even so, the orcval finds an opening and snaps a cut through his guard. Blood sprays as flesh tears. As the orc taunts him, Yuri thinks that it is irritating and judges that the orcval knows exactly how to exploit the advantages of a curved blade. Shouts rise behind him as the wider fight continues. Yuri steadies his breathing and says that he needs to finish this quickly and get back to his people. The orcval grins, and Yuri surges forward to end it. He slashes, but the orcval slips past with minimal movement and blocks at the last instant, turning every decisive strike into a shower of sparks. Yuri grows increasingly irritated, thinking that the orcval is reading his movements and parrying everything. He wonders if it is deliberately stalling while the battlefield around them collapses. His focus falters for a heartbeat, then snaps back as a memory of his master's lesson surfaces. Bernard says that when the mind scatters, the sword strays, and that no matter how urgent the situation is, if the sword cannot keep up, it will never reach the enemy. Yuri's younger self demands to know what he is supposed to do. In that memory, Yuri snaps that his master should complain instead of swinging, adding that he nearly killed him. Bernard answers that Yuri must choose, explaining that combat is fluid and filled with paths beyond what seems obvious. He orders Yuri to remember why he fights. Back in the present, Yuri hardens and says that it is just like his master, admitting that the nagging brought him back to himself. Pressure coils at his feet like a wound spring. White energy wraps around his body. In the distance, the shaman stiffens, and the orcval's eyes flare as it senses the shift in Yuri's rhythm. Yuri levels his sword and says that they were trying to provoke him. He leaps forward, declaring that his original purpose was to deal with what lies underground. He drives his blade down with ruthless resolve. The strike detonates the space beneath them and forces the massive earth-bound creature upward, unleashing a harsh, echoing scream. As the smoke peels away, Yuri is already moving again. He surges forward through the white spiral of his own momentum, eyes locked ahead, and states that charging straight through like this is always the best way.
White force detonates across the ground and shreds the earth into a collapsing crater, the roar stretching as debris and dust surge outward. Nearby, an orc drives its weapon down at Jared, and he screams for his highness as he barely holds the blow back. Amid the settling rubble, Prince Yuri staggers and plants his sword into the ground to keep himself upright. He drops to one knee, breathing hard, and thinks that he has used all the mana in his body, including the mana stored in his core. Pain twists through him, and he curses that the backlash is worse than he thought. He forces himself to breathe and thinks that he needs some time to heal, adding that with this, the underground tunnel should be dealt with. Before the thought can finish, the battle noise swells again and another strike flashes near Laurent, making his eyes go wide. The earth suddenly puckers and splits. Multiple gaping maws burst up from the ground like living pits, and Laurent's frantic warning rings out, telling Yuri to watch out. Yuri grits his teeth and spits a curse as the nearest mouth snaps toward him. Jared lunges in, yanks Yuri away by force, and drags him out of the bite zone as the ground erupts behind them. He hauls Yuri up and carries him while sprinting, then Laurent rushes in and cuts the threat to pieces. They crash down together in a safer pocket of ground, still shaking from the impacts. Yuri forces a tight smile and says that he is thankful. Jared, still tense, says that if Yuri is really grateful, then Yuri should tell him beforehand the next time he plans to do something like that. Jared asks if Yuri is able to fight. Yuri answers that he would love to, but his body will not move. Jared mutters that it is a problem. Heavy steps answer them. Massive bare feet land nearby, and the looming presence of the giant sandworm's advance presses into the air. Jared asks if they think they can make it back alive, watching the shadows of enemies gather, with a strange, overdramatic glow of resolve. Laurent says that dying with Yuri would be the greatest honor for him, while others nearby react as if he is starting again. Yuri answers that it does not mean they are going down without a struggle. He lifts his sword despite the strain and declares that they will take their lives until their last breath. Yuri shouts for everyone to spread out. His men answer that they understand. Yuri then vows that he will make the path and surges forward, forcing his battered body to move through sheer will. As he charges, a calm warning cuts through his momentum, telling him not to overwork himself. At the same time, golden light swirls up like a protective storm, and Yuri calls out in surprise, addressing Sir Graham. Sir Graham steps into view wrapped in radiant, swirling aura as he slashes at their enemies. He says that he has been ordered by Prince Ragna, and he declares that they will be helping from here, bringing support into the fight as the pressure shifts away from Yuri's side. Later, the camp settles under clearer light. Someone asks if the enemies ran away, and the answer comes that they did. Inside the medical tent, Prince Ragna listens as a report says that by the time they arrived, Prince Yuri had already taken down the giant sandworm. The report adds that the enemies probably concluded they had no chance of winning once their entrance was blocked. Prince Ragna clicks his tongue and says that it is a shame, adding that it would have been nice if they had captured them and interrogated them. He praises Sir Graham, saying that he has done very well. Prince Ragna looks to Sir Graham and says that he has done very well. He adds that they would have lost a core member of the Allied forces if Graham had been even a little late. Sir Graham lowers his head and says that he is thankful. Ragna dismisses him and says that he may leave now. Afterward, Ragna stands over Prince Yuri's bed and clicks his tongue. He says that Yuri always has to make a fuss. Watching Yuri lie unconscious, Ragna says that it feels like the entire Allied force exists just to highlight Yuri. Then he thinks that it is as expected, and he concludes that this is what it takes to be Yekaterina's partner. Yuri stirs and lets out a strained groan. Later, Yuri jolts upright in the bed with a sharp gasp, sweat on his brow. He curses under his breath and wonders what kind of nightmare that was. Clutching his head, he thinks that it feels like he has been foretold a terrible future. A voice from the doorway asks if he is awake. Yuri turns and says Sibylla's name as she steps inside. Sibylla approaches with a relieved look and Yuri asks how the situation is, demanding to know if everyone is safe. She tells him to calm down and says that the battle ended well. Sibylla explains that while Yuri was unconscious, the Allied forces moved for another 2 days. She adds that everyone has been considerate so Yuri can focus entirely on recovering. Then she asks how he is feeling and says that she reckons his mana is restored. When Yuri shifts and tests his body, Sibylla smugly says that he can thank her for that. She boasts that he does not get holy treatment from the Holy Kingdom's princess every day. Yuri exhales and says that, fine, he is thankful, addressing her by name. Yuri then asks where they are right now. Sibylla invites him to look outside and says that she is sure he will be surprised. She leads him out, sunlight washing over the camp as they walk side by side. Yuri freezes as the view opens, starting to say that it is while Sibylla watches his face and asks what he thinks. She points toward the distant walls and says that it is the Allied forces' final destination, Okua's fortress. She says that they are finally there. Yuri answers that they are. Agreeing without looking away, Sibylla turns serious and says that she has to thank Yuri first. Yuri reacts with a small, confused sound. Sibylla says that without Yuri, they would not have made it this far. And she adds that even if they had, they would have had far more casualties. She says that she feels so fortunate to have Yuri with them. And she thanks him again, her hand lightly gripping his arm. Yuri swallows, then asks if she is that grateful, could she do him a favor? Sibylla repeats the word, surprised, asking what favor. Yuri hesitates, then carefully says that if Sibylla is okay with it, he wants her to pretend they are dating. Sibylla blinks and demands to know what that is supposed to mean. Yuri scratches the back of his neck, tense, and says that he thinks Ragna's marriage proposal might come his way. and he insists that it is something he absolutely wants to avoid. He adds that it would not be so bad for Sibylla either, then asks if her brother would not try to marry her off once she returns to her homeland. Sibylla studies him for a beat, then relents and says that it is fine. Yuri's eyes widen as he blurts out that she really agreed, then she raises a finger and says that there is a but. Sibylla smiles sweetly and says that there is one condition. Sibylla faces Yuri and says that she has a condition. She explains that since this is something done under her name, she cannot exactly do it without any stakes. With a bright smile, she proposes that they keep it clean and simple by using a wish token. Yuri stiffens and starts to say that it is a bit much. Sibylla leans in, sharp-eyed, and asks what, then asks if he is scared she might ask for something weird. She shrugs with a sly grin and says that if he does not like it, he can look for someone else. Yuri averts his gaze, rubbing the back of his neck in silence. Then she asks who the marriage proposal is with that he has to go this far to avoid. Yuri answers plainly that it is the crown princess of the empire. Sibylla snaps in disbelief, and she immediately demands why he is not thankful for such an opportunity. He insists that he has no reason to be grateful, reminding her that he is a prince too. Yuri asks what she means. Sibylla explains that the empire has higher national prestige than the Briols, and she adds that the princess has beauty and a great personality. She says that the princess pretty much has everything, implying he should be thankful for it. Yuri folds his arms, face darkening, and says that he does not want to get married. He says that the princess's personality is just a mask, and he insists that he can see that. He turns away and says that, anyway, about the wish token she mentioned, he will postpone this and look for a different method. Before he can go, a loud call cuts in, and Yuri flinches at being addressed. Prince Ragna strides up with his escort and says that he was just about to report Yuri's amazing performance to the homeland. He laughs and says that he thought Yuri would be sleeping for at least 4 days, but he is already healed up, calling him incredible. Yuri answers politely that he is thankful to His Highness. Ragna throws an arm around Yuri's shoulders and says alright, then says that his niece seemed super interested in Yuri's news. Yuri's eyes widen as dread spreads across his face, and Ragna, glowing with sudden excitement, thinks that this is such a great occurrence, then smacks Yuri with brisk, repeated hits while still smiling. Yuri, sweating, snaps internally that wish token or whatever should be fine and silently begs for help, then calls Sibylla's name like a plea. Ragna steadies Yuri as he wobbles, and Sibylla hurriedly tells Ragna that Prince Yuri has not been awake for long, asking him to be considerate so Yuri can rest and stabilize a little longer. She steps forward with practiced grace and Ragna says that she must be the princess of the Holy Kingdom, then asks her what his name is again. She answers that her name is Sibylla Arsaint, addressing him as His Highness. Ragna observes that she seems to care about Yuri quite a bit and asks if they are close. Sibylla holds Yuri's arm and says that they are not just close, then announces that they are in a relationship. Ragna freezes in shock, heart effects practically bursting from the couple, and he turns on Yuri in clear frustration and asks if it is true. Yuri forces a strained smile and says that it is true. Ragna clicks his tongue, then awkwardly says that they look great together. He says they can talk more about it later, adding that he is sure both of them are already awake. He then says that they will be having a final battle against Okwa soon, but because of all the relentless battles and the long march they have endured, they are planning to advance forward only after taking some time to rest. As the camp settles at sunset, the soldiers listen while Ragna explains that they have to be fully prepared, because this is their long-awaited final battle. He adds that, conversely, the orcs will try to exploit their vulnerability in a new way. He shifts his tone and says, however, they have strong individuals from all over the continent, from the Empire, the Briols, and the Holy Kingdom, and he finishes by saying that they cannot lose to some orcs now. Prince Ragna stretches his hand toward Okua's fortress under the blazing sun, and says that starting now they will be exterminating those filthy creatures of unknown origin. His fingers curl into a fist, and he adds that they will have the entire continent know their name. Watching the horizon, Yuri thinks that with a single-minded resolve to undo the failures of his previous life, he joined the Allied forces and advanced all the way to the doorstep of Okua without suffering a single defeat. He thinks that it has been 5 years since he regressed to the 13th year of his life. He thinks that ever since then, he trained his body and technique, reclaimed the legacy of his ancestors, and kept those who would share his destiny by his side, bound by the fetters of fate, taking a course of action clearly improved from his previous life. As the sky burns gold, Yuri thinks that now that he has reached a level where he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the continent's strongest, only now has he come face to face with the very first culprit who brought about the Briol's fall. He states in his mind that his sole purpose is to stop the fall of the Briols, and he vows that this time he will make sure to protect his nation. Night falls over the Granzian Empire's imperial palace, and inside, wine is stacked and carried through a lavish gathering where nobles lounge and drink. As glasses clink, someone says that since they are talking about it, they should mention the news about the Allied forces. Another dismisses it and says that it is out of their interest. then asks if anyone heard anything interesting about them. A voice answers that they are about to have a final battle soon. Someone reacts with a gasp and says that is surprising. Another adds that from what they heard, the Allied forces are undefeated. Then someone praises that it is as expected of their highness and calls it incredible. Another person mutters that even so, His Majesty will not even spare him a glance. And a man laughs and warns that they should not be saying that in the imperial palace. A woman lifts her glass with a bored smile and says that they should move on from such a boring topic. She says that everyone must be aware of the third Prince of Briol, who has been performing very well in this war, and she asks if that is correct. A reply comes that of course it is. The woman then asks if anyone has any news about him, while one attendee quietly admits they remember him because they like his appearance. A woman answers that from what she heard, he has been talking about a marriage proposal with the princess of the Holy Kingdom. Another reacts with an excited exclamation. From the far side of the room, a long-haired figure repeats Yuri Briol's name as if confirming it. Someone gushes that it must be love formed in the battlefield, and another swoons that it sounds romantic. A calm voice cuts through the chatter and says that it seems they are talking about an interesting topic. The room stiffens as heads turn and people falter mid-sip, stammering and rising in a hurry. Attendants bow and say that it is an honor to see Her Highness. The crown princess steps forward, fanning herself, and says that about the news from just now, she wants to hear more. She fixes her cold gaze on them and asks them to tell her in more detail. Under a cloudless sky, the soldiers relaxed in loose clusters, their armor glinting in the sunlight as they exchanged light-hearted talk. One of them explained that he had been planning a large business venture in his hometown, and that he intended to begin it once the war ended. Another asked whether his companion had tasted the food he had shared before, and whether it had been to his liking. Laughter followed as they spoke about their hopes, each saying that when they returned home, they would finally chase the dreams they had long set aside. Not far from them, Prune moved quietly through the camp, observing without interrupting. He reflected that everyone had been getting along surprisingly well lately. He remembered clearly how, on the first day, they had barely exchanged a word. Now they stood together as comrades. As the Knight of Bruzen, Prune felt a quiet pride at the change. The conversation shifted, and he overheard some of his subordinates mention that they had heard rumors of becoming quite popular throughout the empire. Another soldier responded that it was not them who had earned such fame, but rather Prince Ragnar or the Prince of Briol. He admitted that he felt deeply envious of the prince's recognition. Prone lifted his gaze to the flag fluttering above them, and found himself thinking of Prince Yuri of Briol. From the beginning, Yuri had left a powerful impression. There had always been something intense about him. Yet Prone could not deny that Yuri's achievements were overwhelming. It was Yuri who had shaped the current spirit of unity, Yuri who had drawn them together and made them fight as one. Realizing this, Preen understood that much of their strength now stemmed from him. One of the soldiers suddenly noticed Prune nearby and asked when he had arrived. Preen scratched his head as he stepped closer and replied that he had seen them sparring and had simply come to watch. Yuri remarked with amusement that it sounded as though Prone wanted to join in. Prone remembered that Yuri had once asked whether he would like to spar and had even suggested that Prone could inform his master, since his master seemed bored lately. Prone quickly insisted that he truly had no intention of fighting and that he meant it sincerely. Instead, he suggested that Yuri visit Bruzen after the war. He added that he would be honored to show Yuri the Sea of Bruzen. Yuri laughed and replied that he would remember that invitation. He suggested that once they defeated the orcs and the war ended, they should hold a grand feast together. Without warning, bells rang out violently across the camp. Beneath the bright sky, a dark and violent aura surged toward them. A frantic voice cried that the enemy was attacking. Ragnar's eyes sharpened at once as he fixed his gaze on the approaching threat. Yuri let out a quiet sigh and remarked that there were so many enemies advancing that he could not even see the horizon. Laurent commented that the situation was no different on the opposite side. Jared reported that the camp had been completely surrounded by the orc army. Yuri asked whether Jared felt afraid, observing that he had grown unusually silent. Jared replied sharply that he was not afraid. Yuri laughed and observed that Jared had changed, explaining that in the past he would have complained about being dragged into troublesome matters like this. Jared demanded to know exactly when Yuri was referring to. Yuri calmly explained that he only meant they had come a long way since then. He declared firmly that they would go even farther. A massive foot suddenly crashed into the earth. The ground trembled as a towering and savage orc stepped forward. Jared reacted in shock, exclaiming at the creature's overwhelming presence. Yuri narrowed his eyes and concluded that this had to be Okwa, the orc king. The monstrous figure roared, and Yuri confirmed with certainty that it was indeed Okwa. Immediately, the other orcs echoed their king's roar, their voices merging into a thunderous wave. The human soldiers refused to falter. Horns blared in response, their sound cutting through the chaos. Ragnar lowered his sword in a swift motion and ordered the charge. Okwa's face twisted with ferocity, his red eyes blazing like fire. Then both armies surged forward and the battle began in earnest. The human soldiers drove their horses ahead with fearless resolve. Yuri lifted his sword high and called out for Briol. Steel met flesh, the two forces collided violently, and blood sprayed across the battlefield. Okua's army struck back with savage strength, their blows shaking the ground. A blade pierced straight through an orc's neck, sending blood gushing out in a crimson torrent. Those who witnessed it froze in shock for a heartbeat. Yuri turned sharply and commanded everyone to stay focused. Suddenly, a heavy shadow passed over him. Someone looked upward and questioned why the sky had darkened so abruptly. A moment later, winged shapes came into view, and a terrified cry spread through the ranks that wyverns were descending. From the air, Okua's forces aimed their bows downward. Arrows were drawn and released in a ruthless volley. Instead of fear, a spark of excitement flashed across Yuri's expression. He remarked that this was the kind of battle the enemy wanted. He placed his hand on his sword and noted that such an attack from the sky would consume an enormous amount of mana. Even so, he swung his blade. A surge of energy exploded outward, magic bursting into the air as if to crush the very space around him. His face grew solemn as he continued to fight. With tremendous force, he hurled his sword forward, aiming to shatter the enemy's momentum. The foes above roared in shock at the sudden counterattack. Yuri calculated quietly that the height was sufficient. He lowered his stance and leaped high into the sky. In a swift motion, he seized the control rope held by one of Okua's warriors and yanked him downward, throwing him to the ground and gaining dominance in the air. He declared that if they believed they could strike safely from above, they were gravely mistaken. He vowed that every one of them would fall from the sky. His eyes darkened with killing intent as he raised his hand and made his unwavering declaration. Blood bursts into the air as armored soldiers crash into one another beneath the shadow of a towering palisade. Overhead, dark winged wyverns slice across the sky, their riders shrieking as they dive. Yuri forces his way through the chaos below, his blade cutting a precise path. Another enemy falls behind him, lifeless before the body even touches the ground. On the ramparts, a knight reports to Prince Ragna that the archers stand ready. Ragna does not answer at once. He keeps staring at the sky, his gaze fixed as though he cannot tear it away from the sight above. When the soldier calls to him again, Ragna finally responds in a low, tired voice, admitting that he truly does not know what to say, because in his view there is no one more unhinged than Yuri. High above the battlefield, Yuri clings to the back of a wyvern, weaving between incoming attackers. An orc rider lifts a bow, and Yuri immediately recognizes the danger. A lethal storm of arrows tears through the open air as riders surge toward him from every direction. He remains steady, posture firm, eyes narrowed as he reads the wind, measures distance, and anticipates each strike. He remarks that the wyvern beneath him is impressive. Without slowing, he speaks to the creature directly, saying that it should think for itself rather than throw away its life for the sake of the orcs. He presses further, arguing that even a small act of resistance could help save others of its kind. The wyvern reacts with visible irritation, snapping in defiance. Yuri laughs, taking that stubborn response as proof that the creature understands him. He declares that if that is the case, then they should unleash everything. The wyvern plunges downward, and Yuri commits to a direct breakthrough. Wind rips at his cloak as he swings mid-dive. His sword flashes once in a clean, decisive arc, and an enemy rider is cut down instantly. He absorbs the recoil, but two more orc riders pursue him. In response, he twists into a mid-air somersault and drops sharply. Aura gathers along his blade, and with a single brutal strike he cuts both pursuers down. He states calmly that it is finished, as though marking the completion of a simple task. Then he lands heavily back onto his own wyvern. For a brief moment, the sky seems to belong to them. Yuri acknowledges inwardly that this exchange favored their side. Yet his expression hardens as more wyverns close in. He calculates that eliminating them one by one will consume too much time. Green-tinted energy coils along his arm as he decides to shift his approach and apply his power differently. Below, the front lines begin to buckle under mounting pressure. A commanding voice shouts that the soldiers must not be pushed back, and that they must hold the line. The response comes in strained breathing and pained groans from the ranks struggling to endure. A knight cuts down an advancing orc but staggers as more enemies flood forward. He curses that they seem endless. Before he can steady himself, he senses a change in the air. He freezes, confused, as the wind begins to spiral violently, growing stronger with each passing second. He wonders aloud why the wind is behaving so strangely. Faces tilt upward. A green spiral forms in the sky, and someone cries out Prince Yuri's name. The roar of battle dulls under the oppressive weight of gathering mana. Yuri defines the technique in his mind as power shaped by will, a slash that severs the soul. He understands it as the rotational force of the wind ring sword compressed into concentrated wind, released in a single instant. His gaze sharpens as the green current coils tightly around him. He calmly confirms that the power is stable and considers extending its range. The vortex thickens, swelling into a towering whirlwind that spears downward. It drills through the air and tears across the battlefield in a wide line, blasting dust, weapons, and bodies aside. Warriors on the ground stare upward in shock. One thinks that this must be the third Prince of Briol, the one they had only heard about in rumors. Another observes that the strength of a single man rivals that of an entire squad. As Yuri descends, someone comments that his techniques are overly flashy. Yuri mutters that they have already begun nagging him the moment he lands. He casually declares that he will name it the spinning whirlwind sword, only for someone to respond bluntly that the name is terrible. Yuri turns toward Jared and asks what matters most, the condition of the ground battle. Jared reports that thanks to Yuri, no aerial damage has been sustained, but that is the extent of the advantage. He warns that the main clash of forces remains intense and that if even one side falters, the entire formation will collapse. Yuri decides that he must move across the field and provide support wherever needed. He shifts his attention to another ally and inquires about him. The hooded man introduces himself as Gaunt Meriton, Baron of Fabane and Knight of Joachim, offering his greetings to the third Prince of Briol. Yuri acknowledges him and remarks that Joachim is a powerful ally. He adds that if Gaunt ever requires assistance, he should ask without hesitation. Gaunt stammers his gratitude, and Yuri immediately urges that they drive the orcs back further. Yuri checks on Jared again, asking whether he is already exhausted. Jared answers firmly that he is not. Yuri states that every additional swing of their swords means more lives saved. He orders Jared to hold the front line. Jared answers in agreement, and the fighting continues relentlessly. Knights fall in great numbers. Orcs fall just as heavily. Screams mingle with the harsh clash of steel. The air thickens with the sense that the war is nearing its conclusion. As silence slowly settles, purchased with countless lives, the sun sinks toward the horizon. Around that moment, something shifts once more. An orc releases a furious howl. Instantly, soldiers clutch their heads, crying out in agony as they stagger beneath a sky stained red. Yuri drops to one knee, planting his sword into the ground for support. His eyes remain steady as he surveys the battlefield. He states that the one they have been waiting for is finally stepping forward. He notes internally that at last, Orkua has made his move. Yuri reflects that if Orkua truly joins the battle, then they still possess Master Noyan's chain as a counter. He observes that both armies have been locked in a brutal war of attrition, yet despite that balance, something about the situation feels wrong. A brutal roar rips across the battlefield, raw and unnatural. Yuri's eyes sharpen at once. He curses that the orcs they had already killed are still rising and moving. He shouts that Briol must prepare immediately, warning that the orcs are about to descend into a berserk frenzy. The berserk wave slams into the allied formation like a tidal surge. Yuri moves with tight, controlled precision, striking and parrying as weapons crash against armor in a storm of sparks. He orders the soldiers not to give ground and commands them to hold the line no matter what. Nearby, a knight calls out urgently to the prince, telling him to look ahead. Through the crush of bodies and flashing steel, someone notices Orkua pulling back from the center of the fight and exclaims that Orkua is attempting to retreat. Yuri's jaw tightens. He declares that they cannot allow Orkua to escape under any circumstances. He immediately commands the troops to pursue him. The chase bursts forward in the midst of chaos. Blades gleam in the darkening light, bodies stumble and fall, a wounded soldier groans as he collapses, and the melee churns violently while Orkua's withdrawal carves a shifting path through blood and wreckage. Then night falls. Laughter rises from the exhausted soldiers, who proclaim that victory is theirs. Inside the command tent, several commanders gather around a map spread across a heavy table. One of them boasts that Orkua's retreat can only mean they have achieved a great triumph. Another officer proposes that since the enemy has withdrawn, they should take time to rest. Someone responds with eager approval. A second voice reasons that Orkua must have sustained serious injuries as well and suggests they focus on recovery. Another agrees, arguing that the forced march to reach this battlefield was long and draining, that fatigue weakens combat ability, and that proper rest would restore their strength. Yuri cuts through their optimism sharply, stating that they are speaking nonsense. He asks whether they have forgotten their location and reminds them that they are deep within enemy territory. He warns that they have no idea what schemes Orkua might be preparing and questions how they can casually discuss resting under such conditions. He points out that Orkua is the one controlling the orcs and insists that there must be something more hidden beneath the surface. Yuri declares that they must continue applying pressure without delay. Ragna speaks up then, explaining that during the battle he dispatched mages to observe Orkua's encampment. He reports that those mages sensed a sinister aura rising from within the enemy camp. Yuri concludes that there is no justification to prolong the situation any further. Ragna issues the final command, declaring that they will march at dawn and instructing everyone to ensure that all preparations are flawless. The gathered commanders respond together that they understand. As the meeting disperses, Ragna calls Yuri's name. Yuri approaches the command table and asks whether he has been summoned. The blonde commander states that there is something he must discuss privately and demands that Yuri keep what he is about to say absolutely secret. Yuri answers without hesitation that he can do so. Satisfied, the commander places a blue, jewel-like device on the table and activates it. A translucent barrier spreads outward, enclosing the space around them. Yuri watches the shimmering wall form and realizes that the commander is sealing the area with mana to block sound. The The commander admits that he hesitates to speak because Yuri is not a member of the Empire. Yet he adds that Yuri is the only person present whom he truly trusts. He asks whether Yuri remembers the letter they destroyed earlier. Yuri replies that he remembers it clearly and states that the letter claimed the Emperor had formed a secret pact with Orkua. The commander then reveals that someone within the Empire is wielding black magic. Yuri falls into sharp silence at that statement. The commander continues, explaining that the events of the day demonstrate what Orkua can achieve through black magic, even suggesting that Orkua can seize control of his enemies. He admits that they still do not know how far that influence extends. Yuri asks whether he suspects a traitor within the Allied army. The commander replies that it remains only a suspicion for now, which is precisely why he called Yuri. He explains that it is not a matter he can entrust to an Imperial knight. Yuri promises that he will keep a careful watch on everyone. The commander's stern expression shifts into a sly grin. He leans closer to Yuri as if sharing a piece of gossip and asks whether, once the war ends, Yuri would like to meet Ekaterina. Yuri responds flatly that he already has a girlfriend. The commander bursts out in disbelief, protesting that he cannot possibly accept that claim. Yuri, visibly flustered, insists that he is telling the truth and urges him to believe it. Outside the tent, the night air feels heavy. Ragna continues speaking, explaining to Yuri that relationships between men and women can collapse in an instant, and that even friendships tend to grow distant and strained as people age. Darkness slowly fades into a clear morning sky. Leaves drift lightly on the wind. A horse's eyes catch the sunlight as it stamps and surges forward. Mounted knights assemble in formation. A soldier reports to the prince that all units are ready, and the prince answers that he understands. Yuri asks what they intend to do about Master Mong Chan. He is informed that the master remains inside the camp and has stated that he is performing internal energy circulation, claiming that he will step forward when the appropriate time arrives. At the front, the prince surveys the ranks and notices far too many empty spaces where comrades once stood. He reflects that after enduring countless brushes with death and stepping over fallen allies, they have finally arrived at this decisive moment. Yuri calls out Briol's name, and the prince thinks that no awkward words of comfort can ease the pain of the lives they have lost. Yuri lifts the Briol flag high and declares that this will be the end. With bright laughter, he remarks that he has run out of speeches as well. The knights around him laugh in response. Soldiers shout that they will meet again alive once this is over, and Yuri vows that he will pay for a massive round of drinks afterward. A horn is raised and emptied in one long draft. Yuri orders all forces to advance and the command to charge rings out. The cavalry surges forward as one. Hooves thunder against the earth, banners snap in the wind, and the final assault begins. Amid the chaos of the battlefield against Okua's army, a soldier turned toward a thunderous noise as Briol's banners whipped violently in the wind. A jubilant voice proclaimed that Briol had arrived and ordered the troops to clear a path to the fortress, shouting in triumph as soldiers moved in and surrounded the battlefield. Yuri urged his men to move faster and follow him, and his subordinates answered in unison that they would, addressing him as Sir. With a sharp, assessing gaze, he explained that the structure ahead was a siege tower, and said that it would serve as their foothold for a direct assault on the fortress. His face remained taut with concentration as he prepared himself for the fight ahead. At that moment, an orc charged with a savage roar that shook the field. Yuri instantly drew his sword and declared that it was indeed that bastard before him. He swung without hesitation and sent his blade slashing forward, a pale streak tearing across the ground. The orc hastily raised its weapon to block, groaning in pain as an enraged howl burst from its throat. Both Yuri and the orc stared at one another with fierce resolve, and then Yuri's blade began to shine with an ominous glow. He spurred his horse forward with unwavering resolve, rushed ahead at full speed, and then sprang high into the air. When he landed, his expression was cold and his eyes were icy as he remarked that it had taken long enough. He then addressed the soldiers and declared that this would be their final battle. From his elevated position, Yuri looked down grimly and noticed the presence of black magic. He concluded that, just as expected, a sorcerer had been deployed there as well. Gerard reported that the preparations had been completed exactly as instructed. Yuri praised Gerard for his work and pointed out that the enemies before them were elite troops strengthened by black magic just like before. He said that Dispel likely would not work a second time and observed that the stage had already been prepared for them. He then asked whether they should begin and ordered Simon to raise the flag and signal their position to the commander. The soldiers answered that they understood. Yuri was the first to charge, calling for everyone to move. The moment the signal was seen, Ragna exclaimed that they had received it and that Briol had found Okua. Inwardly, he thought that Yuri had accomplished it sooner than expected and silently admired him for it. Ragna immediately ordered the signal to be relayed and commanded that the elite troops be mobilized. Prone burst into laughter and declared that they were finally entering the real fight, then told Fennec that they were moving. Sibylla answered at once that she understood. Unis was plainly written across the soldiers' faces as the brutal clash between both sides exploded in full force. While advancing step by step, Yuri stated that everyone surely already knew the plan. He explained that the main force would hold the line, while their role was far simpler and far more dangerous. They were to kill Okuwa. The monster's roars rolled across the battlefield without end. Yuri pointed his sword forward, smiled with calm confidence, and ordered everyone not to die. Then he threw himself into battle against the towering foe, his strike swift, sharp, and unyielding. Sibylla refused to be left behind and focused with fierce intensity. She suddenly leaped down from above and called for Fennec to move. He responded at once, addressing her as Your Highness. As he fought, Fennec reflected that people from different lands and different walks of life were standing together, protecting one another in the same battle. He believed that no battlefield could be more glorious for a knight than one like this. At the same time, Prone continued gathering power before bringing his sword down with a mighty shout, fighting without pause as sparks burst from every violent collision of steel. A faint smile touched Yuri's lips as spiritual energy flowed into him and his gaze turned sharper and more dangerous. Then he released a tremendous wave of power that swept across the battlefield. Afterward, he came to a sudden stop just as another orc lunged at him. His keen eyes caught the attack in time, and he barely managed to block the crushing blow. Even so, he realized that Okuwa still had not made its true move, and Master Mo had yet to appear despite how far the battle had escalated. Though their side clearly held the upper hand, an ominous feeling of deja vu clung to him, and he wondered whether he had overlooked something crucial. Then the orc suddenly collapsed to the ground, leaving Yuri frozen in shock. But before his eyes, its body began to twist and mutate into something grotesque. Horrified, he thought that such a thing should have been impossible. Rage and panic surged through him at once, making his entire body tremble. He rushed forward and shouted Okuwa's name. Before him stood Okuwa in its most terrifying form yet, its eyes burning with savage madness. Okuwa raised its sword high and brought it crashing down, unleashing an explosion that made the earth itself tremble. In a voice as cold as ice, Okuwa asked whether Yuri had only now begun to understand, then laughed at him with open cruelty. It mocked him as a fool and sneered that everything was already too late, declaring with vicious delight that Yuri too would soon become a living sacrifice. In the span of a few moments, the entire area was reduced to rubble and engulfed by dense black smoke that twisted endlessly into the sky. Inside that hollow wasteland, a savage laugh rang out again and again, harsh and eerie as it echoed through the destruction. Yuri fell into grim thought and finally realized why Master Mo had not yet appeared. It was because even he could not cut away black magic. At once, Yuri concluded that until Master Mo arrived, he would have to at least break the sorcery himself. Okuwa, overflowing with brutality, swung its enormous arm in a vicious strike. Yuri dodged with composure, though a pained groan slipped from him as the impact alone split the earth into jagged layers. Clenching his sword with both hands, he drove it deep into the ground. His body shook as he admitted inwardly that he could not continue like this for long and had no idea how much more he could endure against a monster of that level. Even so, once he understood what had to be done, he resolved that he could not retreat simply to save himself. Straightening himself with stubborn pride, he declared that this would be all or nothing. Okuwa observed that the strange sword was cutting through their very essence. Yuri answered immediately that this was true, then warned that it would be wise to start fearing him, because he had no intention of dying without a struggle. Then he caught sight of something. He realized that the substance pouring from the orcs was being drawn into Okuwa's back. Crimson streams of energy continued to leak into the monster's spine without end. All around him, desperate voices cried out for help, begged to be released from the agony, and lamented that the suffering was so unbearable they would rather die. Yuri said grimly that this was the worst possible outcome. In that instant, he understood the truth. The source of the black magic was the souls of those who had been devoured alive, souls that were being exploited even after death. He resolved that he had to end everything there and then. Okuwa remarked upon how recklessly he was charging straight in from the front. Okuwa exposed its razor, like teeth, and lunged forward, mockingly calling him a foolish human. Yuri rushed ahead like a gale, unwavering, but the first clash went badly for him. His helmet was struck away. His eyes widened as he saw the horrifying scene before him, with countless red currents surging up from beneath the earth and converging all at once. In the next instant, everything seemed to break apart amid shattered fragments and a cry of frustration. Yuri dropped to his knees with blood running down his face. Black cords had bound his hands tightly. Okuwa's contemptuous voice returned and declared that all his efforts were meaningless, saying that this was the limit of his struggle. Then the sword in Yuri's hand suddenly began to shine. With fierce anger, he ordered the voice to shut up and proclaimed that he carried far too many burdens in this life to fall in a place like that. Driven by fury, he swung his blade and cut through the black restraints with ease. In a burst of light, he shot forward like lightning and unleashed a relentless storm of attacks on his enemy. Grotesque spirit faces rose amid the chaos, while a brilliant radiance poured down over the battlefield. Okuwa admitted that he was better than expected. Exhaustion immediately flooded Yuri, and he realized that he could no longer see the souls. Just as he began to think he had succeeded, a massive hand suddenly appeared nearby. Without hesitation, he shifted into a defensive stance, but the blow still slammed down with enough force to split the earth apart and send him flying. He crashed into the thick smoke and cried out in pain. Grinding his teeth, he realized that he had reacted too late and that his left arm and ribs were mostly shattered. Laurent rushed to his side in alarm and called out to him as Your Highness. But the danger had not passed. Okwa spoke savagely and remarked that a knight capable of cutting black magic truly did exist. With blood running down his face, Yuri noticed that Okwa was using the continental language. He thought that it made sense for the sorcerer to speak that way, but he could not understand why even Okwa would use it. Step by step, Okwa drew closer and declared that, as a reward for providing amusement, it would personally grant Yuri death. Then the monster's fist shot forward with crushing force as it commanded him to die. Yuri and Laurent were both seized by dread, and Yuri instantly understood that he could not block that attack. Then, from far away, an urgent voice shouted out. A figure appeared in the distance and strained desperately to intercept Okua's finishing blow. The moment Yuri saw the newcomer, a faint smile touched his lips, and he remarked that he was late. The calm and confident figure apologized for the delay and told them to step back. Master Moyang then said evenly that he would handle the monster himself. Okwa roared in fury and ordered him not to interfere. Intense heat erupted from its body, and a streak of flame burst forth at once. The battle, fiercer than ever, stood on the verge of exploding again. As the two powers collided, everything was swallowed by a sea of fire. Laurent anxiously asked whether His Highness was all right, and Yuri replied gently that he was still alive. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment that their opponent was unbelievable, while another voice agreed and remarked that this was, in the truest sense, a battle between monsters. Master Moyang kept his cold, sharpened gaze locked on the monster before him. Compared to Okua's enormous body, he looked almost insignificant, yet he had just struck a solid blow that damaged Okua's arm. In response, the creature exposed its razor, like teeth in a faint, chilling smile. Okwa regenerated the injured arm almost instantly and remarked that Master Moyang's attack had been a fine trick, though his tone carried a sinister warning. Master Moyang was briefly taken aback as he realized the wound was already closing. Okua's ferocity deepened as he declared that they were nothing more than pitiful beings, and that he would show them the true difference in power. Master Moyang stared at him with grim focus, muttered that the thing was truly a monster, and tightened his grip on his sword. A blazing red aura soon wrapped around Master Moyang's entire body. At that moment, one of Okwa's followers suddenly appeared and informed his lord that he could sense enormous power from Master Moyang, offering to aid in the fight. Okwa fell silent for a brief moment as he considered those words. Then he slowly licked his lips and said that no help was needed. Seizing the subordinate by the head, he lifted him into the air. Master Moyang ground his teeth in disbelief and shouted that Okwa was even stealing the power of his own kind, accusing him of devouring his own men. Okwa answered with mild puzzlement and asked what Master Moyang meant by subordinates. He explained that humans and orcs were not the same, and that likewise, he and those creatures were entirely different beings. With that, he crushed the subordinate's head and mockingly asked whether Master Moyang treated the worms crawling on the earth as subordinates and spared them out of mercy. Consumed by anger, Master Moyang charged forward and slashed fiercely, cursing Okwa as a bastard. Okwa only frowned and dismissed him as a lowly creature. Then, clenching his fist, he punched straight into the incoming blade. The collision triggered a violent blast. Master Moyang stared in shock as he realized that Okwa had stopped the sword with nothing but his bare hand. A dark aura burst out from Okwa and wrapped itself around Master Moyang's body. Okwa hammered his fist downward with overwhelming force, shattering the ground below. Then he raised his arm again and pounded the earth over and over, reducing everything beneath him to broken rubble. As the barrage continued, Okwa declared that it was only natural for the weak to be eaten by the strong, and said that Master Moyang could never hope to defeat him. Pressing his foot into the ground, Okwa used the force to launch himself high into the air. Preparing to end it, he grinned viciously and declared that Master Moyang should die and become his nourishment. But through the thick smoke, Master Moyang's smiling face appeared. With biting sarcasm, Master Moyang remarked that Okwa sounded like a child who had only just learned how to speak, noting that he talked far too much. He then brought up Okwa's claim that the weak were always devoured by the strong and asked whether he had ever faced the sunset all the way to the end. At that question, Okwa halted. A brilliant sphere of light appeared before them. Master Moyang raised his sword and slowly shut his eyes as he invoked the azure cloud crimson sunset sword. Okwa strode toward him in fury, called him insolent, and declared that he would swallow him whole. Master Moyang opened his eyes again, his blade now cloaked in crimson energy, and unleashed the technique known as Empty Mountain. Bright Moon, he slashed savagely at Okwa. Okwa spat furious curses, but Master Moyang continued pressing him with one devastating strike after another. At last, Okwa coughed up blood in agony, then lost consciousness and crashed to the ground. Master Moyang breathed heavily and thought that, just as expected, the technique placed far too much strain on the body. Bent over with both hands braced on his knees, he reflected that even so, The corrupted being that had devastated the western lands had finally been brought down. As he looked around, Master Moyang thought that his disciple and the others would deal with the remaining enemies, and that he himself now had to destroy this abomination completely. Swearing under his breath, he reflected that although he had expected something terrible, he had never imagined anything this horrifying, and he wondered how many people had been sacrificed to create it. Then Okua suddenly appeared behind him and said that what Master Moyang had seen so far was not the whole truth, and that beyond what he could imagine, the darkness ran much deeper and was far more dreadful. Startled, Master Moyang stepped back in confusion, horrified that the monster was still alive even after having its head pierced. Okua's body began regenerating once more, the wounds slowly closing as he explained that the horror Master Moyang had witnessed had been piling up for a very long time. Master Moyang struck him again with a powerful slash, but this time it did nothing. Okua advanced slowly and said that when creatures starved, they devoured one another like worms, reminding Master Moyang that he had already explained this. To him, Master Moyang and all the others were no different from insects. Then he raised his huge hand over Master Moyang. Hearing the disturbance, Yuri turned his head toward the scene. His face tightened at once, and he muttered in disbelief that it could not be happening. Then he saw that Master Moyang had already been completely seized within Okua's grasp, and in panic he shouted for his master. Master Mo stood atop the grotesque, corpse-forged mass as it surged upward like a giant stone hand, and he gritted his teeth as the thing kept rising beneath him. He drove himself forward with a flaming slash, hacked through the writhing body, and landed hard while breathing heavily. With disgust in his eyes, he says that the bastard was not satisfied with turning the dead into materials for black magic and had even fused with them as well. At once, red-black power burst outward. Armored knights and soldiers recoil in shock, one exclaiming in disbelief and another beginning to identify what they were seeing before the violent aura threw the battlefield into chaos. Yuri stared at the monstrous shape swelling before him and says that it was insane. As the enormous form took shape inside the boiling black magic, Yuri realized that this would not end unless they cut down that disgusting thing. He immediately understood the danger and thinks that the black magic he had cut earlier was not all of it. He concludes that if they could not stop Okua in that state, the Alliance army would be wiped out and Briol's destruction would not be prevented. Loran hurried to his side and tells the prince that he must fall back and return to Briol, because from that point on the battle would become too chaotic. Jared steps in as well and says that the rest should be left to them, adding that the prince had already done more than enough. Yuri falls silent for a moment, then rejects that thought in his heart. He thinks that there had never been such a thing as enough, that destruction did not wait for people to prepare for it, and that even if he retreated now to plan for the future, there was no guarantee a better chance than that one would ever come. He clenches himself back into motion, turns to them, and asks what exactly he was supposed to withdraw from. He asks whether they truly believed they could fight properly without him. Inwardly, he confirms that now that they had come that far, there was no turning back. He calls Jared and Loran by name and says that he was giving the next order. He declares that they would defeat Okua and seize a certain future. He orders them to send a messenger and signal Hernando to stand by, then spread out and eliminate every black mage hiding in the camp. As the two men answer at once, Yuri studies the towering monster and concludes that now that Okua had grown that large, physical attacks alone had clear limits. While Master Mo continued battling the abomination head-on, Yuri realized what they had to do. He thinks that they needed to create an opening in the dispel and pour in magic. Ahead of them, Okua roared under the red-black torrent while Master Mo kept meeting it with blazing sword strikes, forcing flame and steel against the swollen body. Even so, the monster's black magic continued to crawl and rebuild around it. Then Prone entered the fight. Wrapped in blue force, he rushes in and shouts that he would join the battle, then drives his blade into Okua with a surge of power. The giant recoils, but its stone-like flesh and black aura surge again. With murderous contempt, the monster declares that they were mere insects like them, then slams its power downward hard enough to blow men away and spray blood across the ground. Master Mo lunged back in without hesitation. He shouts that Okua's opponent was him, roars, and throws himself into another exchange. Fire blazed around him as he carved across the giant's body again and again, each impact bursting with heat and debris. Okua answered with crushing force, but Master Mo refused to yield and kept drawing the monster's attention to himself. Watching the clash, Yuri lets out a low breath and admits to himself that there was not enough time to find and eliminate all the hidden shamans. Even so, he does not retreat from the conclusion. He steadies his sword, measures the battlefield, and thinks that if they could reduce the shamans' numbers even a little, they could split the black magic surrounding Okua. With that resolve fixed in his mind, the soldiers moved to carry out his orders while Master Mo and the others continued to hold the monster in place. Yuri fixes his sword upright and thinks that if he can split the black magic and break the spell around Okua even once, that alone will be enough. Okua immediately senses him and snarls that an annoying insect is crawling up, It orders the surrounding orcs to tear Yuri's limbs off and lay them before it. The orcs rush in at once, but Sebela and her knight cut across them and throw themselves into the path. She calls out that Yuri is planning something and says that she will cover him. Fennec tells Yuri that they will hold the enemy back, so he must hurry. Amid the clash, Yuri steadies his breathing and feels the flow of black magic for himself. He realizes that it is swelling by absorbing death. He thinks that his mana has already reached its limit, that there is nothing left, and that his body can barely remain standing. Even so, a memory rises in his mind, telling him never to fear the enemy and to do what he believes in. Yuri accepts that to the very end, he will simply fulfill Briol's duty. He thinks of the weight carried by the name Briol, of the mission that name places on him, and resolves that he will simply carry it out. Elsewhere, Hernando watches soldiers fighting through the chaos and says that His Highness was right, because the orcs can no longer fight properly one by one. He concludes that Okuwa is absorbing their lives through black magic, and that if this continues the allied army will be destroyed. An older mage approaches and remarks that Hernando has been staring at the battlefield. Hernando answers that the prince told him to be ready when the gap was made, and to use his magic at once. The older mage understands and says that although Briol's prince is exceptional, this situation is on a completely different level. When asked why, he explains that Okuwa has become one with the black magic. He says that even if someone fully stops the life force flowing into Okuwa, no one should have enough strength left to return to battle immediately, and that even if the prince truly creates an opening, only a handful of magicians in the allied force, or even on the continent, could land a spell powerful enough to critically wound Okuwa. Hernando calmly replies that there is no need to worry about that part. At that moment, a blinding pillar of light rises. The older mage stares in shock, and when he sees the battlefield again, he cries out to Hernando that the black magic is gone. Left speechless for a brief instant, he calls Hernando's name again. Hernando tells him to step back. Then, with a faint smile, he says that since their precious prince asked for it, he will send him an extra, large spell. A vast magic circle opens, and a gigantic fireball gathers in the sky. The older mage gasps in disbelief as the spell forms. Below, the shamans look up in alarm. Okuwa also looks skyward and says that the density of mana is unbelievable. It cannot accept what it is seeing. Yuri sees the blazing mass descending and shouts for all units to prepare for impact. The soldiers brace themselves. Master Mo also steadies his sword and faces the coming blast without retreating. Then the spell crashes down. Okuwa roars that it will not be defeated and thrusts out a hand against the falling fire, but the impact swallows the battlefield in an overwhelming eruption. Protected within a barrier, Yuri and the nearby soldiers endure the shockwave, while the shamans and orcs are consumed by the inferno, screaming as the flames roll over them again and again. As the blazing devastation spreads, Yuri remarks that the power is far beyond imagination. Another thought follows that, thankfully, it has bought enough time for the moment. And through the raging fire, Hernando directs the spell toward the monster and declares that Okuwa must burn to ashes. Sebela lets out a tired sigh and tells Yuri that if he ever makes a move like that again, he should warn her first. Yuri answers that it was not really a plan, only improvisation. Looking over the scorched battlefield, she says that the result is outstanding, because Okuwa and his orcs are ashes now. Yuri stares at the ruins and wonders whether it is finally over, but his eyes suddenly sharpen. From the burned wreckage, a blackened mass rises. Okuwa, barely holding together, says that it is not over yet, and that insects like them will never be able to defeat him. Yuri steps forward and says that Okuwa already lost, that nothing remains to keep him alive now, and that he should accept his defeat. Okuwa glares at him, calls him the Emperor's dog, blames everything on him, and says that he will drag Yuri down with him. Even in that broken state, he lunges forward in one last attack. Before he can reach Yuri, a blue strike crashes down. Hernando steps in with cold composure and says that this is the end. Looking down at Okuwa, Yuri asks whether that miserable struggle is all he has left before death. Okuwa, collapsing further, says that this is not over, that black magic is darker and deeper than Yuri can imagine, that it will devour him one day, and that he will wait for that day to come. Then his body crumbles away. A soldier stares and says that it is dead. At once, the battlefield erupts. The soldiers shout that they won, that they survived, and that they really did it. Joy, relief, and every other emotion burst out together. Nearby, Master Mo quietly groans under the noise, clutching himself as the cheers roll on. Yuri breathes out, laughs weakly, and says that it finally feels real. He says that they did it. Then the soldiers spot him and rush over at once. They cry out to their prince and throw themselves at him in excitement. Yuri jerks back in confusion as they grab him, shout that they made it, and thank him for trusting them. More soldiers come charging in, yelling that they want in too and that they want to hug him as well. Yuri immediately realizes the danger, curses under his breath, and shouts for everyone to stop and stay back. No one listens. The soldiers pile onto him in a heap, shouting his name again and again. Buried under armor and limbs, Yuri weakly tells them to go easy on him. Someone yells that he is going to pass out. Another screams for everyone to move, while someone else demands to know who said that. And while the celebration swallows the field, something dark quietly stirs again from the